Good morning, Namibia, and welcome to this Independence Day broadcast right here, coming to you live from the NBC's national headquarters from Cullinan Street, Northern Industrial Area. Namibia stands for resilience, unity, and a firm commitment to democracy, stability, and human rights, born from its struggle for independence in 1990. As a diverse nation, symbolized by a vibrant Namibian desert, it embraces multiculturalism, natural preservation, and a vision of sustainable development, that being Vision 2030 for a prosperous future. Now, welcome to this 36th Independence Day celebrations. Namibia, today we just don't look back at history, we celebrate the future that we are building together. Now, the theme for this year's Independence is Beyond 35 Years for a Prosperous Future. Now, celebrations will be held across all 14 regions for the first time rather than in a single town, highlighting national unity and a focus on long-term prosperity. We'll be crossing to different towns to bring you messages from governors and addresses from keynote speakers as Independence Day unfolds in these regions. Before we dive fully into Independence commemoration, we'll bring you the news-making headlines as well as the weather and traffic updates to keep you up to speed with all current affairs. Now, we will also be engaging an analyst who will be looking at how far we have come as a nation and where we are heading. Now, we know that the president also gave her independence speech earlier this morning at midnight. For those who missed it, we'll also bring you an insight as we look forward to independence celebrations across the country. Now, furthermore, we'll also engage with activist Bernard Kavau on Namibia at 36. Now, we'll also bring you a message of independence by Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Lucia Vetboy. Now, this and more is what you can expect. Please stay with us. Taking at loose news-making headlines. Now, amid global geopolitical tensions, Namibia and Botswana have committed to exchanging strategies to secure critical commodities such as oil flows and ensure ports remain open to facilitate the smooth movement of goods to strengthen economic growth. Now, President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah highlighted this during a one-day visit by President Thuma Boko and his delegation.
The leaders pledged deeper collaboration in trade, infrastructure, tourism, natural resources management, and logistics. Key initiatives include unlocking regional value chains through the Walvis Bay port to boost competitiveness and advancing the soon-to-be-implemented Trans-Kalahari Railway corridor.
Our ministers responsible for transport, they have started working on this, and we are looking forward to its successful implementation. Of course, in the current geopolitics, where we are also seeing conflict in different parts of the world, as neighboring countries, we need to exchange and also see how we can secure ourselves, particularly on commodities that could be easily affected by the conflict that are existing.
Boko emphasized the need to increase the quality and volume of intra-Africa trade. President Boko reiterated the need for enhanced infrastructure, trade corridors, and technology deployment to ease the movement of goods and people for economic growth.
And we must be the leaders and exemplars, because between us now, the Mamuno border, people move freely. We want it to be even more seamless. We will deploy technology, because the direction we are going is no longer one-stop border post. The language now is no-stop border post. And we will have a single window. We will ensure that goods move freely, they move seamlessly, and they move our economies and move the dial. This is critical. And so to ensure that this happens, we need to meet regularly.
Both leaders expressed satisfaction with the progress achieved between the two nations so far. These discussions build on the binational commission's agreements. Simultaneous, NBC News.
Now, a familiar voice that once guided Namibians through the nation's biggest stories is now set to lead the country's public broadcaster into a new era. Now, the board of the NBC has announced the appointment of veteran journalist Menesia Munyo as its Director General, effective 1st April 2026.
The appointment, confirmed in a media release issued on Friday, marks a milestone in Munyo's decades-long journey within the broadcaster. Her career began in the newsroom and has now culminated in the corporation's top leadership position. Munyo is no stranger to NBC audiences. As a seasoned broadcaster and former television news anchor, she has built a reputation over more than 30 years in journalism and media leadership. Her deep institutional knowledge stems from years spent shaping news coverage and editorial direction at the national broadcaster. She currently serves as Chief of News and Programming, a position she assumed in September 2014. Before that, she also headed the broadcaster's commercial department. Munyo rose through the ranks as a news anchor and reporter, covering major national events, including assignments during the presidency of Namibia's founding president. Her experience on the ground and in leadership has made her one of the corporation's most recognizable and respected figures. The NBC board says her appointment reflects confidence in her leadership, citing her strategic insight and extensive experience in both journalism and institutional management. The board believes she is well positioned to steer the broadcaster through an evolving media landscape shaped by digital transformation and changing audience demands. Throughout her tenure, Munyo has been credited with promoting public service broadcasting values, strengthening stakeholder engagement, and driving innovation across NBC platforms.
Now, looking at news beyond our borders, youth from the Republic of Congo called for better employment opportunities after President Denis Sassou Nguesso secured the fifth term in office with a landslide victory. Now, Ivory News reports.
Footage captured on Thursday shows people walking on the streets in Brazzaville, the capital of the Republic of Congo, as well as a banner featuring Sassou Nguesso.
Progress or achievement is what every citizen expects. It's a change in the job market. We want this change. We want there to be enough companies in the country so that young people don't turn to delinquency.
Destine Goma, another local, echoed similar sentiments, stressing the Congolese leaders' promise to reduce the unemployment rate.
If it is a private individual who creates jobs, the number will be limited, while if it is the government, the number will be greater, and it will allow us to decrease the unemployment rate in our country.
Almost 60% of people in the Republic of Congo are under 25, with nearly half the population living below the poverty line. Preliminary results on Sunday suggest Sassou Nguesso secured his fifth consecutive term with 94.82% of the votes, and his nearest rival less than 2%. Sassou Nguesso, 82, has dominated Congolese politics for over 40 years. He first became president in 1979, returned to power in 1997, and a 2015 constitutional change removed age and term limits, allowing him to run again.
Now, taking a look at some sports news, international football's law-making body, the International Football Association Board, has approved a series of new rule changes aimed at reducing time wasting and improve the tempo of matches. The decisions were made recently during its 140th annual general meeting held in Hensall, Wales.
The newly approved measures focus on keeping the game flowing and limiting unnecessary delays. Under the changes, teams will be penalized for delaying restarts. A slow throw-in will result in possession being awarded to the opposing team, while a delayed goal kick will now lead to a corner kick. Substitutions will also be strictly timed, with players required to leave the field immediately. Any delay will prevent the substitute from entering the match until after 1 minute of play has passed. Players receiving medical attention on the field will be required to leave and remain off the pitch for at least 1 minute once play resumes. The board has also indicated that tougher measures to deal with discriminatory behavior are being developed ahead of the FIFA World Cup. These changes are not yet in effect and will only be implemented during the 2026 FIFA World Cup, which kicks off on the 11th of June in USA, Canada, and Mexico.
Yes, another opportunity. Oh! And again, bicycle kick!
Now, taking a look at the weather forecast for the day and updates around the country. Heavy warnings are being given. Heavy thunderstorms are expected over the Zambezi with a likelihood of flash floods. Please take the necessary precautions. Now, the interior will be partly cloudy and warm to very hot with scattered widespread thunder showers possible over Kavango East and Kavango West, as well as the Zambezi regions. Now, a few to isolated thunder showers are likely to occur over the central north, Ochirunjupa, Komas, as well as Maheke and Kunene regions at places. Moderate to fresh westerly to southwesterly winds are expected to persist over the western escarpment. Now, the coast will be partly cloudy and mild to warm, while the wind will blow light to fresh southerly to southwesterly, but moderate to strong southeasterly over the south coast. Now, in terms of the tides at Wildfish Bay, we can expect a low tide at 13 minutes to 11 this morning and a high tide at 8 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. Sunrise in the capital this morning will be at 5 minutes to 7, while sunset will be expected at a minute past 7 in the evening. Now, let's take a look at your expected minimum and maximum temperatures across the various towns in Namibia.
Please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Namibia elected its first female president in 2024 as Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah stepped into office in March of the following year. This rare portrait looks at her journey, exploring her resilience, struggle, and the vision shaping a nation's future. Watch the story of a woman who shattered the glass ceiling and inspired a continent. She not only changed the status quo, she gave hope to a young nation.
I now belong to all Namibians, and I have to take care of all Namibians.
Dr. Netumbo, a leader beyond politics, courtesy of MultiChoice Namibia.
Welcome back. Now for a traffic update this morning, I'm joined by Superintendent Marceline Morapo from the Public Relations as well as Community Policing at the City Police. Good morning, Superintendent, and thank you so much for making time to be here.
Good morning, and good morning to our viewers.
And happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day to you too.
It's over to you.
All right. This morning on our traffic update, we do not have any accident at this hour. There's also no notable obstructions. The road closures, the ongoing road closure actually. The first one is the intersection of Kingsley and Machichi, just to remind our road users again, and also Casino Street in town, as well as the roadworks now that are ongoing, also the intersection of Aviation and Ours Road, as well as the back of Pioneers Park Extension 1 on Western Bypass. There's also a closure there for Beren Carlson, and also a number of roadworks also in the side of Katutura on Evelyn Street. At this hour, the new closures are only in the CBD on Independence Avenue, right in front of the city of Windhoek, where there was a bash. That road is still closed off, but it will be opened as soon as possible this morning. The closure is from Garden Street up until Semnioma Drive. So motorists should still take note of that and make use of alternative routes. And also by Semnioma Stadium, the closure also on Claudius Kanduvado from Andrew Mohale up until Gregor Mendes Street. The reason is to reduce the flow or the movement of traffic around the stadium, so we do not create chaos and disturbances because there will be a lot of pedestrian movement also. But there is a provision where the drivers should make use of, those that are especially taking the people to the stadium. So let's take note of that. Andrew Mohale and Gregor Mende is closed off around the stadium. Apart from that, I just want to, again, just to inform our public or the road users that it's an Independence Day today. A lot of people are expected to attend, especially at the stadium, just to advise the public that those that are going with their private vehicle, we always advise them not to leave valuable in their vehicles. Make sure you remove these items. So if you forget them in the car and you find yourself already in the stadium, the moment you remember, please go back and remove those items. As criminals at this hour, at this type of events, also go and multitask. They will go and celebrate the independence and also at the same time be checking around the vehicles to see what is there, breaking your car, and they will take your items. There will also be a number of car guards there. Let's make use of them where possible, if you are able to pay them or whatever that they may ask, so they also be on the lookout. And the other issue is theft from motor vehicles, those cars where mirrors are being stolen. Make sure you park it at least at an area where there's movement, where there's visibility. If there are cameras, park in front of the cameras where possible. available just to deter these criminals also from stealing these mirrors from our cars. And also drink and driving, people will celebrate independence. We expect them to celebrate responsibly by making sure that if you take alcohol, get somebody to assist you to drive. We are already packed as police officers at the stadium, but we are not only going to focus at the stadium itself. We'll also we are already around the city, the CBD, as well as the side also of Katutura, where the celebration is happening. I know that the roads like Independence Avenue, the roads like Hans-Dietrich Genscher that passes through Shandumbala going to the Independence Avenue, it will be packed because all our cars are traveling that side, as well as Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the roads that's coming from Ochimisi, Rocky Crest. These roads are expected to be fully packed, but then I will advise that let's make use of some routes or roads that are inside the locations. You pass some roads like if you are passing from the side of Black Chain, the clinic there. I think that may take you also to the stadium to avoid or reduce the congestion. Let's see where there are alternative routes and make use of that. Again, the issue again of police visibility, we are there. If you have any issues, please do speak to any police officers there. And parents who are going with kids, please make sure you take care of this little one, where there's a lot of people or crowds of people, kids, may get lost easily. It's up to us parents. Where possible, if there's somebody to stay with them at home, leave them at home. Let them also watch it on the television. But if you happen to go with them, if you see few minutes, you don't see your child, make sure you look for your child. Talk to somebody to help you trace these kids, and also that they are always closer to you, so they do not, you do not lose sight of these kids. For now, I think those are the few that I want to advise the road users. And also that it's important that, if possible, let's make use of provided transports like buses that will take people to the stadium. This is just to say that there might not be enough parking, and it will be easier for you to just go with the bus, go off, and then they will take you back again during that time. But if you happen to go with your car, please be mindful of your surrounding and where you are parking. Those are just a few, but for any call for service, we are still reachable on 061 302 302, or we can also be sent an SMS on 4444 for any call for service. You may also just contact us. We are going straight from here to the stadium. Thank you.
Well, Superintendent, thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning.
You're welcome.
That was Superintendent Marceline Morapo from, that is Community Policing as well as Public Relations Section, City Police of Windhoek, giving us a traffic update around the city of Windhoek today, and also indicating that police visibility and presence will be there regardless whether or not we're celebrating, that's the Independence Day today. Now, we would also like to wish the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia a happy birthday. Lucia Bedboy was born in 1961 on the 21st of March. She turned 65 this year. Now, we're wishing her a long life and prosperity on this Independence Day. It's a double celebration indeed for her. Now, as announced earlier, the President read an independence message earlier this morning. Let's now take a look at that message.
Fellow Namibians, on the 21st of March, 36 years ago, our founding president, father of the Namibian nation, and leader of the Namibian Revolution, His Excellency, Comrade Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, declared Namibia's independence, and I quote, "In conclusion, I move in the names of our people to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent," end of quote. On that historical day, in 1990, the Namibian nation, joined by the international community, witnessed the collapse of the apartheid racial South African regime and the triumph hosting of the Namibian flag a banner that must forever fly proudly across our land. Therefore, today we gathered in different parts of our beloved Namibia, the land of the brave, is a proud and free people, celebrating the 36th anniversary of Namibia's independence. 36 years ago, our nation emerged from a long struggle into the dawn of liberty. The Namibian flag was raised for the first time, symbolizing our resolve, aspiration for self-determination. Fellow Namibians, on that historical day, the eyes of the world were fixed upon the Independence Stadium in Windhoek. It was there that our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, received the instrument of power from the then UN Secretary General Perez de Queira, making a point that the Namibian people and the international community had not recognized the apartheid South African rule over Namibia, and marking the end of colonial apartheid rule and the birth of a sovereign Namibia. Many of us still remember the powerful moment on the 21st of March, 1990 at midnight, when the Namibian flag was raised for the first time, marking our hard-won independence after a protracted struggle. For others, especially our young people, that moment lives through the stories of parents, teachers, and elders, because many of you were not yet born or were too young to remember our nation's first step as a free and independent republic. In the words of Comrade Anjiba Toivo, one of the founding members of SWAPO Party, he said, and I quote, "The struggle will be long and bitter, but I also know that my people will wage that struggle whatever the cost." End of the quote. Those words continue to guide us today and remind us that the freedom we enjoy today has not come easy. Fellow Namibians, our independence was hard-won. Numerous valiant sons and daughters endured incarceration, adversary, and the ultimate sacrifice so that Namibia could attain liberty. Today we pay homage to those heroes and heroines who unwavering bravery and selflessness made our independence a reality. Indeed, their blood waters the freedom we cherish today. There was a time when some wonders whether Namibia could ever see the dawn of freedom. It must also be noted that some of those who fought for that freedom did not live to witness that historical day. But because of the courage, determination, and unwavering belief of those who led the struggle, and of the many Namibians who never gave up on the dream of freedom, we stand here today as a proud and independent nation. This year's commemoration carries a special significance. It is being celebrated simultaneously across all 14 regions of our country. This is done to enable our people to appreciate and value our independence, own our country, and work in unison for the well-being of all. Across our towns, villages, and the regional capitals, Namibians are gathered at the same time to celebrate this important day together. This reflects the very spirit of our nation, that independence belongs to every Namibian in every corner of our land. Fellow Namibian, this year we commemorate our independence under the theme Beyond 35 for a Prosperity Future. The theme calls us not only celebrate the achievement of the past 36 years, but also to actively shape the future we are building together. Our freedom has given us the opportunity to shape our own destiny. From today onward, we each should shoulder the responsibility to use that freedom to build a Namibia that is prosperous, inclusive, and united for generations to come. As we celebrate this milestone, we must also appreciate the peace and stability that Namibia has preserved. That is the peace we must protect and safeguard at all times. Peace and stability are national achievements. We must protect and strengthen it for future generations. Fellow Namibians, at a time when many parts of the world are facing conflict, geopolitical tension, and uncertainty, Namibia remains a country where dialogue, democracy, and the rule of law guide our national life. Independence today reminds us that while we may hold different political views and beliefs, our identity as Namibians must always stand above our differences. On this day, we come together as one people. This day belongs to all Namibians. Fellow Namibians, while we celebrate our progress, let us also look ahead with honesty and resolve to overcome the challenges that remains. Many of our citizens continue to face poverty and inequality. Many families are still seeking meaningful employment, decent housing, and access to basic services that allow them to live with dignity. As I often say, we are too few to be poor. Those challenges calls for collective action and shared responsibility. Building a prosperous Namibia requires all of us, the government, the private sector, civil society, and citizens to work together. The most meaningful way we can safeguard our hard-won independence is through deliberate social, economic, and psychological transformation. At the same time, it will be unfair not to acknowledge the progress our nation has made since independence. Over the past decade, Namibia has built strong democratic institutions, expanded infrastructures, and strengthened its human capital. Our educational system continues to advance the transformation. Today, Namibia cultivates and graduates its own medical professionals, a prospect unmanageable at the dawn of independence. Our young professionals, entrepreneurs, and innovators are contributing to the development of our country. Fellow Namibians, as we continue this journey of nation building, we must also confront one of the greatest threats to our collective progress, which is the evil of corruption. In my inaugural address, I stated clearly that corruption is not simply a crime against the state. It's a betrayal of the people you are to save and could be compared to treason. When resources intended to improve the lives of our citizens are diverted for personal gain, it is because an injustice to every Namibian who depends on those for better schools, health care, housing, and opportunities. Therefore, those entrusted with public responsibility must serve with honesty, discipline, and integrity. If they do otherwise, they must be held accountable. On the other side, it is saddening to see tribalism, racism, regionalism increasingly showing their ugly face in our nation. Those elements are very dangerous. They tear nations apart and destroy countries and must be avoided at all costs. I fully agree that we have to appreciate our national character. However, using it for individual or political gain is very dangerous and destructive. As a nation and leaders, we must avoid our emotions to be led by tribalism, regionalism, and all that comes with it. Fellow Namibians, when I assumed the office on the 21st of March 2025, under the 8th administration, we committed to reduce poverty, inequality, and unemployment in our country. The 8th administration is determined to advance national priorities in the line with the 6th National Development Plan, with agriculture remaining priority number 1. While not forgetting our elderly, young people, and the youth who will continue to be central in our developmental agenda. Subsequently, in the first year of this administration, the government has introduced the National Youth Development Fund and a strengthened internship program to empower our young people. In the education sector, the government has also introduced subsidized tertiary education through free registration fees, while strengthening vocational training and early childhood development. In infrastructure development, the expansion of roads, energy facilities, and other key infrastructures that connect communities and support economic growth continue to receive attention. For the year 2026-2027 financial year, the government continued to pay attention to the social sector, including health care, education, and programs that support the well-being of our citizens across the 14 regions. While we face competing national priorities, we remain determined to ensure social support system continue to protect our most vulnerable and adapt to meet future needs. Our economy remains resilient with projected growth of 3.1% in 2026, while maintaining microeconomic stability and lower inflation. However, the global environment is becoming increasingly uncertain, with tension and conflict worldwide. Of great concern now is the large-scale war between the USA, Israel, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, those factors could negatively impact our economy. The government will continue to monitor the situation and develop strategies to take us through the storm if and when it comes. Fellow Namibians, guided by our Constitution, Namibia will continue to stand for peace, dialogue, and cooperation among nations. We therefore appeal to all parties in any conflict to exercise restraint and engage in dialogue for the good of humanity. Climate change is another phenomenon that, if unchecked, can reverse our gains and hinder progress at the required pace. It is therefore critical that the international community and individual member states, guided by the principle of common but different responsibilities, play their role. There is an urgent need to protect our environment so we can take care of us. In Namibia, we continue to develop programs for both mitigation and adaptation through the Energy Mix project and invest in smart agriculture, among others. Fellow Namibians, while government plays its role, true national progress can only be achieved when citizens and the government work together. Let us move forward together as one Namibia, one nation, united in purpose, confident in our future, and committed to building a prosperous Namibia for all. Our future is bright if we continue to walk this journey together as Namibians. Our Independence Day is therefore not only a celebration of our past, but also a call to recommit ourselves to build a better future with one heart and one mind. I wish you all a happy 36th Independence Anniversary. Unity, liberty, justice. I thank you for your attention, and let us enjoy our day.
Thank you so much for staying with us on this 36th Independence Day, Namibia. Now, we saw the Excellency, that is Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, giving her independence message, starting off the statement and indicating and quoting the founding president on the 21st of March 1990 when he delivered his statement at midnight, saying, "In conclusion, I move in the name of our people and declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent." And she also concluded her message indicating that if we walk together, our future is bright if we continue to walk this journey together as Namibians. Our Independence Day is therefore not only a celebration of our past, but also a call to recommit ourselves to building a better future with one heart and one mind. That was a statement coming from Her Excellency as we celebrate 36 years of independence today. Now, moving on. Now, as Namibia marks 36 years of independence, the nation reflects on its journey of growth, resilience, and transformation. While significant strides have been made in the nation building, governance, and development, questions remain about inclusivity, opportunities, and the pace of progress, especially for the youth, who make up a large portion of the population. This morning, we are joined by youth leader and activist Bernard Kavau, who will share insights on how young people perceive Namibia's evolution since independence, the challenges they continue to face, and that what must be done to create a more inclusive and opportunity-driven future. Good morning, sir. Happy Independence, and thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning.
Good morning to all Namibians. Indeed, happy Independence Day. 36 years, it's a journey that has been. We are lucky as youth, when we gain independence, we're not yet born, but here we are. We are benefiting because of our forefathers who fought for democracy.
Talking about specifically the youth perspective, how would you describe Namibia's journey over the last 36 years?
The journey of Namibia over the last 36 years, we could say it has made a steady, positive progress. For us as young people, our most focus is we look at a young person starting as an offspring. So what we've observed slowly in terms of healthcare, it has improved. You look at a mother, for example, for some reason, if the mother cannot be able to breastfeed, the government has made it a priority by giving supplements such as that milk which are in the bottles to assist the baby. That is already taking care of a young person before they move forward. And then we continue things of vaccination for any diseases, everyone, no one has been left out as a young person. But the most interesting part now, after being taken care of from a younger age, we look at in terms of education. As young Namibians, education from a primary level, it became free, which is directly a beneficiation of a young Namibian. Not only primary, it moved to secondary. Not only secondary, but now our dream has become a reality. As a young person who belongs to this country, Republic of Namibia, now we have the subsidized higher education. In our terms, we call it free, because what it means, what you have to do as a young person, you only need to pass your grade 11 or advanced subsidiary, then you go and register at institution of your choice without paying anything, which is extremely free. And we must be proud as Namibian, as young people, because we are benefiting from this. It's because of independence.
I see the message that you're putting across there to say that while government does its part, especially when it comes to free education, the young people have a responsibility to also ensure that they study and pass so that they can be able to benefit from these programs.
Exactly. What the government is taking back to the young people is we must be responsible enough. We must play our role. It's free, but it can only be free for you if you commit yourself and pass. So that's where we are.
Indeed. Let's talk about perhaps that despite the progress that we've made, also the president was very candid in a statement to indicate that there are challenges that we still face in this country. And specifically, perhaps one of them is the issue of youth unemployment, which remains quite high. Where do you think the gap is coming from?
It's a systematic process. Like I've said, starting from an early age, now we are at a subsidized free higher education. What follows then after the government has taken care of you? The expectation is that as a youth or as a scholar, when you are done with your qualifications at tertiary institution, you must be able to be recruited. Now the question that is where we were challenged. We have a high number of youth unemployment. Now we need to dissect what might be the problem. For us as the youth leader, we think we must go back to the institution of higher learning. Are they training young people directly in connection with the job market, or they are just training young people for the purpose that because access to education in Namibia, it's attainable. One thing that we've observed is when it comes to these two careers, education and health, especially in nursing, it's oversaturated. So we think for some reason we didn't prepare very well. We need to reflect and look what can we do really to overcome these challenges. And we also recognize that one of the challenges, our economy is very small. We should think in a way, how do we expand our economy so that it can absorb those who have to be employed? But the most important thing, when an academic, after you graduate, the first priority should be, how do I create employment for myself and for the next person? That must be the message for the young people.
That must be the message. Let's talk about, you talk about, the systematic issues and challenges that we are facing. And perhaps one of the things that constantly comes out is that young people appear to be saying that they are not adequately included in the decision-making process in Namibia. Is this the case?
We could not say young people are not adequately included. When you look at the policies of Namibia, they are well written, they are more inclusive. For instance, at this stage, I would say that statement does not exist. For example, with the Youth Development Fund, as we engage young people, mostly in urban area, you could say 20% of them, they are aware about the Youth Development Fund. But then you ask about the 70% in urban area, what is the reason? Why are you not aware about this? For some instance, I'm sorry to say, some could say it's just a matter of ignorance. Some could say it's a mismatch of priorities. Many young people, they will be more informed about a new track of music that has been released today rather than something of policy developmental to themselves. That is one of the challenges that we need to confront. However, when you go to the rural area, the most thing you will find about the rural area is that they do not have access to information. The only access to information they have is a radio. And this radio, it belongs to a tatekulu. This tatekulu interest is just to listen to the news for a short while and switch it off in order to save the energy or the batteries. So I think we need to focus more on the rural area. How do we bring access to information in the rural area? How do we drop newspapers to the rural area? Because it's very rare to find the newspapers in the rural area. Those are some of the challenges that we are seeing. It's ignorance, a lack of access to information, and misplaced priorities among young people.
Okay. Let's talk about, you briefly touch on the education sector, that it has quite evolved over the number of, but do you think it's evolving enough even now with this year's introduction of subsidized tertiary education to be able to prepare them very well for the job market?
Well, some institutions, I think we can see they are trying. There are institutions of higher learning that are developing or have developed courses directly in green hydrogen. There are some institutions that have developed courses in oil and gas. That one is a very important component in terms of if we really want the youth to have job opportunity. We as young people, sometimes we get worried. There's oil discovery. Then if there's oil discovery, did we train our young people to become skilled in that industry? Because if we don't train them very well, then we are creating employment for our brothers and sisters within the SADC industry or the African diaspora and the world at large, which is not a problem. But the first thing is we must prepare our own young people so that we can know how can they benefit from that. And it should not be a dream for a young person only to see a diamond in a movie. We have diamonds in Namibia, but how well are we training our young people for them to associate closer to the diamond and feel it rather than just watching it in a movie? Maybe that's the direction we need to go.
Let's talk about the role of youth activism. What role have they played over shaping national conversation over the years? Have they been impactful? Have they made significant contribution?
I could say young people have contributed mainly on policy decision. It's just about positioning ourselves. I remember during the time of now Professor Job Mpanda, who were a little bit younger than them, the discourse was always about land. From that stage, we even went further to talk about rent $1. You could see the significant support from the government. To an extent, at that stage, the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, it was Ms. Sophia Shaningwa, received those funds. You see, that is a level at how government listen to the young people. Not only that, that one I've touched on land issues, but when you look at free education. It has been a resolution of student movement. I remember that time in Nanso that has been a call. And I remember the time when in the Student Union of Namibia, it has always been a call for free quality education, specifically in higher education. Now, whatever the call of the young people, what they've said, it has become a reality. Today we have free subsidized tertiary education. It's because of the call of the young people. Maybe I could say it's how we position ourselves. Where do we address our problem? Is the right platform and so on. I think our government is an ear to listen to.
Talking about government ear to listen to, if you could identify 3 priorities, especially perhaps for government and stakeholders must address to improve the lives of young people, what would be those 3 priorities?
One is education. Now that we have access to education, we need to guard the quality. Quality is very important. Quality in terms that whatever content being given, it opens many doors, like job market alignment. Education should be about, when I'm educated, it must add value to myself. Even when someone passes, they must see that they are really educated. Secondly, I think we need investment in our health care. When you look at the bigger hospital that we have, Katutura Central and so on, we want to see that the government build a massive hospital bigger than this which were built to prior to independence. That is the second. Third, I think what we should do now is expansion of infrastructure, particularly in the rural area. We have issues of urbanization. It's because most of the opportunity for young people are in urban area. But I think if we go back to the rural area, empower it, we will reduce urbanization, we will reduce the issue of rent, which is high, which is affecting the young people. I think in those areas, those are the 3 things we really need to focus and advance for us to be a better Namibia.
Now, as we conclude our conversation this morning on Independence Day, what message would you like to leave with us, especially as we look forward to the future and possibly not only to the young people who might be watching right now, but also the leaders who might be watching?
Well, I want to quote and read it as it is. You look at, from the vision of Sam Nujoma, he emphasized a visionary Namibia. 2030 has been a goal. So we are just 4 years before 2030. Then you look at His Excellency Hifikepunye Pohamba, who emphasized on the discipline of young people. Then you look at the late His Excellency Hage Geingob, who always focused on inclusivity for young people to be included in every activity. Now you look at the wisdom of Nangolo Mbumba. You look at now Honorable Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, where she's always emphasizing on the youth must rise as the driving force of Namibia, progress, unity, and future prosperity. So in conclusion, as young people, we need to guard our democracy. We need to guard our rights. But as we guard our rights, we must be responsible enough. Thank you.
Indeed. Well, Bernard Kabau, thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning.
Thank you very much. Happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day to you too as well. Now, those were the views of youth leader and activist Bernard Kabau, sharing with us his thoughts on how far we have come and where we think we can do better as we move forward.
Namibia will mark 36 years of freedom and independence this Saturday, the 21st of March. This year, celebrations have been decentralized to the regional level to keep you up to date. The NBC News will bring you an Independence Day special bulletin at 1700 hours on the 21st of March on how regional activities unfolded. Make a date with us, your reliable news source.
This year, Namibia is 36 years old and we are no longer a baby. In the book of Deuteronomy 28, God speaks about the blessings that follow obedience, faithfulness, and righteous living.
And it's so important that we first obey the gospel to receive the Lord Jesus Christ as our personal Lord and Savior. Otherwise, sometimes we want to obey principles or scriptures, but the Bible says, in Christ we are blessed.
A nation that exalts God shall be blessed. The Bible says that when the righteous prosper, the city rejoices. So we need people that are clothed with the righteousness of God.
Keep up the good work.
From the classrooms of Namibia,
Yes, it is possible that someone can rise from being a teacher.
to the highest corridors of leadership,
So help me God.
discover the remarkable journey of Lucia Witbooi, Namibia's fourth vice president, born on the 21st of March and destined to become a lifelong servant of the nation.
When she came into the executive position, she already had an understanding.
In this powerful documentary, we explore the story, leadership, and vision shaping Namibia's future.
I'm a person that is more on how can I improve this person's life.
We now understand her roles and responsibilities. It's not only family bound, but the whole of Namibia.
We love you so much, Granny. We appreciate you so much.
Lucia Witbooi, A Life of Service. Premieres this Saturday at 7 p.m. on NBC One and 9 p.m. on NBC Two. Only on NBC.
Welcome back. Now, the job of the Namibian government is to make decisions that affect Namibia and to administer the country. Now, the central government is mainly situated in Windhoek, but this is far away from communities in both urban and rural areas across the country. Now, this is why the National Assembly adopted the decentralization policy in 1997. Now, decentralization gives the regional councils and local authorities the power to plan and administer on local level and to do things that improve the lives of their citizens, both socially and economically. Namibia's 2026 Independence Day celebrations will be held simultaneously across all 14 regions, marking the departure from previous years when the events were hosted in a single town or region. We've invited Dr. Naphthal Sakalia-Ngalangi, who is an education expert, to discuss Namibia's progress when it comes to decentralization. Doctor, thank you so much for making time to join us all the way from Rundu in the Kavango East region and to speak to us on this happy Independence Day.
Thank you very much for having me, and happy Independence anniversary to the fellow Namibians.
Okay. Now, Doctor, do you agree that perhaps that the decentralization of political and financial responsibility, is meant for realizing national ideals and values in the case of Namibia?
Unreservedly, yes. Decentralization is a key initiative to the government of the Republic of Namibia to ensure that people participate in the governance. So Namibia is a democratic state, And we know too well, some popular says, as far as democracy is concerned, is well articulated as government of the people, by the people, for the people. And the last phrase of this quote resonates too well of for the people, that people themselves have to participate in their own development. Therefore, decentralization is very key to a country like ours, where people are expected to participate in their own affairs, prioritizing the the development that they need in their areas and so forth. So practically in the Namibian setup, it is public knowledge that we have the regional councils, we have the local authorities. Those are the sub-national structures established to oversee the development at the regional level as well as at the local authority level. Therefore, these are people that are very close to the citizens they lead. So therefore, the decentralization, it is so fundamental in a Namibian setup that the local authority councillors or the regional councillors are able to interact with the citizens on the grassroots level so that they can participate in the planning and the execution of all government activities, particularly the one that focuses on the development of this country.
So much for that introduction, Doctor. Now, we know that Namibia's decentralization policy was adopted by the National Assembly in 1997. How would you rate Namibia so far in terms of this decentralization? And perhaps when you compare to other countries on the continent with their models that is of compared to Namibia, how would you rate Namibia?
So the policy for 1997 was further on strengthened with the Decentralization Enabling Act 33 of 2000. And the act is very clear, as I have stated in my introduction, that the principal aim is to ensure or to enhance governance at the regional level, to enhance participation, and to empower people at the grassroots. So, but it must be stated that this act works in two approaches or phases. The first phase is that of delegation, where line ministries' functions are delegated to regional councils and to the local authority for supervision or to oversee, whereas the line ministries are responsible, the executive directors in the line ministries are responsible for accountable for the affairs of their respective ministry. Whereas the final stage of decentralization, which is very key, is devolution. Devolution makes reference to where all functions are absorbed in the regional council, the functions of all OMAs, that is the offices, ministries, and agencies of the government, are absorbed in the regional councils, and the regional councils will take charge and control of all its affairs. Unfortunately, as we speak today, there are just few ministries that are at the delegation stage where its functions are delegated to the regional council. He said that despite the policy being in existence since 1987, and of course the Decentralization Enabling Act being in existence since 2000, we are actually having very few ministries that whose functions are yet delegated at the regional council, and none of the ministries have yet, as far as my records are concerned, none of the ministries' function has not fully devolved in the powers of the regional council. That is a bit slow in my liking. You can see that the policy itself is very good. If implemented to its fullest, we will see that the main aim of ensuring that people at the grassroots participate and people take charge of their own affairs or their own development is realized.
Thank you,
However,
Doc.
the slow pace of
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Doctor. Thank you so much for that. Now let's talk about perhaps, Doctor, the effect when it comes to the issue as of to how these local authorities or regional councils engage with their communities that they serve. Are you happy with the way how councils communicate, you know, in terms of these traditional methods, or is there a way for us to be able to do better?
I think so far, so good, in my observation, that the regional councils are found within their respective constituencies. And there exist structures that, that compels the regional councils to interact or to work with their community, right from the village development committees to the constituency development committees, that developments at the constituency level are taken through the existing structures that will force a regional councillor to work with his people. So therefore, in short, is to say that so far, the working relationship between the regional council and their electorate, it's good because it's a position of accountability. That if you don't work with, these are the people that have voted you and they have given you a 5-year contract. If you are not working with them, you are prone to be voted out. So therefore, as we stand today, I can attest that you could see a lot of effort from the regional councillors to ensure that they work closely with people that have put them into power. The same should be said about the local authority councillors.
Well, now, Doctor, we know that Namibia's 2026 independence celebration taking place today will be held simultaneously across all 14 regions, marking a departure from previous years when events were hosted in a single region or a town. Could this also be seen in the eye of decentralization when it comes to national events?
Yes, this was really a wonderful decision that was arrived at to ensure that every region have their own celebration, and they have opted for a place of their choice. That is a place they see as very important or very central to celebrate the 36th independence celebration. This is a true realization, or it resonates the commitment of the government to decentralize its services. And the people can have their tailor-made program that can suit their environment to celebrate and commemorate the independence celebration.
Okay. Now, Doctor, as we conclude our conversation this morning, what is your message to Namibians on this 36th Independence Day?
So we are celebrating our 36th independence celebration. It's very important that we reflect and look back as how our independence was given. We must continuously pay respect and homage to those that have sacrificed for the independence that we are celebrating today. The peace and the stability that we are enjoying in Namibia is our strength, is our backbone for any development that can happen in this country. Therefore, we should consider ourselves as Namibians that we are a privileged nation, a nation that that is enjoying peace and stability. Despite all economic challenges, we are on the right track. Therefore, our celebration must not be smeared completely by criticism of what government have achieved or what the government did not achieve, that comparison. But we should look at how we can maximize the stability that we in Namibia so that it can propel the development initiatives that people have in different offices.
Sir Sakari Angalangi, thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning again, and happy Independence Day.
Thank you very much.
Now, that was Dr. Naftha Sakalea Ngalangi, an educational expert, discussing Namibia's progress when it comes to decentralization.
distinguished residents of the Erongo region, it is my distinct honor to invite you all to the Independence Day celebrations in Karibep on 21st of March 2026. This year, as we mark 36 years of our nation's independence, we embrace the theme, quote unquote, Beyond 35 for a Prosperous Future, reflecting our commitment to sustained national progress and unity. Since independence, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Namibians, our country has witnessed remarkable growth, and the Erongo region stands as a testament to this progress. We have seen significant improvements in port expansion, expanded access to especially rural electrification, upgraded road networks, and the construction of new schools and health facilities. These achievements have laid a strong foundation for education, economic opportunity, and an improved quality life for all. We are therefore privileged, ladies and gentlemen, the residents of Erongo region, to welcome a distinguished guest speaker, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Senior Special Advisor and Head of Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Presidency, who will deliver Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah's message to the people of this scenic region. I therefore extend my heartfelt appreciation to the President, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, for decentralizing these independence celebrations to all 14 regions. And therefore, in turn, as regional leadership of Erongo region, we have decided to honor the residents of Karibep constituency, with the town of Karibep hosting this year's celebration. Of course, all 7 constituencies are tasked to bring its constituency residents in big numbers. Having said this, I, as a governor of this region, is hereby extending the kind invitation to every segment of our society to join this joyous occasion. Young and old, our veterans of the liberation struggle, all family members, white, black, different traditions, cultures, community groups, cultural troops, and especially the schools. We encourage school learners' participation during this festival, so our children are oriented on what it took to be where we are as a nation. The government is committed to making the celebration both inspiring and accessible.
That was the message of Natalie, that's the governor of the Erongo region there, speaking to us about what independence means in a region. We're now changing focus. This time around, we're taking a look at the independence message by Vice President Lucia Witbooi. Now let's take a look at the following insert.
Namibia became one of Africa's youngest nations when it attained independence on the 21st of March 1990. This year marks the 36th anniversary of that historic milestone. As the nation reflects on its journey of freedom, development and leadership, we're joined by the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Lucia Witbooi, to reflect on the significance of Independence Day and her first year in office. Madam Vice President, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure to be having you this, of course, this particular part of the day. Let's start by reflecting on your personal journey and leadership. Madam Vice President, before entering politics, you served as a teacher for 27 years. What inspired your transition from, education into public service and politics?
Thank you very much. As you said, I was for 27 years a teacher. And of course, politics is part of everybody. So while I was a teacher, I already started joining politics at the lower level. For example, at the sections and at the branches. And from there, I've joined Parliament in 2010.
Very well. How was that journey like for you, making that transition from education to politics? How difficult was it? Was it an easy one? Was it a difficult one?
It was really not a difficult one, because as I said, as a teacher, I was already at the branch level, at the section level, and at the branch level in the leadership position. And of course, politics is about you must have influence. So as a teacher, I have influence into the community, working every day with the community, with the parents and in the community. And of course, I was also exposed because my husband was a pastor. And as a pastor's wife, you are engaging with the woman, with everybody in the church. So I had already that relationship and good standing relationship, I believe, with the community. So that therefore it was easy for me to work with them in the community, in politics. When it comes to election time, then it was easy for me because it's my community members.
Of course.
Thank
Very
you.
well. Namibia has reached a historic milestone with women occupying office of the president, vice president, and of course, speaker of the National Assembly. What does this moment mean for the country, and how do you see it shaping the future of leadership, and gender representation?
Thank you for the question. Namibia has made significant progress in advancing the role of women in leadership at the national development. Guided by the constitutional commitment to equality, the country has implemented progressive policies that have enabled more women to participate in decision-making levels and of the society. Today, women serve in key positions across government, in the parliament, and in the judiciary, in the local authorities, and reflecting a deliberate national effort to promote gender balanced leadership. So, as one can see, from the top, the vice president, the president, the vice president, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and they are so, even in the private sector, women are in leadership.
Absolutely.
So we had that strong policies that enabled our improvement.
Very well. Looking at 35 years after independence now, how would you describe the journey of women in shaping the nation?
In shaping, thank you. That the progress we are witnessing today, in the increased number of women participation in leadership across the government, across our businesses and other sectors, did not happen by chance. It is a result of as I said, a deliberate policies, strong, and then very important is also there was strong political commitment and the resilience of Namibian women and themselves. They stood up for themselves and demand and say, this is what we want, this is what we want, this is where we want to be. We want not just to be in the lower, but we want to be on the table where final decisions are made.
Absolutely.
So they have also really stand up for themselves.
Yeah, because as a result, of course, we see women in leadership now across not only government, but even business, civil society. And if you can talk about that from your perspective, what are really some of the factors that contributed to this progress?
Some of the factors, of course, as I said, there was deliberate policies, policies in place that make it easy for women to come to the main table. And as I can say, for example, the ruling party, they were the leading driving force by within them, within their structures, and they brought in the zebra style so that we can provide, for example, to ECN a zebra list, a zebra list, 50-50 male female list, and it has also encouraged other political parties to improve on women representation. If we, for example, talk about the parliament for example. So those were the deliberate efforts that we have put in place.
Very well. But of course, despite these achievements, many young women still face barriers when it comes to accessing opportunities, when it comes to empowerment. What more do you think we need to do to ensure that the next generation of women can actually, still continue to participate fully when it comes to Namibia's development?
Yes, it's true. It's still many women are lagging behind. Young women still need that structural and socioeconomic barriers that limit their ability to fully access opportunities to contribute to national development. As we move forward, and as a nation, our collective priority must be to deepen investment in quality education, skills development, and leadership training for our girls and our young women, particularly in the fields that are shaping their future, the future economy, such as science, technology, and so on. But while we are encouraging our girls to do more and be part and be active, we should also not leave behind the boy child. They also need the guidance, they also need the support, and they also need the empowerment to grow into responsible, respectful, and productive members of the society.
Very well. You are a role model to a lot of young girls. What would you say is your words of encouragement to a lot of young women who are watching right now? Of course, inspired by yourself as Vice President to take up positions of leadership, and also to be bold enough to go out and serve their communities.
Yes, of course, they must first also acknowledge their potential and never feel that I uncertain about themselves, never feel uncertain about themselves. They must know this is what I want to achieve in my life and strive for it consistently and take also take part in deliberate programs and things that can enrich their confidence and capability. Of course, many times the society, we have different people in the society, they will throw at you the stones, and this one is so, and this one is so. Just take that stones and build for you the stairs, build for you the stairs on which you will step to come where you want.
Absolutely.
So to confident, know what you want. Don't undermine you. Don't say, I cannot do it. Do it and see whether you cannot do it.
Very well. That's very bold advice. Thank you so much for that. Let's talk about your 12-month year or 12-month period in office as a Vice President. Vice President, this year marks your first anniversary. How would you describe your first year in office in service to the Namibian people?
I'm satisfied with myself. I can say I'm satisfied with myself. It was a hectic year for me to serve at this second highest office of the country. So it was really, for example, you have to your schedule. For example, you have to adapt your schedule. You have to put up your schedule. You put up your schedule, but then the president's assignments come in. Then you have to put your program aside because that one must be attended to. And every community wants your attention, and you must listen to them. Listen to them. Sometimes it's you say, but this is not my work related because I got the mandate for the genocide, then for the persons living with disability and the marginalized communities. But then here comes a letter. I'm struggling to be recognized as a chief. Here comes another letter, totally out of the free, but you have to listen to it, to look into it. How can you assist? How can you, of course, the line minister is the responsible. So it was hectic, but I can say, for example, we have launched a disability report, the cost of disability report. With the assistance of UNICEF, we have launched that report to see what's the cost involved in one person, for example, living with a disability. With UNICEF, we have launched that report, and that report will assist us how to plan further. Then we have launched the national disability policy. Policy that is a framework that will assist. Of course, it is a framework that we align with the local laws and the international instruments. So we have achieved that one. And there are so many success stories that one can tell. Even today, I just came from a program with the disability and marginalized community workshop that they will have for this 2 to 3 days, 3 days of week days, and they have. I've handed over transport vehicles for the 7 regions where we have the offices. We have only in 7 regions the offices. Of course, depends on how many disabled people do we have there. So we have handed over to the marginalized community the 10 vehicles. So yeah, absolutely. Then I've make some visits to familiarize myself with the situation on the ground. I didn't sit just in the office to see myself. No, this is a problem from Dreamopsis. This is the problem from Skåne. This is the problem from Ondera. I visited a good number of marginalized communities. So I have an understanding also now. But my wish is really accommodation, and that is what I am working on.
Very well. Of the myriad of course, achievements that you just mentioned now, which one would you say was closest to your heart as Vice President? Of course, looking at so many that you mentioned, you've mentioned genocide, of course, that of the disability report as well. Of all of this, which one would you say was close to your heart and why?
I can say all of them are close to me, but of course the revived national disability report. I think that one, when I came in the office, I got it on my table. Within the first week, I got it on my table, and I can say I already, from that time, I already work on it. Every now and then I have to call in the CEO or whoever for me to understand and then to prepare what is it, and because I was the one who took it to the parliament to make a submission to the cabinet, and responsible to the cabinet. At the cabinet level, I was the one who defend it. And yeah, so that one I got on the table, and it attracts my attention.
Very well.
Yes.
Leadership often comes with challenges, without a doubt. You mentioned that, of course, you have to deal with a very tight schedule. You have to be busy every now and then. What are some of the lessons or experiences that you've learned from this year in the 12-month period that perhaps, shaped your approach to leadership?
Yeah, you must have first good health. Make sure that your health, that take care of your health.
Absolutely, yes.
Every now and then, I'm exercising, and during our annual New Year's meeting with the president, the presidency, she emphasizes the importance of wellness. So that contributes to your health. So every now and then, although not every time I'm going to the gym, I'm doing in my house, in my room, the exercise like up, down, up, down, up, down, just to breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Yes, and also you have to make time, listen, prioritize your schedules, your items, listen. And then I have also a good team at my office. We sit together every morning. This is about, what this is about. So make time, listen, read. Monday afternoons, if not during the weekend. Monday afternoons is, for example, for you to read cabinet documents in order for you for Parliament in cabinet to make a contribution, or whether you make a contribution or not, but for you to understand this with the items. So reading, reading and analyze this thing might bring me here. So yes.
Absolutely. What a journey indeed. Looking at the next few years to come, what are some of the the key priorities as Vice President? What are you looking at?
Yeah, my key priorities, and amongst the one is proper housing for the marginalized communities. That if I can, maybe at least, even if it is only 20 houses, not big luxury houses, but at least 2 rooms of a bathroom. That is really, really, really my wish, and I hope and believe that the technical team that with whom I have shared my dream can assist me to achieve that. And of course, food security. Food security, the basic food security, the basic. If every, so for example, our marginalized communities, they got these farms, resettlement farms, and I've seen it's good soil. It's really productive soil. If we can assist them, and they themselves also bring their part, it should be a 50-50, and then we make that land productive, and they have every now and then, if not every day, food on their table.
You mentioned, of course, what some of your key priorities is, which is housing for the marginalized. How far do we think we can achieve that goal? We already saw the beginning of that. We've seen, through the different media outlets, what has been a start of the marginalized homes, of course, being delivered, or rather being started. What more needs to be done in terms of, if you could just let us into some of the things you'll be working with your technical team?
Of course, we need resources. There must be political will and political commitment. If you are committed, this is what I want to achieve. And when you set that goal for you, don't also I want to say spoil your mind with something else. Focus on it, because it has challenges. Like, for example, resource shortage challenges. But besides the government, there are also other partners that can come on board. For example, we have the Ngaguse Foundation. They are. I did the groundbreaking of 40 units for the marginalized community in Epicuro. In Epicuro, I've seen where they stay now currently, and I did the groundbreaking where the Ngaguse Foundation will build for them units where they will be moved. And I think by October, November, it will be inaugurated. And for example, I have started now also with them, build a relationship, because I want them also to look to the other areas. So stay focused and choose one or two. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Your office, of course, has been working very close to cabinet. How would you, assess the working relationship with cabinet in the past 12 months?
At cabinet, yeah, we had a very good team at cabinet. We are really working together, and I can say our deliberations at cabinet level is of good understanding and good quality, I should say. If there is a need for us to send back an item, a submission, for us to understand it more, for us to have more information, we did it. We didn't just approve it. We sent back. The ministers have already experienced that we sent back, especially when the cabinet is not comfortable not comfortable, but we want more information. So, as I said, the president have chosen a good team,
Absolutely,
good committed team,
Very well.
that will not let her fail. And we are not there to let her fail. We will do everything possible for her to shine, for the Namibia to shine. Us as the cabinet ministers and the whole parliament, members of parliament, and this 8th administration to shine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
At the end of your tenure, Madam Vice President, what legacy would you like to leave for the Namibian people?
The legacy that I want to leave for the Namibian people is caring. If we care for each other. I'm not a high person. For me, take care for each other. Don't let the next person struggle with life, struggle with something on the table. If you can assist. If you can bring a garden there, if you can improve and have a group of strong women in a community, strong women, if every community have a strong group of women in a community that can, at the church level, at the community level, at the school, at the schools, and they can expand, for example, to have gardens, gardens that will bring something on the table for them. So stronger families, stronger communities, and stronger women, especially women groups. That is what I want to advocate for, and I'm advocating for strong women groups.
And do you think this is achievable?
No, it is achievable. We have women with talents out there. We have women that are committed out there. We have women that can do, that can. It's just what the only thing that I'm missing in some of the communities is the leadership. The leadership will take, but they are sitting there with brilliant ideas. For example, if I go from here, if I said I want to see women this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon, they will come in numbers. So the will is there. It's just we must build and instill in them the spirit of independence. You must be independent. Don't rely on just on, for example, handouts and what. See what you can do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And speaking of independence, Madam Vice President, Namibia marks another year of independence, 36 years. What does this mean to you personally, not only as Vice President, but as Lucia Witbooi, a Namibian child? What personally and what also would it mean for the nation as a whole?
Yeah, to get independence was not easy. Blood was shed for the liberation of this country. It was not easy. So therefore we must not take it as granted and grab with both hands what you can get in opportunity, what you can get from within these 36 years. 36 years. So let us this year, the president and the cabinet and the leadership have decided we will take the celebrations to all the regions. we decentralize the celebrations. And the words of the president, and of course of us, is let the people feel the celebrations. So if you can follow on the social media, if you follow the region, every wants to beat this one, everyone in terms of advertising, inviting the community. So therefore the communities out there, it is our 36 years. So let us attend those 36 year celebrations in all the regions, in wherever you want or wherever you are close.
Very well. And the message that you would like to leave Namibians, especially, when it comes to unity, when it comes to the collective responsibility that citizens have in building this country, what is the message you would like
My
to
message to the community is let us stay united. In unity, there is strength. And with unity, you can achieve what you want. With unity, you can bring development to your community. With unity everywhere, as I said, in the church, in the community, in the school, if teachers are not united and united to support, for example, the principal, then you will not get results from the children out there. So unity is our weapon. Unity is our shield. Wherever it comes, challenges, you have that shield. United we stand, divided we fall, as we used to say those years.
Absolutely. Regardless of looking at 36 years of independence, of course, the community, or rather Namibians, still continue to face challenges from different parts of the country. What is your message to them in terms of how how the 8th administration is trying to navigate those challenges, and how, the young people especially, your message to them in terms of how they can be patient enough to, as the 8th administration, of course, try to make sure that these challenges are combated against, and also that there is hope that, of course, things may become better for Namibians.
Yeah, the 8th administration have youth empowerment as one of our key pillars, and the leadership have the youth at heart. Therefore, in the first year, we brought the National Youth Development Fund for our youth to make use of that fund and build their to make use of it and to empower themselves. So the government is committed, and the government will always be committed to create platforms for our youth. We have the TVET programs that we are strengthening. TVET programs is, for example, for those that are that cannot make it to the universities and so on. They can make use of the TVET center. So the government have also made efforts to improve on TVET centers. Even Thursday, I will inaugurate the vocational training center in Keetmanshoop. In Keetmanshoop. So the government is improving, and recent also improving on the vocational training. That means concentrating on that youth that is, for example, not don't have the marks, the necessary, the requirements with the maybe 25, 26, 27 marks to go to universities. They can make use of that TVET centers, vocational trainings to train them and to become productive citizens and start a business, for example. So we are caring. We'll never stop caring. We'll caring always for our youth. It's only for them. I used to say 50-50. That is what we put on the table. Your willingness, your willingness, your mindset, and for you to, I want somewhere. I want to reach there, must be there. Then only you will make use and benefit and make a success of that programs that is put in, opportunities that are put in place for you.
Absolutely. Finally, Madam Vice President,
you are like the politicians say conclusion and then you go on.
Indeed, but this is of course, the final message as we wrap up, Madam Vice President. As we celebrate 36 years of independence, what message would you like to share to all Namibians, of course, as we look towards the future?
Yes, towards the future. We have leadership. And for this time, the leadership is under female. For the first time for us as Namibians. Let us take away our other things and work together with the leadership. Listen to the leadership. If the leadership say, this is the way we should go, we should go. Then we should go. Of course, there will be challenges in policy directions, but challenges cannot stay forever. So let us stand as a united team, and we come back to the word unity, as a united team behind our leadership and especially behind our president, so that we can bring development to our people and bring services to our people. Now, one president was used to say, the late Dr. Haji, God may his soul rest in peace, let us not fight everything. You have to choose your battles. Is it really needed for me to fight this battle? No, let me leave that one. Let me take that one, because this one will bring me where? So let us stay united. Let us listen to leadership.
Very well. Madam Vice President, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for, of course, making time to wish our Namibians Independence Day. So we wish you happy Independence Day as well.
Thank you. And of course, it's also my birthday.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That was Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Lucia Witbooi, talking to us about her journey, of course, as Vice President, and also was her message to Namibians as we celebrate 36 years of independence. My name is John Nikonja. Thank you so much for watching.
Please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Namibia elected its first female president in 2024 as Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah stepped into office in March of the following year. This rare portrait looks at her journey, exploring her resilience, struggle, and the vision shaping a nation's future. Watch the story of a woman who shattered the glass ceiling and inspired a continent. She not only changed the status quo, she gave hope to a young nation.
I now belong to all Namibians, and I have to take care of all Namibians.
Dr. Netumbo, a leader beyond politics, courtesy of MultiChoice Namibia.
Namibia, we're celebrating 36 years of God's faithfulness.
And going strong, my hope and prayer for this country is that greater prosperity, and let God continue to do good things for us.
Remember Proverbs 14, verse 34.
that righteousness excels in the nation, but sin condemns any pupil.
Tune in on Rooted on NBC1 at 18:05 to celebrate with us here on Rooted.
Happy Independence Day, Namibia. God bless you.
Namibia will mark 36 years of freedom and independence this Saturday, the 21st of March. This year, celebrations have been decentralized to the regional level to keep you up to date. The NBC News will bring you an Independence Day special bulletin at 1700 hours on the 21st of March on how regional activities unfolded. Make a date with us, your reliable news source.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, we continue with our 36th Independence Day broadcast right here on the NBC. Now, before we took a break, we saw a message that was delivered by the Vice President in an engagement with Johnny Konja. She's also celebrating her birthday today. We wish her happy birthday once again. Now, we turn our focus that is to the Rongo region, where in Karasburg, where we understand that our colleague, that is Renate Rangura, is on standby to speak to us where the celebrations are set to take place, that is in the Rongo region. Renate Rangura, good morning and thank you so much for making time to join us, and it's over to you.
Thank you so much for crossing over to us. We are here at the USAB Sports Stadium right in the middle of Karibib, where we are waiting for the event to start, and the celebratory atmosphere is slowly warming up as we wait for the arrival of the various guests that have been invited. I'm just going to ask my camera operator, Mr. Isidore Shilongo, to zoom into those visuals and show you the scene here. We have the military band on standby, waiting for action, just to give us those wonderful songs. And all around the stadium, you will notice that we have tents that are waiting. The seats are quite empty right now as we wait for the arrival of people. Right now, the mayor has arrived. The chairperson of the Irongo Regional Council, Mr. Kana Lombe. We are also expecting the arrival of the governor of the region, Natalia Kwaguses, who will also be gracing us with her presence here. Later on, we obviously have a very jam-packed program where we are expecting a keynote address from Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, who is the special advisor and head of the upstream petroleum unit in the presidency. The governor, as you can hear in the announcement there, she has just arrived. I'll let you take in those visuals. The people are waving the Namibian flags as the Honorable Governor Natalia Kwaguses arrives at the sports field. I can also see all around the stadium the arrival of various that are going to be giving us performances later on at the USAB sports field. Right now, I have somebody who's a resident from Okombahe, from the famous Daures constituency, who has also joined these special celebrations. It's Yvonne Noases. Welcome, ma'am. Why is this day special for you?
Happy
36th Independence Day to you all over Namibia. We are really very excited to be here, and as you can see all over, everyone is enjoying this day. Our forefathers fight for us, so we are really. One thing is that the government really to get us transport all over in Namibia.
How did you come here? How did you get here?
I came here with the bus from Erongo Ridge and from Dowres constituency, so that by all over in Erongo region, so we will enjoy and celebrate the day with you all. Happy 36th Independence Day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Noveses, for talking to us.
Thank you.
Of course, continue respecting solidarity messages and just performances from various traditional troops and bands. Is all that we have for you for now, but we will be linking over to the studio.
Thank you so much, Renata Rengura. We do apologize. We indicated that she was in Karasburg. Rather, she was in Karibeb. She's in Karibeb. That is where the independence celebrations for the Orongo region are expected to take place. There we can see that the governor has also arrived, and we're anticipating for more arrivals as we wait for the kickoff for those independence celebrations that will be taking place in Karibeb. That is for the Orongo region. We're now shifting focus where we're taking a look at insert produced by Devon Dweller on the independence then and now. Let's now take a look.
Independence Day is celebrated with parades and speeches. But what does independence really mean for us today? Namibia gained its freedom on the 21st of March 1990 after a long and painful liberation struggle that led to the birth of the Republic under the leadership of founding President Sam Nujoma. We reflect on how far we have come as a nation and ask an important question. What does independence mean for the Namibians today? Is it only political freedom? Is it economic opportunity? Is it dignity? Or is it something more? In this insert, we speak to those who fought for freedom, those born into it, and community voices helping build our nation every day. But before getting into that, we also engage the youth of Namibia and ask that specific question. And here is what they had to say.
Independence Day is a very important day. The Namibian government chooses, not only is it an obligation for them, but they are obligated to spend thousands and thousands of dollars onto a single day because it promotes patriotism in the hearts and minds of the people.
Independence is very important for a country because it means that a country can govern itself, make the decisions by themselves, and as well choose the resources that they receive in a country without being controlled by another power.
Independence is important to a country because, number one, it symbolizes freedom. Secondly, it also symbolizes a day that stands out to honor the sacrifices and the struggles that led to the independence.
Independence is important because it's like breaking free from the chains of colonial rule, giving the country the power to make its own decisions and shape its own destiny.
It's so important to remember this because today we stand on soil where people once stood for us to be here. Someone had to lose a mom, a dad, a sister, a brother, and it's important for us to remember this as well because our independence wasn't just given to us, it was earned. Thank you.
Why it's important to people is because people will have the freedom to practice their rights and people will not be exploited when a country is
Independence is important for its country because through independence we gained
freedom, hey, freedom of speech. Now we can have education, even free for that matter, now that it's subsidized by the government. Just as our college says, educate for empowerment, we would not be educated to empower the rest to also come to a place of civilization in a way, hey. So independence has brought us to a place where we can grow as a country, and we can want to be better people. And it's very important that its people does not forget the fight of independence, hey, which is freedom now, because I feel like my generation is forgetting how we all came to where we are now.
The road to freedom involved exile, imprisonment, and loss. The liberation movement led by SWAPO fought tirelessly for self-determination. We spoke to liberation struggle veteran Salome Kambala, who experienced this fight firsthand, and this is what she had to say.
Everything was divide and rule, be it hospitals, be it schools, be it, the welfare of people within the country. It was too much divided, and people did not really recognize one another as Namibian. Because even if you want to travel, to come from Kavango to come to Windhoek, you must have a permit that can be able to, assist you to travel. So we were people who were divided so much, and everything was accorded on division purposes. And therefore, the Namibian people, we realize that this can only be colonialism. We are colonized. We are not free. And therefore, we must seek and fight to get our country independent. We sacrifice our teenagehood. We sacrifice school. We sacrifice a normal life, because during SWAPO camps, we were refugees. We're not enjoying a proper life like those who are free, those who know what freedom is all about. But we should be very proud that for us who participated in the liberation struggle of Namibia, we were carried by unity. Unity put us together. When there's hunger, when you are feeling hungry, you don't blame anybody. What you say is, everything for the struggle, all for final victory. That was our slogan. You are already thinking, okay, fine, today I'm hungry. Tomorrow maybe something would come up. You have got that hope. You have got that strength in you to move forward and liberate our country. So when the news came, and I'm specifically talking about 1989, we started hearing that United Nations is going to implement Resolution 435, which leads to Namibia independence. I was in Harare that time, broadcasting at ZBC, Zimbabwean Broadcasting Corporation. It came like a dream. You want to believe that, yeah, Namibia's independence is coming, but at the same time, you are still questioning, can it really be true that we are going home? Remember, we've been away from home, some for 15 years, some for 30 years, some for 45, more special, our Tanganyika group that went in the 60s. And therefore, when independence is coming now, you are really looking at it. Sometimes you believe, sometimes you are not questioning to say, can it be real true? In 1990, we had a lot of hope that our country will achieve so much. Believing in the leadership that we had and what we have gone through. Remember, leading the struggle of the liberation struggle, it was not an easy thing. But we had hope in our leaders, and we had trust in our leaders. And the good part is the leaders that we knew in the struggle were the leaders who became, leaders to run in independent Namibia. And therefore, it built hope in us that if they can succeed during the liberation struggle, very, very hard days, what about now that we are independent? So we should not take this independence for granted, forgetting that we are enjoying life without knowing
Thank you so much for staying with us as we continue with more conversations concerning the 36th independence celebrations which are taking place today across all 14 regions. We are now crossing over to Uri Mureti, our reporter in the Omaheke region, who is at the Lekgala Stadium in Kobabes to give us an update of what is happening in terms of observations at the in Kobabes at the Lekgala Stadium. Uri, good morning, and it's over to you.
Good morning, Namibia. I am Uri Mureti alongside my camera operator Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, and happy independence from the Omaheke region. As you can see behind me, final preparations are still happening for the setup, and the people are also coming in. We're here joined by Miss Violet. She's the Communications and Marketing Committee member for the Independence for the Omaheke region. Good morning, Miss Violet. How are you?
Good morning, I'm fine, thank you. And how are you?
I'm good. Could you please tell us a brief overview of the day? What are we expecting? How many people are you expecting? And how the preparation was for this day?
No, the preparation was actually good. It went very well. We are expecting a lot of community members from Omaheke region because we have done enough marketing for them to be here. And of course, this is a very important day for every Namibian. 36th of independence, that means freedom. So from the day, you should expect to see our keynote speaker. That is Dr. Kaire Mbwende, and as well we will have we are going to have the governor of Omaheke region speak to the Omaheke community, and we are going to have different activities taking place. After the celebration here, the official celebration, we will have an independence horse race. So in the evening, we are having a musical dance. So it's a concert. It's really it's packed with activities, and it's really going to be nice. So we want all the Omaheke community members to really make time and come and celebrate our independence. Thank you.
As you've heard, Omaheke, come one, come all. We're here at Lekgala Stadium waiting for you guys so that we can celebrate 36 years of independence in this beautiful country that is full of peace, as we can all attest to. We will be giving you updates from all the regions. Stay glued to your screens or to your cell phone screens, as well as the NBC Digital News will be updating as the day goes. So we will see you during the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we done?
Alongside that is Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah there, joining us all the way from Lekgala Stadium in Kobabes, specifically that's in the Omaheke region, giving us an update of what is anticipated in terms of preparations and also in terms of celebration, indicating that Dr. Kaire Mbwende, who is the Director General of the National Planning Commission and a member of Cabinet, will be delivering the keynote address alongside the Governor of the region will also be present, that is Pionganate. So in anticipation, definitely we'll be waiting for those updates and seeing what will be happening. That is in Kobabes. We know that this year's independence celebration have been decentralized in all 14 regions, and will continue to cross over to our colleagues in all the 14 regions at the different towns where those celebrations will be taking place indeed. As we give you those developments and bring them to you while you're watching right now in the comfort of your own home, if you are following our social media platforms, please stay tuned as we continue to give you those developments, and stay glued to the NBC right here as we give you all that information pertaining, that is, to the 36 independence celebrations that are taking place today. Now stay with us. We will be back with more news right here on this coverage. Welcome back as we continue with this 36 Independence Day celebrations. We are now crossing over to July Nafuka, who is here in the capital city, specifically at the Sam Nujoma Stadium, to give us an update in terms of preparations of those celebrations that's expected to take place at the Sam Nujoma Stadium. July, good morning, and it's over to you.
Thank you so much. We are coming to you live from the Sam Nujoma Stadium. The gates here at the Sam Nujoma Stadium opened around 6:30 in the morning to the members of the public. And so far, the flow of the general public is good. It's really packed. And earlier on, I had an interview with Lydia Amutenya, the spokesperson of the city of Windhoek. And so far, she said everything looks good. In terms of arrangements and preparation, she said they are really set for the program to start at 9 o'clock. And also the arrival of dignitaries has also started, and the governor of the Commerce region, Sam Nujoma, also just arrived. And I also spoke to one of the information officers from MICT, Ministry of Information, Communications and Technology, and she says that they're watching this event on their social media platform, which is the MICT Commerce Region platform on Facebook. And so far, everything looks good. And just to give you background on the Sam Nujoma Stadium, the stadium was named after the founding president of Namibia, and it was inaugurated in 2004. Yeah, so it's quite a time to be alive right now, celebrating Namibia's independence. With that said, back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, July Nafuka, there for the update. As you can see, some visuals there in the background of the preparations that are taking place at the Sam Nujoma Stadium. We do know that the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, who is Frans Kapofi, is expected to be the keynote speaker that's at the independence celebration taking place here in the capital of the Republic of Namibia at the Sam Nujoma Stadium. We're also expecting that the governor of the Commerce region, Sam Savishuna Nujoma, will also be present, as well as other dignitaries. So definitely finding yourself within the city of Windhoek, please do make use of those designated transport locations, as well as the buses that will be there to be able to accompany you, that is to the stadium, so that you can be able to witness these proceedings as Namibia celebrates 36 years of independence. We know the commemorations have kicked off with a message that was delivered by the president at midnight, and that all the 14 regions are expected to also have their own celebrations, and we'll continue to bring you those updates from all the 14 regions. Please do continue, stay with us as we bring you those various updates. Welcome back. Now, in case you're wondering, we're coming to you live all the way from the NBC head office as Namibia marks its 36th Independence Day. Now, today we just don't look back at history, we celebrate the future we are building together. The theme for this year's independence is Beyond 35 years for a prosperous future. Celebrations will be held across all 14 regions for the first time rather than in a single town, highlighting national unity and a focus on long-term prosperity. We're now bringing you this insert on how Namibia's fire brigades have evolved. Now let's take a look at the following insert.
As Namibia celebrates 36 years of independence, the nation reflects on the institutions that quietly stands guards over its safety. Need them most. Day and night, these men and women remain on the front line, protecting lives, safeguarding property, and responding when communities need them most. Inside the station, readiness is not just a routine, it is a responsibility. Every alarm, every call, every second matters.
Who's on? Let's go with
Who's disturbing crew? Who's disturbing crew? Is ambulance call? Ambulance call. Difficulty in by El Dorado School for Master. That is at the corner of Mahatima and Western Street. Thank you.
Now, across its 4 operational branches, the fire brigades continues to serve as a pillar of emergency response. Ensuring that help is never far away.
There's a homeless child lying where, ma'am? Yes. Yes. Did you try communicating? Okay, your name, ma'am?
Since Namibia gained independence, the fire brigade has undergone a remarkable transformation. What once relied on basic communication tools has evolved into a coordinated emergency response system powered by modern technology. Today, every call received in the control room sets into motion a carefully coordinated response, ensuring firefighters reach those in danger faster and more efficiently than ever before.
Today I'm the control attendant here at headquarters, Fire Brigade headquarters. Just to take you through from the olden ways of how we used to receive a call and dispatch calls. After receiving the call, I will take down the details. That's the name of the person, where the emergency is, that's the address and so forth. After recording the information that I receive, I record everything on this piece of paper. After recording everything I receive, then I will set off a bell. It will alert people of what type of emergency there is, and this is how it used to. After alerting the police of the emergency, this information that I receive, I will then fold it in this piece of paper, put it in this, and ensure that I place it here for the members downstairs to get the information. This was the olden way. Now, thanks to technology, things have evolved. We no longer use the paper method. We now have the alarm system, whereby after receiving the call, I record the information, but then inform my members via the alarm system. So in case of a fire, I'll set off the alarm, which is the following. Okay, we also evolved from using the book only to record all our calls. We now have the system we call the ESS, where we enter all our calls. Our vehicles are saved on the system. So after booking the call, I dispatch the relevant vehicle and record all the times. So unlike before, we only used to record that information in the book. We, however, use both the book as well as the system. The benefits of the system is that we are able to track the other station's vehicles. For instance, now I know 2 of my ambulances are out, and I'm only left with 2 ambulances. I'm also able to determine that we have a fire now in Groot, so Gia's station is out. So that's one of the benefits of the system as well.
But behind every successful rescue lies something even more important: preparation. Through continuous training and education, firefighters sharpens the skills that allows them to face unpredictable and often dangerous situations. Because in this profession, knowledge can mean the difference between life and loss. Preparedness is a daily commitment. From inspecting life-saving equipment to ensuring vehicles are ready at a moment's notice, every detail matters. For the fire brigade, readiness is not an option. It is a foundation of their duty to the nation.
Morning, ladies and gents. Run for me through all your vehicles and just ensure that the lockers is packed nicely and that it's properly tested for the next fire that should come in, that we are sorted.
As Namibia celebrates its journey of independence, the fire brigade also pauses to honor the brave firefighters who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Their courage, dedication, and service remain a lasting legacy, reminding us that protecting others often demands extraordinary bravery. At the helm of this vital service is Senior Fire Safety Officer Sikongo, who reflects on the fire brigade's journey since independence and its role in shaping a safer Namibia.
As the city, we also are party or we conform to certain national development plan, such as the current one that is running, the NDP6 Vision 2030, including even the SDG. If you look at the smart communities and smart cities, as well as just disaster risk reduction, such as the Sendai framework, we conform to those as a service as well. We are mandated by the Local Authorities Fire Brigade Act of 2006, that's Act number 5, that we are there to save lives, protect property and preserve the environment. So if you look at this, we are there to save lives because we're trying to make citizens resilient to any disasters or any fire incidences. Where a community is not resilient, it technically means that they suffer losses, and we are also going to waste resources on our responses. However, where we have a smart city, where we are able to have early detection as well as early warning systems, the community will be able to adjust in terms of now reporting fires early or even preventing any fire outbreaks, where these resources that we are supposed to reinvest into building better resources that have been destroyed, such as your building or the environment, we can invest it into other things. So if we can see before independence, Windhoek was just a small city where the number of residents was lower. There were definitely a number of incidences that happened in the informal settlement, as much as it was not so much informal. What the history tells us is that the fire department then was not so keen in responding or in creating awareness in the marginalized community, that is the community where most of our disadvantaged people lived. So if you lived on the other side of Independence Avenue, you did not have the luxury of the fire brigade services, which was now the ambulance, the fire, the rescue, and any other emergency special services. We then try to reduce that number by having active or vigorous community activities of awareness sessions in terms of fire prevention, as well as just disaster risk. And when we look at our numbers in terms of the number of personnel that we have, the numbers have increased. And I can gladly say that in the past, our members were only trained up to a certain level, which we call as Firefighter 2 and Hazmat Operation. And that was it. And most of the people believed that the fire service was putting cold things on hot things, which was a responsive type of action. But after independence, these things have changed. And in recent years, we have different expertise in the industry or in the division. We have support and logistics experts, we have communication experts, we have engineers that are there to deal with the fire engineering elements, such as now looking at your building and making them modern buildings with early detection systems, early warning systems, early suppression systems. That is why our numbers in the formalized area has reduced, because we are not only them responding to fire, but we have what we call a passive protection system, where these systems of the building actually helps us, first of all, to prevent a fire from happening. Secondly, if a fire happens, it is detected in its incipient stage and it's mitigated promptly with what we call now occupational health training that we give to different stakeholders. So in terms of equipment, before independence, we had the main headquarters, which was this fire station with about 3 turnout pumpers or firefighting vehicles with about 2 ambulances. And then we had one in Gutenberg, that is where the new total headquarters is in Auspanplatz, but that was then moved to Dia Street, and those were the 2. And then after independence, we had one now, which is Mafilili Fire Stations. Okay, if we look at the fire service itself, I said we do not operate in isolation. We draw inspiration and we draw our targets from the national target and international standards as well. So if you look at, I think, SDG 11, that looks at safer communities and safer cities, as well as now in the NDP 6, as well as Vision 2030. As much as they don't specifically speak to the fire service, there are those elements that can only be done by the fire service, that is creating a resilient community. Now, I've been speaking about resilient community. What is resilient? A resilient community in terms of fire resilience is a community that is able to respond to a fire outbreak and after responding to that fire outbreak, be able to mitigate it, and after mitigating that fire outbreak, be able to survive afterward. So that is what we call fire resilience. So that is our plan on having a resilient community. Now, how are we going to achieve this? First and foremost, it's through our vigorous awareness and education sessions that we have with the community, and then on a larger scale by having the latest technological and advanced systems, such as good infrastructure in terms of roads, good infrastructure in terms of water network specifically designed for firefighting. And then we come back to the fire station in terms of now operations, where we are saying our members must be trained and they must be able to advance the language of fire safety and prevention and not be reactive. As we speak now, the city is in the process of having all buildings that are above 500 square meters, or a building that is used as a hotel, an old age home, a school where people sleep, or even any other building that feels that they need safety. They will be connected to an automatic system that will detect fire in its incipient stage. So we are actually cutting out the response time. This will then also give you back our statistics that says in these recent years we have had fires. As much as the certain numbers possibly increased, the impact of these specific fires or these fires have reduced, because during the engineering element we are looking and researching every single day to look at what material can our people use that will not be as combustible as the material that they used in the informal settlement, such as now your card box, your corrugated iron. They ought to go through a vigorous test, a fire testing, so that once a fire starts, it does not spread to the next building. So those are our plans to create a very resilient community, and this is through infrastructure development, as well as just now awareness, and including all the other elements that we bring back from in the fire station, where we have a very high skilled and motivated team of firefighters. Yes, we can vow that the community is safe in our hands, and we only request from the community that fire safety and prevention is not only the responsibility of the fire department, but it is the responsibility of each and every one of us. A mere understanding of how to use a candle, how to use a gas bottle, or what number to call when there is an incident of a fire, and just a mere direction of where the fire is will bring the number of fires down, or even just the impact of the fire, the impact these fires have on the society. And we can use the little coins that we can save from there for other developmental projects. And with that said, I would like to wish all patriotic Namibians a happy 36th independence. Let's keep our Namibia safe and let's enjoy it.
Happy 36th independence, Namibia!
Welcome back. We continue to bring you scenes from regions where independence celebrations have started, while some regions' events are still to kick off. We now cross over to Ndapanda Shuya, who finds herself at the Independence Stadium in Oshakati, the Oshana region. Ndapanda, good morning, and what are your observations so far?
The Oshana region's independence celebrations is set to take place here this morning. The official program will kick off at 10 o'clock, but people started arriving as early as 6 o'clock as the gates open. Now, 11 constituencies of the Oshana region are expected to be represented here this morning, with a crowd forecast of about 5,000 in attendance. Now, I'm joined this morning by the Oshana Regional Chairperson's organizing committee member, the chairperson, Christofina Nakandungile, to take us through what has been going on behind the scenes leading to this very day. Christofina, thank you
So much for joining us this morning. How has it been for you as an organizing committee chairperson?
Good morning, Dapanda. Good morning, Namibia. Thank you very much for the platform. Yes, as you can imagine, the organizing have been quite a lot, push and pulls here and there, but finally we are here. We kicked off yesterday here in the Oshakati Independence Stadium, where we have MICT filming historical films about Namibian independence, which was well attended. The people really showed interest to remembering this day. And finally, we are here in Oshakati today. We are waiting for the arrival of our Prime Minister and the Honorable Governor. So far, the public have already started arriving. We are expecting about 3,500 people. We have specially invited our veterans. So we have invited Elua Special School. Independence should be a day that as Namibians we remember that we all belong to this one big house, and it was very, very personal for us to be joined by our former leadership and then the students from Elua Special School. Yes.
Maybe for those that don't know, what is Elua Special School all about? Maybe just briefly.
Well, Elua Special School has 3 departments. One is for the visually impaired, one is for the hearing impaired, and then one for the intellectually impaired. For too long, most of these groups have been left out in a lot of things, but despite our policies talking about the inclusivity of our marginalized community, and we are very, very happy to have them here today, joining us, specially invited to this event.
Indeed, Christophina. Tell us about the lineup. We know for sure that the Prime Minister will give the keynote speech, as well as the Governor of the region will also take the podium to give his speech. What other activities are on the program?
Well, we have special performances from local groups, deliberately for that matter, cultural groups from all tribes, all that are represented here in the region. We have speeches coming from the veterans of the Namibian liberation struggle. We have a speech from the young people. We have a speech from the traditional authority. It's deliberate. We want this independence in Oshana region to capture each message from each stakeholder as we reflect 36 years of independence.
And your thoughts on the simultaneous hosting of these independence celebrations? What is the significance and what are the people on the ground saying?
People are very much excited. For too long, people had to travel, make plans to travel to the next or faraway regions. And this one, we really commend our president for giving us this opportunity to celebrate home ground. People are very happy. They are excited. An opportunity for them to actually feel like they are part and a parcel of the celebration as we celebrate independence. Namibian independence is a very big occasion, a very momentous occasion for every Namibian, and they are very, very happy. We have been doing marketing of this event, and we have been doing short interviews here and there, and you can see the excitement from people, especially school learners that are able and have the opportunity to come and attend physically the event and celebrate with fellow Namibians.
Before I let you go, perhaps, what is your message to Namibians currently watching at home that want to make their way to the stadium and are not yet here? Why should they come here to attend?
I'm telling you, if you are going to be at home celebrating alone, it's a difference. But if you come here and celebrate with your fellow Namibians, you will really feel what it means to be Namibian today. 36 years is not a joke. We are no longer young people. We are no longer a young country. We are now 36 years. And today is beginning today here. This is where you feel that you are part of the Namibian house. Come to the stadium. We have everything ready for you. The organizing committee have been hard at work, and we are waiting for you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nakandungile, for your time.
Thank you very much, Ndapanda.
That was the chairperson of the organizing committee, just repeating us.
Thank you so much, Ndapanda Shuya and the team there bringing us that coverage from the Oshakati Independence Stadium there in the Oshana region, where preparations are underway. Speaking to one of the committee members in terms of the organizing committee, Christophina Nakandungile, talking about the preparations and how inclusive the program is for today. We are expecting, of course, the Right Honorable Dr. Elia Ngurare, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, to deliver the keynote address that is in the Oshana region. And also this program forms part of all the other regions who also be hosting their own independence celebration indeed. We will continue to bring you those live updates across the 14 regions as various keynote speakers prepare to make those statements and to signify the contributions and to signify the gains that Namibia has made over the last 6 years. Please do stay with us.
On March 21st, 1990, Namibia became free. But independence is more than history. It is expression.
Music was more a tool of freedom to us, so it inspired us a lot to go into exile.
And since independence, that changed.
From powerful music and traditional dance to poetry, film, fashion and visual art.
The arts were not only a form of creative expression, but also a powerful tool for unity.
Said artists were reporting the times, what's currently happening in our culture.
And it's because art can go where no soldier cannot.
Discover how creativity keeps the spirit of independence alive. Don't miss the colors of expression, celebrating independence through art. NBC, it's ours.
Welcome back. Now, as Namibia reflects on its journey of independence, it is essential to understand the historical context that has shaped our nation and the progress made in ensuring inclusive leadership. Now, since 1990, Namibia has charted a path of nation building, yet the full inclusion of women in leadership roles remains a critical area for development. To provide a historical perspective on Namibia's independence, governance, and the evolving role of women in shaping our society, we are joined by Dr. Elliot Moore, a respected historian and academic. He now joins us all the way from Katima Mulilo. Happy independence to you, Doctor, and thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Happy independence to you and all Namibia across the breadth.
Okay. Now, Doctor, from a historical perspective, how has Namibia's independence shaped opportunities for women to participate in leadership and decision-making?
Thank you for the question. Honestly, independence changed everything. We find that before 1990, we just didn't have a formal seat. They didn't have a formal seat on the table. Our constitution came in and enshrined the gender equality from day one, if you remember. So that was a huge deal. So, and you saw the real action, like when SWAPO adopted the 50-50 policy in 2015. That was a great leap forward for women in leadership. So that wasn't just a talk. It fundamentally shifted how women or how many women we see in parliament, in short.
Now, Doctor, looking back over the past 3 decades, how has the representation of women in politics, business, and community, and now we're seeing the judiciary, also evolve?
I'd say it has been night and day, to be quite honest. You find that in the early 90s, you could count the number of female ministers in one hand. Now, fast forward to today, we have our first female president leading the House. And in business, you have someone like Arthur Namjebo. She just broke through the private sector, was almost exclusively male. So we've gone really from representation to real substantive leadership, in short.
Doctor, let's talk about the historical barriers that have limited women's leadership roles in Namibia. How and perhaps how Namibia has changed since independence? What were some of those barriers that, limited women? Are they still today, limiting some women besides the progress that we have seen so far?
As you know, we came from a traditional society. We came from a society that was patriarch in nature. So historically, the biggest barrier really has been the caste law, whereby women were legally treated as minors. So imagine that as a woman, you couldn't even sign a contract on land, in your own name. So independence really changed that with the introduction of the Married Person Act. So that one piece of legislation meant that women could finally, access what was denied to them. So the one piece of legislation, women could finally access credit, for example. They could start a business, and actually they had economic opportunities that was denied to them before independence, so in short.
Now, Doctor, can you highlight any key milestone or figures in Namibia's history that paved the way specifically for women leadership?
What comes to mind is Dr. Libertina Hamatila. I think she's one of our founding mothers, if you ask me. A liberation struggle veteran who later became a deputy. For me, the real milestone was the, if you think of the zebra system, which was introduced, I think, way back in 2014, where the party list alternated men and women. So that single decision really pushed Namibia on, top of the countries in Africa where women political is way above regional average.
Now, in your research, Doctor, what patterns or lessons emerge from the inclusion of women in nation-building processes? Are they valuable in terms of, when women are included in the decision-making and when we are building a nation?
Yes, I think we have moved from that era where we disregarded women, where we treated women as minor. So the biggest lesson I have seen is that inclusion doesn't just happen because it's the right thing to do. You actually have to build structures for it. We've tried, the moral social years, but the numbers only really jumped when quotas came in. So the lesson there is clear. So if you want women in nation building, you have to deliberately design a system to put them there. It happen. It doesn't just happen by accident.
Now, Doctor, how important is understanding history in addressing the current gaps in women's representation in leadership roles?
Thank you. I'd say it's absolutely critical because if you understand history, you might look at the current gaps and think, oh, it's just a pie issue. Women aren't ready yet, but that's not really true. When you look back, you see these barriers were deliberately built through colonialism and through laws. So you understand you have to deliberately dismantle them. Like I said from the beginning, we came from a traditional society, which means those traditional barriers need to be broken. And you can only do that through a deliberate
shaping women's leadership opportunity, and how has this evolved historically?
I would say societal perception used to be everything. And in enclosure, it was a cage, if you ask me. So a woman who spoke her mind was called aggressive, was called disrespectful, and I still hold such kind of perception, even in our homes. So a man was just called assertive, though the language, the attitude is all the same. But what changed really is visibility. So now you grow up seeing a woman, a president, for example, a woman as a prime minister. We had Sarah Kogombela in the last administration. So seeing a woman leading the police, for example. So that shift is what I believe is the normal thing. So it doesn't happen overnight, but we are seeing those old perceptions slowly erode, and I think it's actually a good thing.
Based on Namibia's history, what advice or insights would you give to young women that are inspiring, perhaps aspiring to go into leadership roles, regardless, be it politics, be it business, be it other areas that they might aspire to take a leadership position in?
Thank you for the question. I would say, first, remember that the legal right you have today, the legal right we all have today, women too fought for those. So you are not starting from nowhere. Don't wait for someone to hand you a seat to claim it, but also how the women of the liberation struggle did it as we celebrate 30 years after independence. So womenized themselves. So my advice is build your network, lift other women as you rise. That's how really real change will be attained, and that's how real change sticks, in short.
Dr. Elliot Moore, thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning, and once again, happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Okay. Now, that was Dr. Elliot Moore, who's a historian and academician, speaking to us on the historical perspective and the gains and the progress that we have made, and also how we can better improve in terms of ensuring that we address gaps when it comes to women's representation. And I will continue with more updates to bring you from various parts across the country. But for now, we take a small break and we'll be back with more coverage.
diamonds, uranium, lithium, and more. But who really benefits?
Most of the mines are owned by foreigners.
Many foreigners are now taking over the mine.
From ownership struggles to skills development.
No, I want to own the mine.
They must get it in actual commodity.
But this activity and investment comes with no guarantee of success.
Some of the materials must no longer leave the country unprocessed.
Open File, the pulse of investigative journalism, Sunday at 1700 hours, only on NBC.
Hello? Pete?
Hey, are you going to pay? Sir, your change?
For decades, their stories remained in the shadows.
No drinking water, no eating, only lying there.
Through deeply personal recollections, these women now share what it meant to stay behind, holding on to hope while their loved ones disappeared into exile during the fight for freedom.
I remained with my children. It was tough.
Don't miss this unforgettable journey and the untold legacy of the women who waited.
I miss him a lot.
Welcome back as we celebrate 36 years of independence, and we continue to bring you all those independence celebrations across the 14 region. We are now crossing over to Mariental in the Hardap region, where Johnny Konja and the team is on standby to give us a sense of what is unfolding in Mariental. Now, good morning, John, and it's over to you.
Lotte, very good morning to you. Good morning to all our reporters, of course, across the length and breadth of the Republic of Namibia. Of course, it's a very beautiful day for all Namibians celebrating 36 years of independence, and we are finding ourselves in the Hardap region in Mariental, where, of course, celebrations already have started since yesterday, where, of course, a concert was hosted here in the heart of the region, where, of course, a lot of residents of Hardap region gathered at a stadium just not too far from where we're finding ourselves, where, of course, they celebrated through music and entertainment, also leading up to the President's national message on Independence Day. Now, we are finding ourselves at the Mariental Sports Stadium currently, where preparations have started as early as yesterday, bringing up to what will be a celebration of a keynote address will be delivered by Minister of Information and Communication Technology, also led by the governor of the Hardap region, Rian McNabb, who will also be here to officiate the event. Now, what I can tell you under good authority is that the procession has already started moving into the stadium that will be leading our high delegation that will be, of course, be officiating this event. As you can see in my background slightly, I'm sure the team will be able to show you the military has already made this way already here at the stadium, and they already of course, are in position to also give what, of course, will be a military procession also later on at the stadium. The members of the public already also have arrived, and we're still seeing more arrivals going to be taking place here at the Mariental Sports Stadium. Cultural groups are also already at the stadium who will be giving, of course, a performance as well. We're seeing the Nama as well as the San traditional culture also present here to give their performances here. We're looking at this program exactly at about 10 o'clock this morning, just in a few minutes. And that will be, of course, be led by an official program. Like I mentioned, Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Emma Teofeles, will be the keynote address this morning. But I want to give you a voice of who are people in the town of Mariental, who are the residents. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Happy Independence to you. Talk to us. How does Independence Day feel to you?
I mean, independence, it means I feel so free. Freedom means, what is freedom? Just not come on a plate, silver plate. It's people have died for. So we are very, very, very much thankful for the Lord Almighty. And for the people who have died, we are with them. Today is a day for them. We are free, but they are not enjoying. The fighters are not enjoying. The people who are involved directly in the fight is not enjoying. Yeah. They are gone. Yeah. So what does our freedom? The blood, what does our freedom?
What is your message to all Namibians celebrating Independence Day today?
To all Namibians, I would like to say, today is not usually, we celebrate the birth of Jesus. Now we must celebrate the birth of Namibia. Right. Thank you, comrades, and let's work together to make our country a country to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Happy Independence Day to you.
Thank you, comrade.
All right. I want to bring you another voice of one of the residents of Mariental. Also give her voice. Happy Independence Day to you. Good morning.
Happy likewise for you. Good morning.
What does Independence Day mean to you?
Independence Day means freedom. It's not
Your message to all Namibians, especially the young people as well, as we celebrate 36 years of independence, what is your message to all Namibians?
My message to all Namibians is, this is our pride. Let's unite and let's continue in unity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, of course, a lot of excitement, a lot of joy from a lot of residents of Mariental as we, of course, anticipate a very, entertaining and also inspiring 36 years independence celebration here at the Mariental Sports Stadium. It's one that's, of course, expected to start in just a couple of minutes from 10 o'clock, like I mentioned earlier. And Rian McNabb, the governor of Hardap region, will, of course, will be here to give his statement. Of course, the keynote will be delivered by the Minister of Information and Communication Technology. We're, of course, expecting perhaps more people to also show up at the stadium this morning. Quite a lot of excitement from the younger people, as you can see in the crowd. I'm sure my team will be able to show you what, of course, is happening as far as the stands are concerned. Still not a lot of numbers expected. Military also well, and of course, uniformed and ready to, of course, give us a 36-year independence that will be, of course, full of perhaps inspiration as well. That's all I have for you from the town of Mariental in the Hardap region. But for now, it's back to you in studio.
You, John Ikonja, and the team for bringing us that update. The John Ikonja indicating that the program is expected to start at exactly 10 o'clock, where that it will be addressed by the Minister of MICT, the Minister of ICT, pardon me, that is Emma Teofeles, who will deliver the keynote address. Now, while we expect to bring you more live updates from across the 14 regions here in the land of the brave, we took to the streets and spoke to some Namibians to share to us as to what 36 years of independence means to them. Now let's take a look at some of these insights.
Namibia is a beautiful country. It brings all the visitors to Namibia. We have all the attractions, like we have the biggest dunes in the whole world, resources. We have the oceans, where the visitors go to the oceans, where they can enjoy the beach, and also the sandwich harbor tour, where the desert meet with the ocean. So Namibia is a beautiful country, and we are lucky to be Namibians.
I'm a proud Namibian because the crime is not so high and I can sleep peacefully at night.
I'm a proud Namibian because I believe we live in one of the most beautiful countries with a wide variety of people, and great people. And yeah, I think it's a great place.
Ek is trots in Namibia van alles is vry in die land.
I am a proud Namibian because you get to see both sides of life. You get to see what you can become and what you can also be if you don't get serious in life, or if you're just born with, I don't know, bad luck. So this country shows us what's possible, but it shows us what to avoid. And I am so proud to be a part of a system that's moving forward positively, and hope to see one day the great big promise that we've been told of one Namibia, one nation, and one pride.
Because in our country there is a free system of education, and also that we are also given, the youth are also given job opportunities, and because there's also no war, because other countries there's a lot of war.
What makes me a proud Namibian is because, there's no country like Namibia. It's very peaceful, people are friendly, it's my heritage, my roots, and I'm proud.
What makes me a proud Namibian is that we have free education and Namibia is crime free.
What makes me a proud Namibian is the diversity of our country.
As Namibia marks 36 years of independence, the country continues to reflect on the institutions that have shaped its democracy. At the heart of Namibia's lawmaking process is the National Assembly. Since independence in 1990, Namibia had 4 speakers who have guided debates and ensured that parliament functions effectively.
To what has just passed in the last minute, I shall, without putting question, invoke Rule 52.
From Dr. Moses Chitendero, Namibia's first Speaker of Parliament, to Dr. Theo Ben Gurira.
Now if we are going to engage in reading one another's mind as to what the intentions are.
Who led chambers during a defining period of national debate, to Professor Peter Gashavivi, who presided over a more assertive and contested parliament.
Honourable Member, please continue with your intervention, please.
Okay, thank you.
Order.
Speaker.
Let's have order.
And today, Sarah Kugongelwa Amadila, the current Speaker, guiding the National Assembly in a new era.
In fact, that item was not supposed to be on today's order paper. The rule I cited. The rules say you don't argue with the presiding officer.
But beyond presiding over debates and maintaining order in the chamber, what exactly is the role of the Speaker of Parliament?
The Speaker has a very important role because the Speaker basically is responsible for all the processes and procedures in the National Assembly. We have 2 houses in Parliament. One is the National Council, the House of Review, and the proceedings are usually overseen by the chairperson, and in the National Assembly, it's the Speaker. The Speaker is as much important as you're responsible for processes and procedures to ensure that we can debate bills which then turn into acts, that you ensure that all voices are heard, that you ensure that chaos doesn't erupt, that you ensure that everybody knows and understands the role, the ruling party, the opposition parties, the secretariat, the different procedural persons that are in the August House. And you could say the Speaker actually has oversight over the National Assembly.
From guiding debate to ensuring order in the chamber, the Speaker's role requires both authority and impartiality. But beyond the theory, few understand the responsibility better than those who have sat in the Speaker's chair themselves.
It was a challenging period
I am prepared to accept.
Can you wait for that?
To accept that, but it was also enjoyable on my part. I learned to keep on smiling, even when deep down here I'm irritated. Never show your irritation. Members, you are there you have a specific responsibility to uphold the decorum of the House, and as a speaker, the speaker is there to ensure that everything goes well. Now, from time to time, you have honorable members who will be out of step, and your role is simply to remind them. Remind them of the rule that basically do specifically speak to that particular aspect. And it is something that is well known to most of us, that this is what we are supposed to be doing. But if someone goes out of the way to basically challenge that by not listening to the ruling of the speaker, you will still have some opportunity to persuade that member. To say to the honorable member that you, please don't do that. You still have an opportunity either to withdraw a particular remark or to apologize. It's all about our collective commitment to uphold and to respect the decorum of the House.
As the nation continues its democracy journey, the role of the speakers remains vital in shaping how the nation debates, decides, and governs itself.
Thank you so much for keeping tuned right here on your national broadcaster as we continue to bring you updates with regards to the independence celebration that is happening in all 14 regions. Now, a few moments ago, we saw that insert that talking about Namibia's legislative history, covering the period of all the speakers that we have had so far in terms of the National Assembly, starting with the late Dr. Moses Chitendero, as well as the late Dr. Theo Ben-Gurirab, and then Professor Peter Kachavivi, and now Madam Sarah Kuongero Amadira, who's serving as the first female speaker of the National Assembly. We do understand that we are now ready to cross over to the Sam Nujoma Stadium here in the Commerce region, where the independence celebrations for the Commerce region have started. We're now crossing over for you to see what is happening at the stadium.
The entertainment. I am informed that these people here cannot see. That's why they are coming. They want to see. I want you to move this side, here in the middle. We all want to enjoy the fruits of independence fully. No, you continue from here. You continue from here. We finish off and then we move on with the program. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause. These are your young people. This is the creative industry.
We're seeing there's some visuals there coming to us live from the Seb Nujoma Stadium here in Windhoek in the nation's capital as the independence celebrations are underway in the various parts of the country. But Commerce region, they're seeing a blend of cultural groups performing, reflecting the diversity and multiculturalism that Namibia enjoys since independence, and definitely representing one of our greatest strides. Also lining with the presidential statement that we saw this morning, where she indicated that we must definitely ensure that we fight against tribalism, regionalism, and regionalism. So one of the best ways to do that is to ensuring that we tolerate one another and ensure that multiculturalism continues to take center stage. And this is more so important, especially events of this nature, where we show how diverse our country is, and definitely this independence across the various parts of the country are living up to that expectations. So definitely we will continue to bring you other updates that we bring you across the 14 regions, as we see that all the 14 regions are having their individual celebrations, where we'll have keynote speakers, different keynote speakers, whether be it in Commerce, where we are expecting that is a Minister of Veterans and Defense Affairs, Frans Kapovi, to be speaking, be it in that is the Kunene region, where the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, Indileni Daniel, is expected to deliver the keynote address, or in Hardap, for instance, where Emma Theophilus is expected to deliver the keynote address, or where the Vice President is expected to be speaking in the Karas region, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister is expected to deliver a statement that is in the Oshana region, and Dr. Kairem Bwende will be speaking that is in Omaeke region. But for now, we are set to cross over to Elizabeth Mwengo, who is in Kurenkure Sports Stadium, to give us this update in terms of the independence celebration in the Kavango West region. Elizabeth Mwengo, good morning, and it's over to you and the team in Kurenkuru.
Independence Day in Namibia. Now Kavango West region joins the rest of the country in commemorating and celebrating Namibia's 36th Independence Day. Now the community members are gathering at the Nkurenkuru Sports Field. That's where the main event will take place. So far the community is moving in slowly, but the number is reasonable as of now. The program is set to commence at 10:30 and then the arrival of the governor and the keynote speaker will be around 10 and 10, quarter past 10. Then the program will commence. Now, the committee has made provision to make sure that all the people, inhabitants of Kavango West region in all the 8 constituencies get to take part in this event and celebrate with the rest of the country. They have provided transport and they have set pickup points and also have updated the community where the pickup points will be and at what time they will be picked up. But so far, we observe a joyous mood at the sports field. People are celebrating, dancing to the Namibian music and waving the Namibian flag. The event will commence, as I said, at 10:30. I believe we still have time for the rest of the community to come and join and take part in this beautiful event. Now, we will be on the ground to keep you updated with what will transpire as the day goes. So far, we have seen some of the regional leadership have arrived, and I understand now we will be receiving the governor very soon to arrive at the event. We will be in touch and we'll be on the ground to give you more update on what will transpire in the Kavango West region right here at the Nkuru Sports Field. I'm Elizabeth Mwengo with camera operator Job Shikuma. It's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth Mwengo, there for giving us an update from the Nkuru Sports Field in the Kavango West region, where their region is also preparing, that is for the independence celebration, the 36th independence celebration. As we earlier alluded, is that all 14 regions will be having their independence celebrations. Now, this is part of the government's dedication to ensuring that in terms of decentralization, that programs are decentralized to all 14 regions, hence giving various speakers and all Namibians, instead of going to different regions, to be able to participate in the independence celebration. So this time around is different. So all 14 regions will be celebrating their 36 independence celebrations, meaning that 14 different towns will be hosting these festivities in terms of celebration, and that we'll have 14 different keynote speakers, giving an opportunity to Namibians to hear from their leaders, to hear from their government, and instead, for instance, of them traveling to one specific region to be able to catch up with the independence celebration. So definitively, in terms of decentralization, government ensuring that all regions have an opportunity, that is to ensure that independence celebrations do take place in all the 14 regions of the land of the brave. We're seeing you some visuals there that we're showing you of how things are unfolding, and as time goes by, definitely we'll continue to share with you various updates from across the country as of to what is transpiring. For now, please continue to stay with us, and once other parts of the country are ready, we'll be able to bring you those updates. We are being told, pardon me, that we are ready to cross over to Karibeb, where the independence celebrations are taking place in the Orongo region. They are ready for us now, and we are crossing over where Renata Rangura and the team is on standby to bring us some of those happenings. Renata Rangura, it's over to you and the team.
I'm a native from Ochivarango, but we are coming out from Okombaye, Ankome area. That's where I'm coming from. That's where our roots are as a Damara speaking person and from that particular culture. What I like about what is happening currently, especially when it comes to the identity of the Damara Nukweb speaking young men, is that we are now looking at coming up with the traditional attire that speaks to who we are and our identity, which is the Nukweb shirt that we have basically come up and developed with.
I'm a Caprivian from the Zambezi region. What I like about my tribe is that they are most humble and they are welcoming to everyone. And we mostly live on the eastern part. So basically we are just welcoming people. Not much. Respectful, and we are humble.
What I like about my culture, and what I am a pastor, what I like about my culture is when we eat roasted broad, tapelsla and prime meat.
My culture is I'm a Tamaran. What I mostly like about my culture is when we eat dongi meat with
up.
Yeah, I'm a Shiro speaking. And basically, what I like about my tribe is that we are more passionate, hardworking, dedicated, and the most important one is that you can see our attire, our traditional attire, because we inherited from the Germans. It's so unique.
I'm very proud to be a Damara boy, and I like my beautiful nations.
We do apologize. Indeed, those visuals were coming here from the nation's capital, where we spoke to some Namibians as of to what cultural diversity means for them in the context of Namibia. We do apologize that we brought you the wrong insight. Now we are ever crossing over to Karibeb, where the independence celebrations are taking place in the Orongo region. Let's take a look. We do apologize for those poor sound quality. We hope to have those sorted so that we can return and bring you a cumulative of what is happening right there in Karibeb, where independence celebrations in the Orongo region are taking place. We do know that in terms of the keynote speaker in the Orongo region, we are expecting Cornelia Shilunga, the special advisor and head of the petroleum unit in the presidency, to deliver the keynote address. We also know that the governor has already arrived on site. However, we will keep you updated as with regards to the happenings that are taking place in the Orongo region, as we continue to do the same with all other areas in Namibia. That is, we know that the independence celebration are taking place in all 14 regions, that meaning 14 different messages that we are expecting to be delivered by different keynote speakers who will be talking about the gains that we have made and the areas we are here to improve, and also take stock on what we have done since 1990. Please do continue to stay with us as we bring you more updates from across all 14 regions of our motherland.
This year, Namibia is 36 years old and we are no longer a baby. In the book of Deuteronomy 28, God speaks about the blessings that follow obedience, faithfulness, and righteous living.
And it's so important that we first obey the gospel to receive the Lord Jesus Christ as our personal Lord and Savior. Otherwise, sometimes we want to obey principles or scriptures, but the Bible says in Christ we are blessed.
A nation that exalts God shall be blessed. The Bible says that when the righteous prosper, the city rejoices. So we need people that are close with the righteousness of God.
Sport Uncovered is back with Season 2, and to launch the new season, we uncover a story that rose from nothing to prominence.
We thought we are not going to make it to the final. When we went in the quarterfinal, that's when we started seeing that this thing can happen.
We realized that you're dealing with children, but they're coming from somewhere. Some have problems, some have social issues, and we don't always know about it.
Boys, they are very naughty. You're suspicious from boy every time when you don't trust boys.
On Sport Uncovered, we return to the archives and go down memory lane, reliving a proud chapter in the Academy's growing legacy, the movement when a team from the margins of Koreagab rose to challenge the center of Namibian youth football.
What do you love about Namibia?
The freedom, the love, the space,
the diversity.
Yes.
Happy Independence, Namibia.
Happy Independence, Namibia. 36 years of peace, love, and happiness. Let's keep it up.
Happy Independence, Namibia. First number one like the country.
100%. Best country in the world, man. And we're 36 years old, so
yeah.
Fantastic. Happy birthday.
Happy Independence, Namibia. Cheers to 36. Yes.
What do you love about Namibia?
The peacefulness. Such a peaceful country, and I love it. Happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day, Namibia. What a beautiful country. And 30 years of independence, such with peace, prosperity, and everything that's good. Let's continue to be patriots of this beautiful country, protect it, and love our mother country.
Peace, stability, prosperity. Enjoy the day off, but don't forget our past.
Happy Independence Day, Namibia.
Happy Independence Day.
What do you love about Namibia?
The diversity, the peace, the unity that we all have, the togetherness. I think that's what makes Namibia really great.
A message for Namibia.
Yeah.
We are super grateful. We are rich. We are everything. Our people are beautiful.
So what I love about Namibia is the diversity, the culture. It's quite exciting, you know, it's the collaboration that we have, and especially from a first-hand perspective, we enjoy the diversity, it's our strength.
Happy Independence Day, Namibia.
Happy Independence Day. Namibia.
I just wanted to say, Happy Independence Day, Namibia. 36 years of independence, we have been thriving, and peace and stability be upon us.
Good morning. I'd like to wish you a happy Independence Day. Bye.
Namibians enjoy the day and reflect on the past, and we hope for a better future.
Hello, Namibia. Today we are celebrating Independence Day. Where? At F&B, Namibia. Today I just want to say peace, stability, and prosperity. Happy Independence Day, Namibians. Happy Independence, Namibia. My message to my fellow Namibians is that we should always, always love each other and be diverse and be inclusive. Happy Independence.
Thank you so much, and welcome back if you have just joined us. We continue to bring you updates in terms of the independence celebrations. We do know that we are having 14 various speakers as we celebrate 36 years of independence. We know that in the Rongo region, we're expecting Cornelia Shilunga, who's a special advisor and head of petroleum unit in the presidency, to deliver the keynote address that is in Karibeb. While in the Hardap region, we will be having the Minister of ICT, that is Emma Theophilus, to deliver the keynote address, while in the Taras region, Vice President Lucia Vedboy will be delivering the keynote address. Now, in the Kavango West region, we are expecting the Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Saraku Wangera Madira, to deliver that keynote address from the Kurenkuru Sports Stadium, while at the Oshakati Independence Stadium in the Oshana region, Right Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Elia Ngurare will be delivering the keynote address. Now, in the Commerce region, we have, that is Franz Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, at the same Nyoma Stadium, while in the Kunene region, Indileni Daniel, who is a Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, is expected to deliver the keynote address. Now, moving on to the Angwena region, James Ankwasa, Minister of Urban Rural Development, is expected to deliver the keynote address. That is at the Helao Nafidi open space next to the open market. Now, while in the Omaike region, Dr. Kairem Bwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission, is expected to deliver the keynote address at the Lehale Stadium in Hobabes. In the Umsati region, at the Okahao Expo Center, we are expecting Erika Shafuda, Minister of Finance, to deliver the keynote address. While in the Kavango East region, we will be having, that is Governor Ambiuka, Amiela Ambiuka, to deliver the keynote address in the Kavango East region at the Rundu Sports Stadium. While in the Oshkoto region, we are expecting Saki Kathindi, Governor of the Oshkoto region, to deliver the keynote address at the Olukonda constituency office. Now, also in the Tunjuba region, we have Professor Peter Kachavivi, the former Speaker of the National Assembly, to deliver the keynote address at the Chuarongo Mokati Stadium. And in the Zambezi region, we will have, that is Dr. Charles Mubita, who is a Deputy Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, to be able to bring us that address. Now, that's rounding up of all 14 regions in terms of those speakers who will be delivering the keynote address across all the 14 regions. We indicated there was a deliberate action and step taken by the government to ensure that in terms of decentralization, that all regions will have their separate events. We do understand now that the Rongo region is ready and that we will be crossing over to Karibeb, where the Rongo region is celebrating their 36th independence celebration. Let's cross over now to Karibeb.
Yeah. Onewanda. Onwendo kwene nje. Je upaso hiyo. No hiyo huyo tukande no we. Ukande. Waira rapi. Ila malungu wa. Urumbagu bagu. Mandanda. Tere na wa. Niko wandu. Tere na wa. Erero. Waliwo, Ojangamanda, Jeyo, Mutualandu, Utushukirwa, Utuwarurirwa. Muridini, Umuno, Ogonda, Rakaimi, Kawiyo Gombe, Gambeowa. Mushewali yepi, Wali Gondondu, Yetu, Onene, Tutawele, Ungometu, Kaya Une, Yashindele, Yambrongane. Ufoto, Ule Polombo, Letu, Obipapi, Katoshina, ukarunduke tu. Betu. Be, unambe. Koropu ya rondela. Yamandiri, yuko ayihalewa. Itabirewa.
The windows still on, yeah. The windows still on. Oh yeah.
Some of those visuals fading out there from Karibeb. We're now crossing over to Korihas, where Joanna Kurikos is on standby with an update and what is happening in the Kunene region. Joanna, good morning. And it's over to you.
Good morning, everyone. This is a Namibian celebration of 36 years of independence. I'm live from Korihas at Herbert Conradi Stadium, the Great Kunene region. The public have already started gathering and procedures are underway, celebrations are underway. We have dignitaries that's going to give their remarks. The Honorable Mayor of Korihas will also be delivering a remark, and we also have the Minister the Forestry, Honorable Indeleni Daniel, that also will be giving us the keynote, and that will be the highlight of this event. We are celebrating 36 years of independence here from the Kunene region, Korihas. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Joanna Kurihos, there giving us an update that the event in Korihas, specifically for the Kunene region, that is where the independence celebrations will be taking place. We do know that Indeleni Daniel, Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, as well as Governor Mwaruku, are expected to maybe making statements, but the Minister will be delivering the keynote address. They're also ensuring that the Kunene region is also represented in terms of taking those festivities of celebrations to the Kunene region. We are being told now we are ready to cross over to Faith Sankwasa, who is in the Oshkoto region, to share with us of what is unfolding or what has happened with regards to the independence celebrations that are taking place in the Oshkoto region. Faith, good morning to you and welcome to this broadcast.
Yes, good morning there in the studio. Good morning to the nation. We are here at the Olukonda constituency at Shanamutango Primary School, where the independence celebration will be celebrated today for Oshkoto region, including the one at in Tsumeb. So here, what you can observe right now is that it's been a slow start in the morning. The chairs are still empty, as you can see in the background. The dignitary stands are also still partly empty, but there are some village headmen who have arrived under the Ondonga Traditional Authority. The governor has also arrived, and also you can just see if I'm going to be moving this side. The military parade has also just started. It will be observed by the governor of Oshkoto region. This is Mr. Saki Katsinji, who will be joined by he's going to be joined by the Ondonga Traditional Authority King. This is Omukwanilwa Philemon Shumbwa Nangolo. Yes. It's been a slow start, but the tents are now starting to fill up the crowd. We did engage with some of the community members from this area who are very happy that the celebration of this nature is being held here. First of its kind also. They are very thankful and grateful to the regional council for allocating this area as one of the places where the independence celebrations will be taking place.
So much that is to Faith Sankwasa and the team there in Olukonda constituency in Shanamutango. They're giving us an update as of what is expected in terms of the independence celebrations that will be taking place, where the governor of the Oshkoto region, Saki Kathindi, is expected to deliver the keynote message, also to be joined by the Nkwanirwa of the Ondonga Traditional Authority as well. We're now crossing over to John Ikonja, who's at the Mariental Sports Stadium in the Hardap region, to give us another update as of what is unfolding. John, good morning once again, and it's back to you.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Go. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
That's right.
We are very close to the beginning and the start of our program.
The wind of hope sweeping across African continent. Over there, they say that, oh yeah, Africa, oh yeah, uhuru mama.
And as he's trying to take over,
Aluta, la continua mama. Viva Africa, yeah, the
Yena lesimili siya kumule. Yena lesimili. Yena lesimili siya kumule. Yena lesimili siya kumule.
very soon we are going to receive our regional Governor, Honorable Rian McNabb. And with these very beautiful sounds that take us back to South Africa before independence. Inspiration is coming from South Africa before independence. That's what I see. We acknowledge and we are very happy to have you. You are doing a great job. Keep inspiring the youth. Keep doing what you are doing. You can sing still as you are going down. As we are acknowledging the presence and the attendance of the governor.
Oh, yes.
Can we all rise to receive our regional governor of Hardap region? The commander has arrived.
Let us all rise. Let us all rise. Let us stand. Let us all rise as we are going to receive his dignitary, our Honorable Governor McNabb.
The people that needs.
Thank you so much to the team that's in the Hardap region. We can see the director of proceeding there announcing that they acknowledge the arrival of Rian Charles McNabb, who's the governor of the Hardap region. We are now crossing to Karibeb in the Rongo region, where Cornelia Shilunga is busy delivering her keynote address. Let's cross over for that.
oh yeah, Africa, oh yeah, Amandla, oh wetu, Aluta, continua mama, viva Africa, yeah, the wind of change.
Speaker.
The wind of change. The wind of change, oh yeah, the wind of change.
Ladies and gentlemen, residents of Kunene region, can we rise up and welcome the Honorable Governor of Kunene region and his spouse, Master and Ms. Moruga, and the guest of honor, Governor, welcome to the
wind of freedom sweeping across Mama Africa. The wind of freedom across Mother Africa. Over there they say that, oh yeah, Africa.
We do apologize for those poor sound qualities from the Orongo region. However, there in the background you can see some visuals coming from the Kunene region. You know, this event is taking place in Korihas. We spoke to Joanna Turikos earlier, who gave us an update there that the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, Indileni Daniel, as well as Governor Mwarukwa, are expected to be on the program, and that is to address the inhabitants of Korihas, but more so to a large extent that is the people of the great Kunene region. Indeed, as we indicated, we'll continue to bring you updates across all 14 regions as those festivities are unfolding. That is the 36th independence celebration of Namibia. We did at midnight commence, that's with the address from the President of the Republic of Namibia, and now signaling that the rest of the 14 regions are now ready to share with their messages of the nation as of what they are celebrating after 36 years of independence. We will continue, that is to bring you those updates, but for now we leave you with sights and sounds from across the various regions in terms of this 36th independence celebration.
Amandla, oh, wait, Aluta, continue, mama, viva Africa, yeah, the wind of change, the wind of change, the wind of change, oh, yeah, the wind of change, oh, yeah. The wind of hope, speeding across the African continent. The wind of hope, speeding across the African continent. Over there, they say that, oh yeah, Africa, oh yeah, ooh, mama, ooh, oh, wait, Aluta, la continua, mama, viva Africa, yeah, the wind of hope, oh yeah, the wind of hope, the wind of hope, oh yeah, the wind of hope, the wind of freedom sweeping across mama Africa, the wind of freedom sweeping across mother Africa. Over there they say that, oh yeah, Africa, oh yeah, ooh, Amandla, oh wait, Aluta, la continua, mama, viva Africa, yeah, the wind of freedom, oh yeah, the wind of freedom. Please, somebody don't stop the wind of freedom. The wind of freedom, oh, don't stop it, don't stop it, don't stop it. Please, somebody don't stop the wind of freedom. Don't stop it. Over there they say that, oh yeah, Africa, oh yeah, Uhuru, Amandla, oh wait, Aluta, la continua, mama, viva Africa, oh the wind of freedom, oh yeah, the wind of freedom. Oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen,
Forestry and tourism and a guest of honor to parade, what is it? To inspect the parade.
Over there, they say that, oh yeah, Africa, oh yeah, ooh, Amandla, oh wetu, aluta, continua mama, viva Africa, yeah, the wind of change, the wind of change.
Welcome back. We see those visuals there from Hardap fading out, where we do know that the keynote address is set to take place. But for now, we're crossing over to Korihas in the Kunene region, where the event is unfolding, and we do understand that the keynote address seems to be ready. We're crossing over to the team in Kunene.
Honorable Daniel, Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. The 36th Independence Anniversary Parade is compact, consisting of 3 flights from the Namibian airport. Reporting Squadron Leader Theophilus Popoa, the parade commander. May I have your permission to march past and march off the parade, Honorable Minister? Parade. Order arms. Then, take post. For the parade. By flight. Parade will march on in column of flight.
As you can see, those are the visuals coming from Korihas. That's in the Kunene region, where we saw that the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism is expected to deliver her statement, and we will still come back, that is, to the Kunene region, but you can see definitely those visuals as the Minister was inspecting the parade there in Korihas. Now, we do know that Madam Indileni Daniel is the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, and also that Governor Muarukwa of the Kunene region is also in attendance, as is also expected to be on the program, and we will bring you those activities as they unfold when the speeches are commencing. Now, of course, Kunene region is not the only one that is celebrating independence celebration today in this format. It's happening across all 14 regions, where we are going to be having a variety of keynote speakers, all delivering on government's achievements, the challenges, as well as the opportunities that we seem to have not yet made strides in, and as of to how we can improve in those opportunities that are still unfolding as Namibia continues to grow. We are celebrating Namibia's 36 years of independence, and the services, the commemorations of these celebrations have been decentralized to all 14 regions to ensure that no Namibian is left out, to ensure that inclusivity takes place, to ensure that we support multiculturalism, to ensure that we also celebrate the multi-diversity that we have in this country. We're seeing various groups performing at all those celebrations that we have brought you so far. It is not by coincidence, it's by design to ensure that we signify the message of one Namibia, one nation. The president, in a speech at midnight, also talking about that she's concerned about some recent levels rising when it comes to issues of regionalism, tribalism, and racism. And as Namibians, we have a collective responsibility to ensure that we continue building this house that we call Namibia. We are still continuing to bring you those visuals from Korekas in the Kunene region as the independence celebrations are unfolding in the Kunene region. We know that Kunene region is a vast region indeed, as areas such as Sesfontein, we know Korekas, and other areas that are within the Kunene region. Is a diverse region as well. We can expect definitively diversity in terms of the program, diversity in terms of performance, to represent the diversity of the Kunene region. Again, we had indicated to you that the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism is expected to deliver the keynote address. We know that there are significant projects of also that are belonging to the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, and also to SOEs that are reporting to that ministry. We know, for instance, projects such as drilling of boreholes, rehabilitation of boreholes, conservation activities, and perhaps also just making sense that the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism is expected to deliver this keynote address, and definitely we should be on the lookout of some of those major interventions through her ministry that have taken place or are still taking place within the Kunene region when she delivers her speech. But we don't want to anticipate what she's likely to bring us. We know that Joanna Korekas, as well as the team, are in the Kunene region and in Korekas specifically to be able to bring us that update and unfold, especially the key message that will come out of that. But please do continue to stay with us as events continue to unfold in the Kunene region and also in all other 13 regions today as we celebrate 36 years of independence, and it's taking place in all 14 regions today with 14 different speakers bringing the same message of government progress and the challenges that we face and where we want to be. We know that Vision 2030 has 4 years until it ends. We know the documents such as the National Development Plan, NDP6 right now, that is supposed to propel us towards Vision 2030 is also in motion, and definitively it is likely to be featuring in some of these speeches that will be given today at the various 14 locations. We are now ready to cross over to the Semnyoma Stadium here in the nation's capital to see how events are unfolding, and we do understand that Sem Savishuna Nwema, the governor of the Commerce region, is at the podium. Let's cross over to the Semnyoma Stadium.
Those who came before us, our independence is living a commitment to safeguarding our sovereignty. strengthen our democracy, and build a future of dignity and opportunity for all Namibians. It is therefore fitting that our keynote speaker is a man whose life story is deeply intertwined with the struggle for the liberation and the building of our republic. It is my honor to introduce to you a man whose life and career embodies dedication, resilience, and service to the Namibian nation. Honorable Frans Hafeni-Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, an administrator of note, a combatant of unquestionable discipline, and a leader of great inspiration with a highly decorated resume. Born in Oname village in the Hangwena region, Honorable Kapofi's journey began with a commitment to education and later the liberation struggle, where he joined the People's Liberation Army. His military training in Angola and Libya and beyond laid the foundation for a lifetime of courageous leadership. From his early roles as commander of the contingent that went to Libya for military training from 1977 to 1978, and political commissar in the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, to serving in the post-colonial government as permanent secretary in the Ministries of Defense and Prisons. Honorable Kapofi has consistently demonstrated vision and discipline. His career spans decades of public service, including his tenure as Secretary to Cabinet, Minister of Presidential Affairs, Minister of Home Affairs and Immigration, and currently Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Honorable Kapofi is not only a statesman, but also a mentor, a leader, and a man who values community, family, and personal interests in farming, photography, and reading. Today, we are privileged to hear from a leader whose experiences span from the battlefield, the boardroom, and the highest offices of government in Namibia. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Honorable Frans Hafeni-Kapofi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May you please be seated. Comrade Governor, you've said a lot about me. I don't know where you get all those things. Some of those things, maybe they are right. But there was too much accolades that you gave me. May not be necessary. Your Lordship, Peter Shivute, Chief Justice of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Shofia Naango Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, the only party that I know in my life. Comrade, I see Comrade Bene Amadela here, I want to recognize your presence, Comrade Amadila, and your dear wife, my sister Monica, our former First Lady, Honorable Nashinge, leader of the official opposition. I see the president of your party, Dr. Panduleni Itola. I want to recognize you, Dr. Itola, Honorable Phillips Katamelo. I saw him somewhere. Yes, he's here. He's in a Springbok costume, very beautiful. Honorable members of Parliament, comrade ministers present, councillors from both the regional and local. There are so many of you, comrades, and I want to recognize you all, and I thank you for coming. I know you are all having a good morning. I cannot now say good morning again. It is my distinct honor and privilege to address you this morning as we commemorate a defining moment in our nation's history. On this day in 1990, Namibia emerged as a sovereign state, liberated through the courage and sacrifice of countless Namibians who fought tirelessly against colonial rule and oppressive laws. Today, we honor their bravery and sacrifice, which made our sovereignty possible. It is for this reason that I would like to request you all to rise in memory of the gallant sons and daughters of their motherland who paid their supreme sacrifice. They paid with their lives. In their honor, I would like us to observe a minute of silence as we remember them. May their soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. You may be seated, dear compatriots. My speech is basically a complimentary speech because the independence, the 36th independence message was delivered by our president this morning. Ours are complimentary statements. And I would like to request you to bear with me on that. Reflecting on our past, those of us who endured the brutality of colonial oppression remember vividly the denial of rights, the restriction on movements, and the humiliation of being treated as strangers in our own land. We recall the indignity of exile, the pain of statelessness and the resilience it demanded. Yet, from those trials emerged a spirit of determination that could not be extinguished. On the 21st of March, 1990, as the Namibian flag was hoisted for the first time, our founding president, Dr. Samsafishuna Nujoma, declared that the destiny of this country was now fully in our hands. That moment marked not only the end of oppression, but also the beginning of nationhood. Our national identity is anchored in historical events and fundamental principles developed over centuries. Despite the fierce conflict that marked our fight for independence, which claimed many Namibian lives, it is fair to say that the unity and stability we enjoy today are admired by other nations. This should never be taken for granted. Instead, we must safeguard them with the same dedication and vigor our forebears showed. Likewise, we have a healthy and vibrant multi-party democratic system respected by many nations. Let us continue to nurture it and respect ourselves, despite our divergent political beliefs. Our political and ideological differences must never be allowed to become irreconcilable, as this could damage our country's commendable political and social ecosystem. Many of us witnessed the leadership and vision of late Dr. Samsafishuna Nujoma. Before the return of the liberation fighters from exile, he offered a clear guidance centered on the unification among Namibians, including those once seen as enemies. These values have been upheld by each of our presidents. President Hifikepunye Pohamba, the late President Hage Gottfried Geingob, President Angolo Mbumba, and now President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. Today, as we celebrate 36 years of independence and nation building, we stand proud of freedoms of once denied. The right to move across our land without restrictions, to pursue education and careers of our choices, to travel with our own passports, and to transact in our own currency. These are not abstract symbols. They are lived realities of independence. They remind us that the sacrifices of our forebears were not in vain, and they challenge us to honor their legacy through responsible stewardship of our nation. Dear compatriots, we must also acknowledge our challenges. The climate-induced droughts, constrained water resources, youth unemployment, and economic limitations. Prosperity is not automatic. Yet we must appreciate the government's efforts to address these issues. Initiatives such as the Welwitschia Fund and the Youth Fund enhance resilience and equip young Namibians with opportunities for economic engagement and self-sufficiency. At the same time, measures to support vulnerable populations, reinforce food security, and expand access to critical services to ensure that children learn in a safe environment, communities uphold dignity, and our nation sustains confidence. The direction a nation takes is shaped by its leaders. One of Namibia's values strengths is the steady predictability and stability consistently demonstrated by successive administrations. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, our 5th president and the first female to hold the position, brings extensive experience to the role. Having been part of the liberation movement and serving in every administration since independence, she has shown clear strategic vision and unwavering commitment to building on past achievements. Her humility, integrity, and dedication to the nation are evident. We extend our gratitude to you, Your Excellency. In her Independence Day anniversary address this morning, our President reiterated her administration's determination to prioritize the 6th National Development Plan, with agriculture being chief among the priority areas. Moreover, the President reaffirmed the government's continued focus on the social sector, including healthcare, education, and programs that support our well-being in the 26-27 financial year. Our President has spoken. The future of our nation does not depend on any single individual or group. It is shaped collectively by all citizens, working together in support of our President and one another. Looking ahead, we must remember the timeless words of John F. Kennedy, and I quote, "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country," end of quote. If our freedom fighters had remained passive, independence would never have been achieved. Similarly, if we expect the government to do everything, development will stagnate and poverty will persist. Instead, we must rise with innovation or innovative ideas, develop projects that uplift our communities and drive progress ourselves. Prosperity is not built by passive expectations, but through active participation. While our political freedom remains secure, economic emancipation is still a work in progress. Systems designed to ensure fairness and efficiency, such as tendering and affirmative action, must be strengthened against misuse. Our resources are plentiful and our resolve is firm, yet obstacles persist. Independence has removed the excuse of colonialism. Now responsibility lies squarely on our shoulders. As President Nandi-Ndaitwah has reminded us, and I quote, we are too few to be poor. Each citizen must contribute, for prosperity is not solely the government's task. It is the collective mission of all Namibians. Compatriots, unity is our shield. Our ethnic diversities, traditions, and cultures must never divide us. Let us instead turn them into a glue that binds us together. In a world where instability and conflict threaten many nations, Namibia must remain a beacon of peace. Our greatest defense is not only our security forces, but our unity as citizens. To echo the words of our second president, His Excellency Hifikepunye Pohamba, and I quote, "Namibia is my country. Namibia is your country. Let each and every one of us make a positive contribution to the development of our beautiful country." End of quote. In conclusion, let us remember the wisdom of our founding president, and I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all the members of society, will always emerge victorious." End of quote. As we celebrate 36 years of independence, let us renew our commitment to unity, prosperity, and the protection of our freedom. The future of Namibia remains in our hands. Let us steer it with courage, wisdom, and steadfast love for our homeland. Finally, I would be remiss to leave the podium without expressing my gratitude to you all for being part of this important day in our history. I also extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the corporate leaders and the business community for their admirable contribution to the successful organization of this commemoration. Your commitment to our country is deeply appreciated, and we thank you for making this event truly memorable. Happy 36th Independence Anniversary. Happy birthday to the Republic of Namibia, and I thank you.
I think Honorable Kapofe deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, Honorable Kapofe, for that insightful and inspiring keynote address, or complimentary address, as you'd like us to say. Your words have truly reminded us of the journey that we've traveled as a nation and the responsibility we all share in shaping our future. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please. I wish to reiterate our theme, our national theme for this day, which is Beyond 35 for a Prosperous Future. Of course, the theme calls on all of us to reflect on the progress that Namibia has made over the past 35 years of independence, of course 36 today we know, while looking ahead with renewed commitment to building a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous nation. It reminds us that the responsibility for our future lies with each of us to contribute towards economic growth, social development, and national unity. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to celebrate this day. And next on our program, I would like to invite Fidel Castro Primary School to give us 2 items. Fidel Castro will be followed by the Black Melody Cultural Group. Fidel Castro, may you please join the dancing floor as my co-director has said. May we please give Fidel Castro Primary School a warm welcome. Thank you.
Welcome back. We have now seen the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, where Franz Kapofi delivered the keynote address, simply talking about the gains that we have made, specifically highlighting, for instance, the youth fund that was recently initiated by the government as one of those specific examples that government has initiated to address the challenges specifically the young people are facing here in Namibia. Now, we are continuing with more coverage, and this time around we are turning our focus in Mariental, specifically in the Hardap region, where Johnny Konja and the team are on that event to cover the happenings. We now go at Mariental and to see what is unfolding.
As leaders, we must be very careful on what we are doing and saying, especially when we talk on unemployment and poverty and all these things. Let's not, dear sisters and brothers, comrades, discourage the people who want to stand up on their feet and employ themselves. And do things to stand on their own feet. And there are many of them in Namibia who are not just laying around, but who have decided, I stand up and do something. I'm not saying that there must be no laws making sure that what the people are doing to live their lives, it's within the law. It should be not something illegal.
As we continue to bring you celebrations as Namibia turns 36 years of age today, we now take you, that is, to Hobabes at the Lekgale Stadium in the Omaheke regions to see how independence celebrations there are unfolding.
That can lead to instability and the kind of divisions that we sometimes witness, such as tribalism and other forms of manifestation. Our overall ambition to create a developed society by 2030, where every Namibian has decent standard of living, underpinned by access to education and healthcare. The journey towards a decent standard of living has been long, and we still have miles to travel. However, significant strides have been made. With that, the objective of attaining Vision 2030 will be carried out through deliberate planning and collective efforts. As the saying goes, failing to plan is planning to fail. As we reflect on our progress as a nation, we made significant strides in many sectors of the social and economic life. But we still have a long way to go. We therefore have to be deliberate about transforming our economy and create the welfare society that we aspire to. In 2024, we went to the polls and promised the people of Namibia that we are going to decisively advance progress towards 2030. In fact, we are in the last lap, and therefore our 6th National Development Plan is designed in such a way that it will catch up with the lost time that we lost because of a number of factors, such as global recession, declining commodity prices, the COVID, and other factors. In doing so, we are resolute that the lack of progress that we have experienced can be addressed through a number of through interventions in a number of sectors. But before we go to the various sectors, the most important is to get economic growth. We are today celebrating a 3.5 growth, which is insignificant in terms of eradicating poverty. We need at least a 7% growth to make substantial impact on the lives of our people. And it is against this background that NDP 6 was designed to make sure that that is happening. How do we grow that? We have a great country with a lot of natural resources. In fact, Namibia is unique in so many ways. We have been characterized historically as a rich country with poor people. And that is exactly what we want to change. Core to the strategy for economic development is economic diversification. We need to add value to our products instead of exporting them in raw form, which then export jobs to other countries. Now, adding value to our products, taking into account that the economy of this country is primarily in the hands of the private sector. And therefore, the role of the private sector is critical. But we should also ensure that they add value to their product, to the raw materials. It must pay to add value to natural resources. And therefore, special incentives are being considered to support those industries that are adding value to our natural resources. And also, disincentive, as it were, will also be considered for those who are continuing to export raw material that can be processed locally. As a small country, geographically big but small in terms of population, key to our development will be regional integration, working closely with our neighbors. We are looking at becoming a logistic hub, that is developing the port of Walvis Bay so that our neighboring countries of Botswana, Zambia, and the DRC, and to a certain extent southern Angola, uses the port of Walvis Bay. That will create substantial jobs and create wealth. To make the success of the logistic hub, we need to improve on our road infrastructures. We have a road master plan that links the different parts of our country to our neighboring countries. We have the Trans-Kalahari, which has been completed, which is working. But we also want to add the Trans-Kalahari Railway so that we have goods and services from Botswana and South Africa, part of South Africa, passing through Walvis Bay. That project is in an advanced stage. Agreement has been reached between the government of Namibia and the government of Botswana, and technical teams are hard at work to make sure that we speed up that project. There are also investors knocking on our doors who are willing and able to invest in the railway. We also realize that the current railway that we have in the country is not up to standard and needs to be upgraded. Efforts are already underway to upgrade the rail line from Windhoek to Gobabis, among others. On the roads, we are not only looking at the economic roads, but we are also looking at social, because it's not only linking countries to each other, but also linking communities and making the lives of communities better. And in this regard, we have roads such as Ochombinde, Gobabis, Ochombinde Talisman Road. That road is now under construction, and in fact, is one of those projects that will be financed in the next financial year, financial budget. The same thing applies to the road from Du Plessis to Epokiro. That is also again on our plans, and budgetary allocation has been made to that effect. The success of all this that we're talking about will depend on human resources. That is the quality of our people. Development does not depend on natural resources alone, but its ability of people to transform those natural resources into various products. Therefore, education is key. The government has invested substantially in education. There is access to universal primary school. All children are attending school, more than 90% or so. So is secondary education. And lately, we made tertiary education free through the subsidized education. And the idea is exactly to make sure that we have skills that are required in the market. We have a lot of graduates that are unemployed, and that is because of the nature of the skills that they have that do not necessarily correspond to the requirement and demand of the labor market. The issue of employment is high on our agenda. In our manifesto, we have promised to create 500,000 jobs over the next 5 years. And we are being asked, how far have you gone? How many jobs have been created? And we have been collecting statistics about employment creation in the country. And I'm proud to note that more than 100,000 jobs have been created between March 2025 and March 2026. The majority of our people are youth, more than, in fact, 70%. Now, talking about the youth means you are talking about a nation. And therefore, youth employment creation is one of our priorities. First of all, we want to invest and expand National Youth Service. In many countries, after graduating from secondary schools, it is compulsory to go to National Youth Service. And in National Youth Service, you learn a number of skills, including being patriotic and being responsible. And so that is not only a question of academic training. In addition to strengthening the National Youth Service, that will then prepare the young people to enter university and others maybe to enter the labor market. We are investing in youth entrepreneurship. A youth development fund has been created and it is up and running. And the policy is deliberate to make sure that every single constituency have access to these funds, not only in some. And therefore, and we also ensure that the issue of collateral that hampers access to financing does not arise by government providing collateral for that. Another one is the youth credit scheme that enable youth entrepreneurs to start and expand businesses, particularly in agriculture, manufacturing, and grain industry. Now, we live in a unique country that we don't always appreciate. We complain, but we don't seem to know what we have. This is one of the best countries to live in. And it is a rich country in terms of mineral resources. I was in Luther and went to a place where there is a green hydrogen project. And they say there is no place in the world where you have a combination of sun and wind at that level. Therefore, you should be able to create green energy from solar and from sun. And that combination, they say, is only unique to Namibia. The other important issue is which will contribute to the creation of jobs and industries is energy. Currently, we import 60% of our energy. And initiatives are underway to reverse the situation through, among others, investing in green energy, green hydrogen, wind, and solar. We are also excited about the prospects of production of oil and gas. We know that full production of oil and gas will only come on stream in the next 4 to 5 years. Then we have full production. And that will definitely transform Namibia into a $1 trillion economy. Apart from these sources of power, we are a producer of uranium. In fact, the largest producer of uranium in the world. Now, our uranium is powering nuclear power stations around the world, in countries like France and others, but is exported only in raw form from Namibia. We are determined to develop the nuclear industry, and in particular, nuclear energy. Human resources is key, as I mentioned, and therefore, sports is one of the areas that is mentioned as a priority to our election manifesto. And it's starting with the sport infrastructures in all our regions, and the governor mentioned exactly the initiative in the Maheke region, but the same is happening in all other regions. I'm proud that our women team won the regional competition. We look at sports only as a recreation, but also as business. Sports have taken many people out of poverty. Look at all the professional football players and rugby players came from humble backgrounds, but because of excelling in them, they were able to turn their lives of their family, and also contribute to the development of the country. The issue of urbanization in our country, when at independence we had 70% of the people living in the rural areas and 30% in the urban areas. Now the situation has changed. It is in fact almost 50-50. I think it's 51% urban, 49.34 as being urban. And that comes with challenges of access to housing. And we are therefore paying attention to this phenomenon of urbanization. Now we have seen many countries addressing the issue of urbanization and housing in different ways than our tradition, where we want everybody to have access to a freestanding house, irrespective of the quality. And this is a challenge for the local authorities of addressing the housing backlog. If you look at Kobabis, or even when you talk about Katutura, the population of Katutura in all this informal settlement could fit into a flat or a complex that can easily house hundreds of families. But because of it, we still continue to have to demand a freestanding house. And we have to create creative and combine different methods of provision of housing. We also have a definition of a house that the bank would finance, and that is brick and mortars. But in many, including developed countries, there are different technologies employed to provide housing. And therefore, this is something to be looked into, and where our local authorities to be flexible in terms of what is a standard decent house, and make sure that the banks also follow that.
Wow.
Let me once again thank of Namibia, the people of Kobabis, for demonstrating independence celebration is celebration of the past, the heroic deeds, forebearers, but also celebration of our identity as a nation. And our identity is unity in diversity. We have seen being displayed here. And if we stand together, we will reach our objectives. We at the National Planning Commission, we have been instructed to make sure that priority areas that have been identified are implemented, and we have to make regular reviews every 3 to see what progress has been made in terms of housing, education, in terms of agriculture, the diversification of our culture, the mechanization of our agriculture, but also in terms of economic diversification and value addition. This is ultimately a collective process between government, the communities, and the private sector. We are mostly with the private sector. The President has 3 task forces on health, housing, and economic recovery. These task forces are looking at bottlenecks in terms of development, and we are working closely to eliminate those that our economy develop seamlessly. With these few words, I would like to thank the people of Kobabis Maheke for the opportunity to celebrate the 30th anniversary, independence anniversary. Long live Namibia. Long live the Republic of Namibia. Long live Maheke. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. We are now, before we give announcements, we are going to move the word of thanks by the chairperson of the Regional Council. We are going to have a performance built by Mark Rice Cultural Group, and then the highlight usually of this occasion is Karabo. Karabo, are you ready? Where are you? Apparently, that way.
Welcome back. We saw there the Director General of the National Planning Commission, Kaire Mwende, delivering the keynote address there at Lekhala Stadium in Khobabe, that's in the Maeke region. We're now being informed that we are ready to cross over to Katiba Molelo in the Zambezi region to see how the independence celebrations are unfolding.
All senior public servants, representatives from political parties and from business and civil society organizations, distinguished invited guests, our respected community members, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Before I commence my statement, I wish to say that Hompa Alphonse Kaundu from the Bunza Traditional Authority, I understand is celebrating his birthday today, and he is here with us. And I would like you to join me in wishing him a blessed birthday and many, many happy returns of his special day. Happy birthday. May we also extend birthday wishes, although belated, to Honorable Verna Sinipo of Kavango West, who celebrated her birthday on the 19th of March. Happy birthday, Governor. Compatriots, today I stand before you deeply honored to join the people of Kavango West region, and indeed all Namibians, in commemorating a defining chapter in our nation's history, the anniversary of our national independence. 36 years ago, on a dusty stadium in Windhoek, the world watched as our independent democratic republic was born. But that birth was not easy. It came after a labor that was protracted and that cost the lives of thousands of our sons and daughters during the colonial resistance, in exile, in the trenches at the battlefront, and in the dungeons of occupation. Independence Day for Namibia does not only mark the moment we attain freedom, it commemorates the successful conclusion of a long, painful, and heroic struggle for liberation, a struggle waged at the highest price imaginable. As we commemorate Independence Day, therefore, we celebrate the bravery of the patriots who fought valiantly, first to defend our land against invasion, and after occupation, to rid our country of colonial subjugation and restore dignity to our people. These brave their very lives on the line. Because of their unwavering courage, we are today a free nation, free from oppression, free to manage our own affairs, and free to determine our own destiny. As we commemorate this day, we honor those whose blood and toil brought our freedom. We pay homage to our founding fathers, whose vision laid the foundation of a robust governance framework anchored in peace, unity, and democracy. We honor all the liberation heroes.
We do apologize that we seem to be having some technical difficulties there. We were listening to Dr. Sarah Kuangera Madira, Speaker of the National Assembly, addressing that is Namibians there in the Kavango West region. We do understand that we appear to have restored the feed, and we should be heading back to that's the Kavango West region in Kurankuru, where Dr. Sarah Kuangera Madira is a keynote speaker for today's independence celebration.
He taught us that the color red does not just represent our people. It represents the blood of the martyrs of our struggle. Today, we say to him, go well, revolutionary giant. Your long march is over. The freedom you secured for us is now in our hands. We also remember our second president, the late Dr. Hage Geingob, whom we lost 2 years ago. He was one of the architects of our constitution, the builder of the Namibian house. He taught us that after you win the war, you must win the peace through dialogue and inclusion. These Namibian political giants have joined the ancestors, but their spirits march with us today along the banks of the Kavango River and elsewhere in our land. 36 years after March 21, 1990, we are mindful of the fact that political freedom was only the first phase of the struggle. There remains a second and equally important mission to achieve self-reliance and true socio-economic liberation for every Namibian. Because of our war of gratitude, we must repay through committed, purposeful action. As we reflect on the journey of independence, we must rededicate
We do apologize for that interruption due to technical difficulties there. We're seeing Dr. Saraku Wangera Madira, Speaker of the National Assembly, delivering the keynote address at the Nkurenkuru for that is the 36th independence celebration in the Kavango West region. We do understand that we are ready to go to Hardap region at Mariental Sports Stadium, so we can see how things are unfolding in the Hardap region.
Tell me if you love me or not, love me or not, love me or not. At the house on you, am I lucky or not, lucky or not, lucky or not? You gotta tell me if you love me or not, love me or not, love me or not. I'm wishing for you, am I lucky or not, lucky or not, lucky or not?
Let's put our hands together. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yes. Can we give them a shout? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the electrifying performances that we had. We can see that we have got people that are still so alive, especially the senior majorate. It was very much good. Thank you so much for the performances. Now we are going to move more on with our program. And at this juncture, I would like to ask the Speaker of Children's Parliament, Honorable Jane Phiri, for her remarks. Let's please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Can we give the Honorable a big round of applause, everybody at the back? Let's show her the welcoming of Marintal. Thank you, Ms. Isaacs.
Good morning. I hope I'm vocal. I believe so, yes. I stand on the protocol already observed. And a special welcome and thanks to the young people of Marintal. As we are gathered here to celebrate independence beyond 35 for a prosperous future, allow me to dive right in. The destiny of this country is now fully in our hands. We should therefore look forward to the future with confidence and hope. A quote by our late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. As we are gathered here celebrating beyond 35, we reflect on what has shaped us from where we started to where we are now. For 35 years, we have lived in the house our forefathers had built. But as we look beyond 35, the story must change. We can no longer be young people who simply inherit. We must be more than the ones, we must be the ones who build. A reflection on what Bishop mentioned earlier was, if we do not, we trample on what has been achieved. Our strive towards Vision 2030 is within reach. We reflect back on the bloodshed, tears, and determination our forefathers fought with to ensure that the hands that hold our future are that of yours and mine. Take a stance and be the voice, the dreamer, the creator, and the innovator. Be a mirror of what was, what is, and what is to come. Let us stop asking when the future will arrive and realize that we are the arrival. Another reflection back is let us not repeat the incidents of the past. Rather, move forward with a united front. As the festive spirit continues and we commemorate another year of freedom and victory, let us not forget the soil in which our roots are anchored, the history that forms part of our being, and the seeds that hold our children's greatness. In the words of our late founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma, we must remember that the destiny of our country is now fully in our hands. We should therefore look forward to the future with confidence and hope. This hope is not a passive wish, it is the same strength described in Isaiah 40 verse 31. Our time is not coming, our time is here. Let us move forward with one heart and one mind. Let us transition from being spectators of our history to being the architects of our future. Happy Independence Beyond 35 for a prosperous future. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we are having it at the back at a slower pace. Thank you so much, Honorable Jane Phiri, for again reminding the youth who we are and where we are going and where we are heading to, and that they have to transition, and that you are at the path of leading the pack. Thank you so much. And at this juncture, I'd like to also say she went through debating through my hands. So thank you so much. You did a great job. I would like to further on call on the following cultural performances. Amaburukanama Cultural Group, then followed by the Thuta Cultural Group. Then we will have the a cappella Bright Brothers. In that sequence and order, can you please join us? Let's have them here. Let's invite them. Let's receive them here. Thank you so much.
Open your heart to the Lord, for amor.
My dearest group, please move to the center. Can you just move forward to the center? Thank you. That I think is what. Ambare. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was a center stage, centerpiece performance by Amaburukandama Cultural Group, showcasing their skills. That was what I was talking about earlier on. Kaiseko Ezai, thank you. Keep on preserving our heritage and let's keep on doing the beautiful things. And we love the cultural showcasing that was done. Again, let me call upon the Thuta Cultural Group to join me at the stage, and I'll ask the cultural groups to come to the center, please. Thank you. Ambare. This is called cultural diversity. Thank you. Can we move to the center, cultural group? Thank you.
Welcome back with those images that faded out there from the Hadap region. We do understand now we are ready to cross over to the Oshkoto region, specifically that it's on Lukonda constituency, where the governor of the Oshkoto region as well as the Nkwanira, the Donga Traditional Authority, are expected to grace the independence celebration there. Let's now cross over and see what is unfolding.
Ando ishoye kuvane kucha okulinda wa huno kuniyama kucho takuvulu kuningoma ukongo ya haro maego gonjamba noye anesigo opwantuni shali sharopotwa kakuruhambo no yali mpono tashithiki kune hare no kwaja ahingita wenjingi kota mvulu kudimburu kwasho twaje nipo madhiya gaje mpea twaje ni gantenya ya opopwa ningo ntandao tango pane ando ngandishi kucho musho mahokoro genji kucha shoyekenda kweta imo kashana yakataro miadha weta amono kucha miodha nyanyangwa kombuku yakara pwe thimbompo siwe thimbo njono nampara wa momo akagea tati kucha ngwe kamenwe ampanda karaponu ya wembo no tsita tutegerere ombu kudistope tatu ikomeko orugo bitarukivengane mumwe pantunimbo atirigane takondekwa inatukhala tuweko hiu koronyeki natango mpono inaputame kwa shana tango ko politika ando ishi oshikando shotango ya wini oshikando shitialisho akuita yetu yakashunako ando isho yali adhengwa no ngombe tadikuthwako popo akutiwa ando ngopo twakakuthonje bondi ya ngondo no sarupenda no shikongo shakaotha dhalithekerwa himomea opo twaza tumono matati mponga mwithanwa ne mwe muganjerwe kombara ya mito tunzo no natango aherero yuvu kucha twasinja ando ishunwe tafadhu kapo taimo shanda ni harete arandura natango tafadhu kapo tayuka ko satha kuyazire o aherero mita yo kwa makali mangina itameka oyatumu unkwanirwa maharero kwatumu kukambonde kujane apa akwita takutumwa akwito maserika ketatu ngashachipopiwa konjo konona noyai yenda pwashika anuo mwezi mbali taraniyo kuzahu yenda mwezi mbali siko kwa makali ko kakarara popo pwaza herero etuluke ne kucha sha tingo mndongo tacho ondira za kambonde shashwa yuvite kucha kambonde sho yatumulano yatukali na yenda shiraka otatu popine oroura randure ningana washashi apuhembo kontirigana haru kukoronyeka ta stopwa kantu kaeni ruiso enashi kesho notavuru kurongita amaka joja ruiswa nande pwasira anto nshosho wete hatu ipo tukadhane na herero kumwe ngero watarake manya uyo kuno wanshira no anyera no nangombe kaisha herero moshero kan no marakango antu yetu yasirako ashikeno nandonga kwa kagaruka ngaya amwe tagarukireke gumbo so ita shoyatame kene yarura taende taikoko oya nesigo ko ambu andoishi na ingirisa ya ne hata meketa aturapo ne irumbu ya ongashi mwe mwishi oshongora ya opuna kumwanu okamba tutungu ya ativwa konkwanyirwa maiti na gakavikwa maiti na gashikoto mondango etaiko shikango kamba tutoko itati kujano nkwanyirwa nakafendere anta ekifendera nzaizo maumbo na itameke ukakwe maiti na tatindi tinti vamo mondango etaiko koshikango ethimbo njono
Welcome back. We do apologize for those technical difficulties that we're experiencing from that transmission in Olukonda, where the Nkwanira of the Traditional Authority was explaining the history of that colonial resistance, also signaling there what most of us have not known for some time, that is with regards to the collaboration between the Ondonga-speaking people as well as the Wairero-speaking people there in a form of Chief Maharero as well as Nkwanira Kambode. They're aligning in order for them to defeat and then a common enemy that they had. Now, we're also joined by Nina, who will be taking control in terms of the afternoon program. Nina, good afternoon, but first of all, happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day to you too, Lord. You've done a stellar job keeping the nation informed and updated since 6 this morning. And I know we've crossed through many of the regions. It's actually quite exciting that we've decentralized the independence celebrations this year. And it's not just in one place, but everybody gets to partake in celebrating Namibia's 36th birthday. It is. Did you guys sing happy birthday this morning?
No, we didn't sing happy birthday. You know, I couldn't sing. I mean, I was quite alone in studio this side, but the colleagues, we had an opportunity, I think, to listen to the president set the tone, as well as the vice president also, and also to wish the vice president happy birthday, considering that it's her birthday today.
Yeah.
She turns 65. She was born 1961. So we did sing happy birthday, but it wasn't for Namibia, but was more so for the vice president.
Right.
Yeah, indeed. But you are correct. It's quite interesting to see that we have decentralized.
Yes.
I think what we heard from the organizing committee in Oshana, where they indicated to say that instead of, for instance, myself coming from Windhoek and going to Kurenkuru, where the main celebration will be. I don't need to move. I simply just have to stay in Windhoek, go to the Semnema Stadium, attend the event, or if I'm in Hardap, maybe go to the Marienthal Sports Stadium. If I'm in Karas, go wherever I need to go. If I'm in Kunene, go to Koreha Sports Stadium and simply attend. So I think it helps people to not spend unnecessarily and be much more closer to home while celebrating.
And I also think the benefits of decentralizing it, are far-reaching. We know that when the holiday season does come, when there's a long weekend, when there's independence, whether it's Easter, whatever, Namibians love to travel. And so this keeps everybody at home, which also we see less congestion on the roads, which then lessens the possibilities of road accidents. So I think it's wonderful that everybody gets to experience independence celebrations right outside of their doors.
Indeed. I think it was a good thing actually from government, now that you're speaking about it, that time to Zimbuka yesterday, especially for most that are in the civil service, was 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
They always paint this tree of HRI around the Commerce Regional Council.
Yes,
when you see, then
when you see that tree,
then
you
it's
know
time
exactly what time it is.
to Zimbuka. We do know, of course, that we have quite a range number of speakers still to speak.
Yeah.
We have concluded for the one in Commerce. We have also seen the keynote speaker speaking in that Maeke region. That one is done. We do know that we're expecting also to get the keynote speaker in, that's the Hardap region, the Minister of MICT, that is MRTO Fellows, and also hoping to get a glimpse of the most senior person in government speaking today after the fact that the President has spoken, that is Lucia Vedboy, and it's also her birthday, and later on the Prime Minister also speaking in the Oshona region. So quite expecting a number of statements, but what we're picking up so far is that government has done a lot, but there's still so much more that we can be able to do. But however, it's our collective responsibility to take over from those that have done their part.
Yeah. And of course, I saw this morning, Lars, you were also engaging some guests and having some conversation and speaking about how far, women in leadership has also come, and the opportunities in the empowerment of women in the political spaces, in, leadership positions, etc. And I think at this juncture, we should say a big congratulations to the new incoming DG of the NBC, Meminesia Mwinyo. Congratulations from all of us here at the NBC and across Namibia. The messages have been coming in, and they've just been celebratory and in support of you. And I think that is testament to how far we've come in terms of women in high-level positions. This is just another clear example of that 36 years after independence.
Indeed, I think when we saw that John Ikonjo was having a conversation with the Vice President earlier this week in terms of what 36 years of independence means, the Vice President talked about the fact that, other women have the responsibility to ensure other women can also be able to thrive. And we see now that, in the era of the Madam Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah being president, and also having a vice president who's also female, a speaker
the Speaker of the National Assembly.
We have a first justice in the Supreme Court,
Yes.
again, also, a female, Madam
Beautiful examples.
Chase. And now we have a Director General that's female after 36 years. Yeah. Indeed, the future is female. I think now there is certainly, no reason to say that the women are not thriving. They are thriving. It is their time. It is their time to dominate and to be able to show what is it that they can be able to do and to shape this country forward. We know how mothers are running households, how they are running homes. They are a key part of our everyday lives, and they hold things together.
Really the cornerstones of the
cornerstone of
communities,
society, and definitely the NBC couldn't have made a better choice. I mean, you've seen coming from the newsrooms, leading to the commercial department, leading news and programming. I think it only makes sense, definitively, that, she's ascending to the highest office at the NBC the 1st of April 2026, and definitively look forward to more growth and to more better things here at the NBC. After all, it's ours, and now the women have taken over.
Well, Lance, we're going to release you in
Indeed.
love. Go and enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you so much for keeping the nation informed. I've got this.
You've got this, indeed. To my side, it's goodbye, but however, Nina steers the ship towards the rest of the day.
Let me tell you a story about a brave one called Namibia. Our looks are not the only definition of our roots. Our roots live in the stories stitched into the clothes we wear. Every fabric, every bead, every color, every skin carries the power of those who came before us. Culture is not just something we remember. It is something we dress in, something we walk in, something we dare the world to see. The Damara once wore the land itself. Animal skins, leather softened by the sun, beads the color of earth and quiet survival. Their clothing was never for beauty alone. It was protection, it was belonging. Then strangers came. Cotton cloth, long skirts, rules about bodies that never asked to be ruled. They said our ways were not proper. Many things changed, but culture. Culture is stubborn. The Nama walked with the desert, carrosses against burning days, freezing nights. Foreign cloth arrived, yes. Still today, their dresses move like wind, bright, proud, unapologetic, refusing to disappear. The Herero women once dressed for movement, walking the long cattle paths, free beneath the open sky. Then came heavy Victorian dresses, meant to erase them. But Herero women, they did something powerful. They turned that dress into pride. Today their skirts stretch wide like the Namibian plains, and their horn-shaped headpieces still whisper of cattle, the heartbeat of their people. Among the Awambu, clothing was life itself. Beads that spoke, colors that knew names, ages, stories. Before cotton crossed oceans, they wore what the land gave them. Leather, patience, identity. Then the missionaries came. They brought cotton, needles, and rules. They said ochre was not holy. They said beads belonged to the past. And slowly, many believed them. But the land remembers. Today the Ondelela wraps around their bodies white cloth with linens of red, blue and pink stripes, like stories refusing to stay silent. The Ohemba Dontulo flows at weddings in moments that matter. And the beads, they came back. Red ochre glowing like sunset on skin, braids speaking life stages, jewelry carrying weight, meaning pride. Among them, nothing is decoration. Everything is truth. Along the banks of the Kavango River, where the water hums its endless song, the Kavango people learned that clothing should never fight the body. Women tied soft skirts around their waist, shaped from animal skin and woven plants, light enough to dance with the wind. They moved through fields, through water, through life itself, their clothing never holding them back. Nothing was excess. Everything had purpose. But slowly, beauty found its voice. Beads began to gather around necks, around wrists, around ankles. Then the world shifted. Other fabrics came. Trade came. Changed arrived quietly. Women wrapped bright fabrics around their bodies, colors blooming like river flowers, headscarves tied with grace. The new did not erase the old. It simply learned to sit beside it. And before all of us, they were the sun. They wore the silence of the earth, light skins of animals tied gently to the body. Nothing excessive, nothing wasted. Their clothing was not made to be seen. It was made to move, through the grass, through the wind, through a world where survival depended on becoming part of it. In the lush lands of the Zambezi.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Afternoon Independence Day broadcast. Of course, as you know, we're coming to you from Cullinan Street in the Northern Industrial Area. Now, the theme for this year's Independence is Beyond 35 for a Prosperous Future. Now, we've been crossing over to the celebrations happening in all 14 regions for the first time, rather than having it in just a single town. And we've been highlighting national unity with a special focus on long-term prosperity. We'll be continuing with our crossovers to the different towns to bring you messages from the leaders, governors and addresses from keynote speakers as Independence Day unfolds within these regions. We'll also cross over to our reporters, of course, in these various regions to give insight on how they have witnessed various community members celebrating Independence Day. Now, just before the break, we saw a beautiful insert there on the display of beautiful Namibian diversity and, of course, the history of traditional regalia and attire. A beautiful story and narration told indeed. At this juncture, we cross back over to the Harzab region where festivities are taking place at the Marintal Showgrounds. So it's over to the team over there.
Good morning, distinguished guests and dignitaries, and most importantly, the Namibian citizens. My name is Miriam Namolo, accompanied by Alina Kambode on my left and Fatima Nanjambi on my right. It's an honor to stand before you today and present one of our poems. But firstly, I want to let the Namibian citizens know that the 21st of March is not just any day. It's the day sand rose in silent deserts, where we found our way through every fight. So now we sit back and switch on the lights and reflect back on what our ancestors fought for. And today we celebrate, memorize, and honor our beautiful motherland, our Namibia, our country, our pride. My Namibia, my country, my pride. Oh, my country, oh, my pride, my beautiful motherland. A motherland that was locked in chains is now free from all the pain. Oh, my Namibia, the joy I feel for you, you won't understand. The bond we build, no one can withstand. Stepping on your golden land with honor and pride, your diamonds outshine the darkest days. Oh, my country, my motherland. I'm proud to say our ancestors' blood was not in vain, but it watered the seeds of our success. Most people say a man creates the vision, but in this case, we first went out on a mission. So my Namibia, my country, even though we lost our freedom fighters, let's reflect upon their legacies, teach future generations. We should teach them as it was, as it is. We shouldn't leave anything behind. Oh, my Namibia, my country, my pride. Let's hold our shoulders high, for the long ride is over. Let's develop, create, and be proud of our golden sands, where legends learn to use their hands. This year, we celebrate our 36th year of independence. So let's reach out for the sky and scream out loud and show those that are gone that we are very thankful for their blood that watered our freedom. Thank you.
Indeed, their blood watered our freedom. Thank you so much for both schools for giving their poetries, which is the art of language that they have expressed, and it shows what is in their heart. Thank you so much. Please help me to welcome the Honorable Governor for the remarks and introduction of the keynote speaker. Honorable Rian Charles McNabb to the podium. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause.
How is the headroom when you go from this place?
So much, Director of Ceremonies. Happy 36 Independence, Namibia, Saraga Ebes, Marintal, Hardap region, Namibians all over. Honorable Emma Theophilus, Minister of Information and Communication Technology, we recognize your presence here today. Our Honorable Gerardus Koper, our Chairperson of the Hardap Regional Council, Honorable Iswaran Brenda Roy, Councillor of Marintal Urban Constituency and Member of Parliament. Allow me to acknowledge all regional councillors, members of Parliament, all former regional councillors, former members of Parliament, former honorable governors. I'm observing Honorable Esme Isaac. An apology for Honorable April, who is having equal important duty today. Your Worship, Ethel Isaac, Isaac's Mayor of Marintal, all Honorable Mayors present here, Chairpersons of Village Councils, all local authority councillors present here, Lieutenant Colonel Kathauna of the Namibian Defence Force, Mayor Japan, Captain David, the Namibian Special Force Chaplain, and all senior officials of the Namibian Defence Force present here. I am observing Deputy Commissioner Wetboy, Deputy Commissioner Niel, all senior officials of the Namibian Police Force. I'm observing Deputy Commissioner Nambundunga from the Namibian Correctional Services and all senior officials present here. My lovely wife, Martha, and my sons. I'm observing the presence of our chiefs here, in particular, Gaup David Hanse, Gaup of the Karkwen Traditional Authority, and chairperson of the NTLA. I'm observing Gaup Kavango here. I'm observing Gaup Ismail Wetboy here. And I'm also observing Captain Herbert George Brits, the captain of the Buster Traditional Authority. Let me observe all senior traditional councillors who are here, Bishop Emeritus Dr. Sefania Kamieta, our religious leader, our veteran, and also our former minister, and all former ministers and members of parliament, all religious leaders, veterans of the liberation struggle, esteemed residents of Hardap region, the youth of Hardap, the women, the elders, the pioneers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, we gather here with immense pride and deep gratitude as we commemorate our 36th anniversary of our beloved nation, independence. This historic day stands as a powerful reminder of resilience, courage, and unity of purpose that defined our liberation struggle and gave birth to a free and sovereign Namibia. So as we celebrate this milestone under the theme, Beyond 35, for a prosperous future, we are called not only to reflect on how far we have come, but more importantly, to reimagine and recommit ourselves to the future we want to build together. So this year's unique celebration, held simultaneously across all 14 regions, it symbolizes a profound truth that Namibia's strength lies not in a single place, but in the collective spirit of all its people from every corner of our land. Here in Hardap region, we stand united with the rest of the nation in honoring our past, honoring our heroes and heroines, while boldly embracing the future. Honorable Minister, fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen, this journey beyond 35 years of independence demands renewed energy. It demands visionary leadership, and under Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, our exemplary and visionary leader, President of the Republic of Namibia, we are actively participating under her exemplary leadership. Prosperity should not remain just an idea of aspiration. It must be turned into real visible outcomes in people's lives. And it is something that we as a collective deliberately must build through hard work, accountability, innovation, and unity. In Hardap, we endowed with immense potential. Our land, our people, our culture, and our cultural richness is our strength. But potential alone is not enough. It must be harnessed through collective and collaborative and a shared commitment to progress. So let us therefore embrace our unity of purpose among leadership at all levels and among all residents of the region. Development cannot succeed in isolation. It requires partnership, mutual respect, and a shared vision. As we reflect on the values that brought us this far, we are reminded of the powerful words of our late founding President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Sam Safishuna-Nujoma. May his revolutionary soul rest in love and peace. And I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society, will always emerge victorious." This timeless message continues to guide us today. Our unity must remain our strongest pillars as we navigate the challenges of inequality, unemployment, and economic transformation. But we have made good strides. There are so many that Namibia, as a country under the leadership of our forebears, those who have come before us, those who are in the leadership, especially under Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, has achieved. So let us cherish those achievements. Where there is unity, God commands His blessings. Let this be the slogan for Hardap region. And fellow Namibians, the future we seek is a future of prosperous, inclusive, and to build a sustainable Namibia. In closing, and as I move to introduce our keynote speaker, I call upon every resident of Hardap region. Let us stand together, let us work together, and let us dream together. Let us honor the sacrifices of those who came before us by building a future worthy of their legacy. Honorable Emma Theophilus, our Minister of Information Communication Technology, is a Namibian, extraordinary, picked at a young age, who served as a member of Parliament and who served as the Minister of Information and Communication Technology in the Republic of Namibia. Before her appointment, Honorable Emma was always policy adjacent and was a youth activist around issues of gender, children's rights, and sustainable development, and youth against youth unemployment. She has always campaigned against youth unemployment because she wants youth to be employed and to take part in Namibia's development agenda. She served as the Deputy Speaker of the Youth Parliament of the Republic of Namibia, a board member of the National Council of Higher Education, and a junior member junior mayor, my apology, of the city of Windhoek, amongst other roles. Born and bred in Windhoek, Namibia, Honorable Emma holds an LLB honors degree from the University of Namibia, where she served as Secretary General of the Students' Union in her final year of study, a diploma in business management from Amity University, and a diploma in African feminism and gender studies from the University of South Africa. She is currently pursuing a master's degree in ICT policy and regulation at the University of Witwatersrand. Honorable Emma Theophilus is a council member of Nala Feminist Collective, where she is championing digital justice on the African continent. And she was further nominated for the One Young World Politician of the Year Award 2020 and in 2021. In her current role, our Honorable Minister plans to better communicate the activities and programs of the Government of the Republic of Namibia, create a more digitally literate nation, increase access to the internet among Namibians, and assist in preparing the Namibian nation for the fourth industrial revolution. It is really my honor and pleasure, Honorable Minister Emma Theophilus, Minister of Information and Communication Technology, and please help me, Hardapians, Namibians, sound, lights, to welcome my Honorable Minister to deliver a keynote speech and give us a message of hope. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let us rise. Let us stand up. Thank you.
Kai Gangans, Honorable Governor, let us please take our seats.
Stage, okay.
I think I'll be too high. I'm fine.
First step. That is the first step. How is the headroom?
Directors of Ceremonies, Ms. Isaacs and Mr. Huisemap, the Honorable Rian Charles McNabb, Governor of the Hardap Region, Chairperson of the Hardap Regional Council, Honorable Simon Koper, all regional councillors present, Your Worship, Ethel Isaacs, Mayor of Mariental Town, and all local authority councillors present, Gaub Hanse of the Karkwen Traditional Authority and Chairperson of NTLA, Captain Hebert George Brits of the Bastard Traditional Authority, and I recognize as well and see here amongst us Gaub Ishmael Witboy, as well as Gaub Kavango, and all senior councillors present from all traditional authorities and leaders, veterans of the liberation struggle, Bishop Emeritus Dr. Zephania Kamieta, and all our faith leaders, distinguished guests, our men and women in uniform, our elders, Ms. Jane Piri, Speaker of the Children's Parliament, and all the youth present here at our independence commemoration and celebration, all the cultural groups that have entertained us and continue to entertain us this day. Fellow Namibians, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mariental. It is with deep humility and profound respect that I stand before you today in Mariental, Tsaraga Abus, Hardap region on this great occasion. Today is a day of memory. It is a day of honor. It is a day of recommitment. It is a day on which a nation pauses to remember the price of freedom, the weight of sacrifice, and the duty we all carry to defend the republic that was born from struggle. Today, as we gather under the wide and clear skies of Tsaraga Abus, we do not gather as strangers to one another. We gather as one people, joined by one history, one flag, and one destiny. We gather in a region whose soil remembers struggle, whose winds carry the memory of resistance. We gather in a region whose communities have for generations understood the meaning of endurance, dignity, and courage. When one stands in the south of Namibia, one stands in a place where history does not sleep. One stands on land that remembers the footsteps of those who refused to bow before colonial oppression. One stands where the names of Hendrik Witbooi, Jacob Marengo, and Jan Jonker Afrikaner are not simply names in a textbook, but part of a living political and moral inheritance. One stands where memory is carried in stories, in families and communities, and in the quiet strength of elders who still hold the meaning of that struggle in their hearts. Long before the dawn of 21st March 1990, and long before the Namibian flag rose into the open Namibian skies of a free republic, the spirit of freedom had already been lit in this land. It was lit by men and women who knew that dignity cannot be negotiated away, that justice cannot forever be denied, and that a people determined to be free cannot be silenced forever. Here in the south, in what today we call Hardap region, that spirit burned fiercely. Hendrik Witbooi stood for the principle that the people of this land must not live under domination. Jacob Marengo moved with courage and defiance against colonial subjugation. These leaders did not fight for southern Namibia apart from the rest. They fought for the principle of freedom itself for the whole of Namibia. They fought for human dignity. They fought for justice. They fought so that one day Namibia might stand whole, free, and forever sovereign. In central Namibia, the Ovaherero resistance under leaders such as Samuel Maherero, and later the voice and statesmanship of Hosea Kutako, spoke to the determination of a people who would not allow their history to be erased. In the north, Mandume Yandemfayo became a towering symbol of resistance and defiance. In the east, in the Zambezi region, the Kavangos and Omahake regions, communities sustained the broader liberation effort through solidarity, sacrifice, and resolve. Across this country, from region to region, from community to community, the struggle took different forms, but the dream was one, and the aim was one, and the aim was independence. And that is why we must say with clarity, without fear and without apology, Namibia's independence was never the achievement of one region. It was never the achievement of one tribe, never the achievement of one language group or one generation alone. It was won by a people united by the belief that freedom was possible, and it belongs to all Namibians in whatever forms they come and go. The organized liberation struggle later found powerful expression through the movement called Swapo Party, and of course the Plan Combatants led by the revolutionary Sam Nujoma, together with leaders such as Hage Geingob, Hifikepunye Pohamba, Theo Ben Gurirap, Nangolo Mbumba, and many others who carried the weight of the national cause through sacrifice, diplomacy, mobilization, and unwavering commitment. They, together with countless known and brave and unknown sons and daughters of this land, carried Namibia towards the dawn of independence and laid the foundations of the republic we celebrate today. As a representative of the Republic of Namibia and all its people, I am deeply pleased to be here in the Hardap region and to deliver this message on this Independence Day, 21st March 2026. This is a national platform of remembrance, reflection, and unity. Our elders in the South, just like our elders in the North, East, West, and Center of this country, did not struggle so that future generations would divide Namibia into political territories of symbolic ownership. They did not, and I repeat, they did not sacrifice for a fragmented national memory. They struggled for one Namibia. They sacrificed for one Namibia. They dreamed of one Namibia. And they dreamed that one day, a born free such as myself would be able to stand at a podium in a region in the South, such as this one, and talk about independence. It's because of the hard-won independence that I was born in Windhoek, not under subjugation, but under freedom. It is because of independence that I attended a school in the official language English and my mother tongue of our land, and that no other language was forced upon me. It is because of independence that I chose my own career path and was not limited to only 2 or 3 career paths to choose from. It is because of independence that I can wake up on any day and decide to travel this wonderful country and beautiful country called Namibia. It is because of independence that I can have the freedom of speech and expression as a child of this land with my ancestors behind me. And so, the real question should never be about who is speaking. The real question should be, what is the message being delivered? If the message honors the sacrifices of our heroes and heroines, respects the pain and endurance of our elders, recognizes the contribution of every region, and calls the nation towards unity and progress, then the purpose of Independence Day is fulfilled. Fellow Namibians, our elders understand this truth better than anyone else. They fought not so that leadership would remain frozen in one generation. They fought so that younger generations could rise, take responsibility, and continue the work of nation building. They fought so that the torch would be passed on. They fought so that freedom would not end with them, but live through those who come after them. Therefore, I call on all young people to check in with the elders, to learn about the history of this country. intentionally, deliberately. There is a wealth of knowledge, unsaid, untapped, that we need to extract from our elders. They say wisdom comes with age. Therefore, fellow young people, it is only natural that we look to our elders for guidance, advice, and support. Namibia's independence story teaches us timeless lessons that every generation must rise and carry the torch forward. My generation, the born frees, did not fight in the liberation war. We do not claim the scars of that battlefield as our own, but we are the beneficiaries of freedom purchased by your sacrifice, our elders. We live under the flag you helped rise. We speak freely because you paid the price for our freedom. We participate in democracy because you insisted that this land should belong to its people. And because of that, we carry a sacred responsibility. The responsibility to protect the freedom you won, the responsibility to deepen the democracy you built, the responsibility to transform independence into shared responsibility and prosperity, and of course the responsibility to build the Namibia you dreamed of. Since independence, our country has traveled a remarkable journey. We have built a constitutional democracy rooted in law, rights, and peaceful political processes. We have maintained stability. We have expanded education and healthcare. We have built roads, schools, clinics, and communication infrastructure across a vast and challenging land. Anyone who doubts it must go through the archives and compare where we were in 1990 when we were under subjugation and where we are now in 2026. There is a difference. There is a big difference. This country is not the same country which was at independence. And if you are in further doubt, go outside and see. See the houses, see the roads, see the network towers, see the schools, see the clinics. Go outside and see. And if you still refuse to see, go outside and touch the infrastructure. Fellow Namibians, we have earned respect as a peaceful and democratic nation. These are not small achievements. They are the fruits of a people determined to build from the ashes of oppression. We are determined to build a well-functioning republic based on dignity and hope. And yet, even as we celebrate progress, we must also speak that there is so much more to do. We face poverty. Young people face unemployment. Households wrestle with inequality and limited opportunity. Communities waiting for development in full measure. Independence, therefore, cannot only be a matter of memory, it is also a matter of delivery. It must be translated into opportunity. It must be translated into dignity and livelihoods, and it must be translated into hope. That is why the work of nation building continues. It never ends. Under the leadership of Her Excellency, President Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, her administration is focused on strengthening unity, deepening inclusion, accelerating development, and expanding opportunity for all Namibians. As Minister responsible for Information and Communication Technology, I also believe firmly that one of the great frontiers of the next chapter of our independence lies in connectivity, innovation, and digital inclusion. The future of Namibia will not only be shaped by the resources beneath our soil, but by the ideas that will come forth from our own people. It will be shaped by what we do to ensure that a child in Mariental, a learner in Katima Mulilo, a young entrepreneur in Rundu, a farmer in Omaheke, and a student in Ngamingus all have access to tools, knowledge, and opportunities that define modern progress. Technology must not become another barrier. It must become a bridge. But no administration, no government, no ministry, and no leader can build Namibia alone. The task before us requires unity. It requires cooperation across generations. It requires discipline in leadership. It requires service above self. It requires that we reject politics of division and embrace politics of nation building. That is why this day must speak not only to our memory, but to the maturity of a nation, to the present and the future. To the elders who are joining us here today, I say to you, your struggle is remembered, your dignity is honored, your sacrifices remain part of the moral foundation of this republic. Your legacy lives not only in monuments and speeches, but in the very fact that Namibia stands free today. To the young people of Mariental, of Hardap, of Namibia, I say to you, freedom is now in our hands. Let us carry it with discipline. We should carry it with humility, with courage, with respect for those who came before us. To all Namibians, I say, let us reject every attempt to divide our national story by region, or by age, or by race, class, by tribe, or by political convenience. Let us protect the unity for which our heroes and heroines fought. Let us honor our elders, not by speaking in their name to divide the country, but by defending the republic they helped build. Because Namibia's independence story is not a regional story. It is not an age story. It is not a factional story. It is a national story of unity, sacrifice, endurance, and shared destiny. And the greatest way to honor those who came before us is to ensure that every generation continues the work that they began. I extend warm Independence Day greetings to all Namibians. May we continue to build one Namibia, one nation. May we continue to defend our republic, and may we continue to rise as one people, united under one banner. As our founding father, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, taught us, Namibia is our God-gifted country. We have no other one but Namibia, quote unquote. Happy Independence Day, Namibia. Long live the spirit of Hendrik Witbooi. Long live the spirit of Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Long live the Hardap region, and long live the Republic of Namibia. Thank you very much.
Viva independence, viva! Viva independence, viva! Let us give the most precious, wonderful hand of applause to our very dearest, honorable Emma.
Well, that was a message from the Minister of the Information and Communication Technology, Emma Theophilus, coming to us from the Hardap region, where celebrations are happening in Mariental. She brought us, via her very encouraging and strong speech, a brief history lesson and taking us down memory lane on Namibia's leaders who contributed in bringing us into what we know today as a free Namibia. She also emphasized on the sacrifices and the trials endured to bring Namibia to independence. And then she addressed the young people of Namibia, herself having been one of the youngest leaders taking up office not only as a minister but also in parliament. And during her speech, she urged them to recognize the benefits that independence is providing them even to this day, and also encouraging them to build the Namibia that they dream of for themselves. A beautiful message on this 36th Independence Day celebration. Indeed, we now cross over to the Kunene. We did inform you earlier that we're going to try and bring you as much content as we can from around the country. We know that all 14 regions are having their own celebrations this year, and it's not just centralized to Windhoek. So in the Kunene, the activities have been happening at the Town Council Sports Field, and we also have a message coming from the governor of that region, which is Vipakeye Mwarukwa. So let's take a listen to what he has to say.
Come and address your people. Independence Day to Namibia. Long live Namibia, President. And indeed, long live Honorable Keynote Speaker.
Let's rise to welcome the minister to the podium. Gatutheka metia kure omushunika omutatengi meakembo. Gatutheka me tuyanjonje dhikironje mupire oshobature bakunene. Please take your seats.
Well, unfortunately, we caught the tail end of the message from the governor of the Kunene region, but we are crossing over swiftly to the message that the Prime Minister has for the Namibian nation this afternoon. I understand that he has already started speaking, so let's cross over to Elijah Ngurare and hear what he has to say today.
I embody, I want you to know
and happy
that the Omatara Inongwet was my place for lunch every day. And there is no there than anywhere else. If you want to cut your finger with delicious food, it is in this case Ongwe Diva. Tupeni Ongwe Diva make. I therefore feel at home where I am in Oshana. I was working for the University of Namibia and HP campus and stationed at JETS. I would visit various villages and various schools so that we are able to check on our students. We're visiting traditional authorities, churches, and now I hosted the 12th May movement in 2014 in honor of the late Shuna Nuyoma. I would not want Ondangwa, especially their open markets. They are also number one. Come they cook. Let's give them a round of applause. Director of Ceremonies, at midnight today, Her Excellency President to address to the nation as follows, and I quote, the 21st March, 36 years ago, our function, leader of the Namibian Revolution, His Excellency Nuyoma declared Namibia's independence. And he's in conclusion, that is the founding president. I quote, in conclusion, our people to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. And historical day 1990, Namibian nation joined the international community. Collapse of apartheid racist South African regime and of the Namibian flag, a banner that must forever fly proudly land. Therefore, today, the President continues of Namibia, the land of the brave, proud, and free people. This anniversary of Namibia's independence. The President continues. Ago, our nation emerged from liberty. The Namibian flag was raised for the first time, symbolizing for self-determination. Many of us still remember the 21st March 1990 at midnight, when the marking our hard-won independence after a protracted struggle. That moment lives through the stories of parents, teachers. Any of you were not yet born or were too young to remember step as a free and independent republic. In the words of the founding members of the SWAPO party, who said, and I quote, that's the president quoting, long and bitter, but I also know that my people will wage that struggle. Those words continue to guide us today and remind us that the free come easy. Fellow Namibians, our independent, numerous valiant sons and daughters endured incarceration and sacrifice so that Namibia could attain liberty. Today, and heroines whose unwavering bravery and self made our independence a reality. And indeed, their blood waters today remind us that while we may hold different political views and beliefs, our hands always stand above our differences. We come together as one people. It belongs to all Namibians. Fellow Namibians, while we celebrate our progress, let us also look ahead with honesty and resolve to overcome the challenges that of our citizens continue to face poverty and inequality. Many firm employment, decent housing, and access to basic services that are with dignity. As I often say, these challenges call for collective action and shared responsibility. Namibia requires all of us, the government, the private sector, civil. The most meaningful way we can safeguard our hard-won independence is economic and psychological transformation. At the same unfair not to acknowledge the progress abundance, unquote. Those were the words of Ndaitwah. Let's give a round of applause. Director of Ceremonies, indeed, as Her Excellency acknowledged the progress our nation has made since independence. You have seen with your own eyes independence. You have seen with your own eyes what independent projects undertaken in all 11 constituencies that make up the region. Water pipelines, rural feeder roads, and health facilities. Many rural households in Oceania region have access to potable water, created synergies, complementing one nation's of our residents in this region. Yesterday, with the business community of Oshana, who shared their especially decrying the view that we and capital projects should benefit, and not only those that are coming from outside Oshana. I agree. I want to commend the Town Council of Oshakati, especially of informal settlement. And in saying so, of Ondangwa and Ngwediva to them only demonstrating that when NDP6 allocated 50 million towards the formalization of informal settlement, were directed to do what they can, because through many will be empowered. And therefore, in singling out Oshakati, not only Oshakati, and the mayor deserves to smile because they are the lead that comes to formalization of informal settlement. Oshakati State Council that has ensured that local, they have given and allocated plots not only to one or two, so that the cake is shared equitably. And therefore, there are areas where Ongwediva and Ondangwa is doing a good job. Ongwediva very soon is going to become the tourist centers heading north and going south, because east and strained. But they are doing a good job, because I have conflict of interest. So the leadership to them. I also acknowledge yes, business communities. They were many, small, medium. Some were older with me, and some were content creators. Some were YouTubers. Some were. What impressed me most, and the positive impression that I leave from many of the start-up businesses, the girl child. Let's give the girl child a round of applause.
Well, those are the sentiments of Namibia's Prime Minister Elijah Ngurare that we're hearing there. We do want to apologize for the poor sound quality coming through, but if you heard what he was stressing on, it was a very positive toned message coming from the Oshana region. They are having their independence celebrations at the Oshakati Independence Stadium. While earlier we did give you some visuals there from the Kunene region, which we briefly had to interrupt. But we take you back to the Kunene region at the Korechas Town Council sports field, where Indileni Daniel, the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, will be ready with a message in just a second. We're going to be right back.
We must ensure that local communities benefit from their resources, that value is added within Namibia, and that our youth are integrated into those economic activities. However, we take note that where possible, for sectors to play its part and for coexistence need to happen, we need to look at that closely. As Her Excellency, the President has rightly said very often that we are too few and we are too rich to be poor. This statement reminds us that Namibia's wealth, its people, its natural resources, and its heritage must be harnessed for prosperity.
fellow inhabitants of the Kunene region, the great region, and the mighty region, you are the custodian of Namibia's most unique and breathtaking landscape. Your resilience, your heritage, and your natural wealth, and the pillars upon which Namibia's future will rise. Let us reaffirm our commitment to unity, development, and service delivery to our people. Let's also honor the sacrifices of our heroes and heroines whose lives and blood has watered this country by building a nation that reflects vision, the vision that they had, that also reflect equality, dignity, and that also provide opportunity for all. Happy 36th independence anniversary. Long live the Republic of Namibia. Long live Kunene region. I thank you.
Dis wat ek gesê het. Kaptein Brits self in aksie. Leading by example. Daar sê. Kan ons toch vir his worship my ook 'n partner kry? Kan ek toch vir his worship my ook 'n partner kry? Yes. Kan ons die vice mayor kry, vice mayor. En daar is dit, ek het geweet. En dit word gehonored deur ons governor, se pragtige vrou. Daar is Reeword nou wakker. Aanland is nou wakker. Let's give them a big round of applause. Ons geef hulle 'n lekker hartlike hande klap. En ons was nou 'n stukkie van Reebord hier in Marinta, Independence Stadium. baas. Kom ons geef vir onze pastors 'n lekker hartlik aan 'n klap. Kom ons geef hulle 'n lekker hartlik aan 'n klap. Dankie julle, dankie. En dan doen hulle altyd die bouw vir u. En ons wil net vir hulle sê verskriklik dankie. Dankie onze geliefdes. Baie dankie. As julle kos môre maak, moenie vergeet van ons die amptenare wat saam met julle gedans het, dat ons free of charge gaan eet. Prys die Here. Geliefdes, ek wil net vir my kaptein, my honorable mayor en almal dankie sê dat hulle regtig waar so 'n bydrae kon gedoen het met die governor ook. Dit is maar net so. Nou ek dink nou volgende aan die Herro Cultural.
Well, the visuals that you're seeing on our screen right now is from the State House. Today, a diplomatic luncheon for Namibia's 36th independence celebration will be taking place there. Of course, the program has already begun. As you can see, there is a choir currently entertaining the crowd that has been invited. Now, members of the diplomatic corps, of course, will be present from our understanding. Also, the third former First Lady of Namibia, Madam Monica Gainkos, is also expected to be a part of the invited guests, as well as the founding First Lady, Madam Kovambo Nuyoma, will also be there. We also have His Excellency the Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who has been invited to this luncheon at State House taking place today, and understand that he will be delivering a message from State House as well. And I understand that the Director of Ceremonies today is Ambassador Bonnie Haufiku, the Chief of State House Protocol. As you can see on our screens, it seems to be a full house. We're expecting Her Excellency, the President of Namibia, Madam Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, to also, of course, address the invited guests there today. Let's just switch over and take a listen to what's happening over there just very briefly.
Your Excellency, Madam President, let me begin by saying congratulations, double congratulations to you. But having said that, let me go to something we invented in Nigeria. We haven't had too many inventions, but this one we invented. When we come to a formal speech like this, we think we are saving time. And we will say, after we have gone through the sort of protocol that the director of ceremony has gone through, then we will say all other protocols observed. But I will not go through the length of protocol. I will only stand on the protocol established by the Master of Ceremony, which was well established. On this beautiful day in the land of the brave, permit me to begin my brief remarks by congratulating you again, Madam President, on the 2 milestones we are celebrating today. Firstly, let me felicitate with you and congratulate you on the anniversary of your first year in office as the 5th president of this great African nation, that has become a beacon of hope for peace, security, stability, progress, and good governance in Africa. When you were to be sworn in into office on this day last year, you graciously invited me to witness the event. I accepted the invitation and look forward to attending the event. Unfortunately, due to my obligations and responsibilities as African Union facilitator and mediator in several conflicts in the Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region, I was unable to juggle to be physically with you on that day. But I made a promise to you that I will come and show my solidarity with you and the people of Namibia before long. God being faithful and kind, He has preserved me to be here today, not only to witness the anniversary of your first year in office and the 36th Independence Day anniversary, but also to see with you my own eyes some of the work you are doing to take Namibia to greater heights. Secondly, let me congratulate you, Madam President, and all the people of Namibia on the occasion of the 36th independence of your nation, Namibia. Madam President, when I arrived in Windhoek yesterday, you made my program to contain 4 things that made my visit most memorable. And I wish to specially thank you for those 4 things. Upon arrival, I was driven straight from the airport to the home of Her Excellency, Madame Kovambo Nujoma, the widow of my good friend, and this nation's...
Well, that was former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, giving his remarks at the diplomatic luncheon for Namibia's 36th independence celebration currently happening at State House. And if you'd like to continue to watch the program unfold there, you can do so on NBC2. Of course, on the screens, you also saw the Hadab region as full of festivity just earlier. We heard the messages from the Governor McNabb of that region, as well as the Minister of ICT, also delivering her message from Marintal. Well, we're going to just have you look at the festivities and entertainment that's happening there. When we come back, we're going to look at a very special insert around women's empowerment. Stay with us.
We want to say thank you to our Oshihero cultural group. Can we shout for them? Can we shout for them? A lot of energy. I love it. I love it. Yes. Honorable Minister, I forgot to say.
Scenes from the Hardap region, the Oshihero cultural group, showing us what they've got as they celebrate Namibia's 36th independence anniversary. Now, you cannot speak about independence, and of course 36 years later, without a conversation around inclusivity as well as opportunities for all. Now, this following insert focuses on women's empowerment, from a conversation with Vice President Lucia Witbooi to the lived experiences of dentist Rachel Gainkos, engineer Martha Katanavali, and business owner Ndishimona Ngimwenya. We share real stories of leadership, of resilience and growth. So let's take a look at this insert produced by Rosa Shikoha.
Namibia's journey has been shaped by the people who continue to build and strengthen the nation every day. Among them are women who lead, who serve communities, who build businesses, and who continue to open doors for the next generation. Across different sectors, women are contributing to Namibia's development and helping shape the country's future. Leadership helps shape the direction of a nation. Namibia has seen women rise to some of the country's highest offices. We sat down with Vice President Lucia Witbooi to reflect on women's leadership and the role women continue to play in Namibia's development.
Namibia has made significant progress in advancing the role of women in leadership at the national development. Guided by the constitutional commitment to equality, the country has implemented progressive policies that have enabled more women to participate in decision-making levels of the society. Today, women serve in key positions across government, in the parliament, and in the judiciary, in the local authorities, and reflecting a deliberate national effort to promote gender balanced leadership. So, as one can see from the top, the president, the vice president, the speaker of the National Assembly, and they are so, even in the private sector, women are in leadership. So we had that strong policies that enabled our improvement. There was deliberate policies in place that make it easy for women to come to the main table. And as I can say, for example, the ruling party, they were the leading driving force by within them, within their structures, and they brought in the zebra style so that we can provide, for example, to ECN a zebra list, 50-50 male-female list, and it has also encouraged other political parties to improve on women representation. If you, for example, talk about the parliament, for example. So those were the deliberate efforts that we have put in place. Still, many women are lagging behind. Young women still need that structural and socio-economic barriers that limit their ability to fully access opportunities to contribute to national development. As we move forward and as a nation, our collective priority must be to deepen investment in quality education, skills development, and leadership training for our girls and our young women, particularly in the fields that are shaping their future, the future economy, such as science, technology, and so on. But while we are encouraging our girls to do more and be part and be active, we should also not leave behind the boy child. They also need the guidance, they also need the support, and they also need the empowerment to grow into responsible, respectful, and productive members of the society. Yes, of course, they must first also acknowledge their potential and never feel that I uncertain about themselves, never feel uncertain about themselves. They must know this is what I want to achieve in my life and strive for it consistently. Take part in deliberate programs and things that can enrich their confidence and capability. Of course, many times the society, we have different people in the society, they will throw at you the stones, and this one is so, and this one is so. Just take that stones and build for you the stairs, build for you the stairs on which you will step to come where you want.
Absolutely.
So to confident, know what you want. Don't undermine you. Don't say, I cannot do it. Do it and see whether you cannot do it.
Beautiful sentiments there from the Vice President, Madam Lucia Witbooi, as we brought you that insert that focuses on women's empowerment. And I understand it's also her birthday today, at the same time that we celebrate Namibia's 36th independence anniversary. Now, we're crossing back over to State House. As I mentioned earlier, there's a diplomatic luncheon taking place in honor of Namibia's 36th independence celebration. Before we cut away from there, the former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, was delivering a message, and I also informed you that there are quite a bit of dignitaries and guests who make part of the luncheon today. We're crossing back to State House to follow the proceedings live.
And global Africa have to work together and work collectively to use our God-given resources for the benefit of our people in common policy and common security and shared prosperity. As I conclude, let me reassure you, Madam President, as we discussed yesterday, that I will come back to Namibia very soon. And when I do, I will bring with me worthy sons and daughters of Africa and friends of Africa who will come to invest in Namibia and do business in a way that will positively impact this great nation. Namibia is a great nation, a shining light in Africa. Let us dedicate ourselves to ensuring that the dreams of this nation's founding father and his compatriots never fade away, and the flames that ignited their belief shall remain burning in the hearts of all Namibians. God bless Namibia. God bless Africa. God bless global Africa. I thank you for attention, and may God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the message. Many of us benefited from Nigerian support. Our own independence could have not been reached without the solidarity that we get from our brotherly countries in Africa. That time of the struggle, many of our students, both academic at secondary schools, at the universities in Nigeria, and as well as military training were taking place in Nigeria under your leadership. We appreciate your solidarity and your leadership during that time. You acknowledge, of course, the contribution also made by our founding First Lady, who has been our inaugural First Lady for the 15 years of our independence. She defined the role with grace, focusing the pillars of our society from children to communities, and her lifetime was tied to the journey of our first president. We appreciated that you came even to encourage her. Thank you. Before I invited President, let me again ask the Healing Vocal Choir to give us one item. Again, Omake. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are doing very well. Keep us entertained. The whole country is celebrating today our 36th anniversary. I wish to recognize in our presence today Ms. Vicky Yatoivo, who is also among the guests of this celebration, and also Michelle McLean, our own first universe, and other distinguished guests that came from different parts of the world, as well as the sport personalities who are with us. Among us also there are the first many ambassadors, former ambassadors, many former ministers. So we appreciated that you turn up. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, please rise. No, we rise to hear the toast. Invite the President, Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, to deliver her remarks and propose a toast. Thank you.
Please take your seats. Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, members of the Diplomatic Corps. I'm following a statement by my senior and an African statesman, and we are here to learn. Therefore, allow me to stand on the protocol established by the Director of Ceremony, who even before called me to the podium, continued to recognize all of us present here today. And for me to say to all of us, happy Independence celebration. Standing here in front of Mekulu Kovambo Nuyoma is something that I cannot take for granted. It's something that is inspiring me, is empowering me, and it's making me to move forward with confidence in leading this great nation. Thank you very much, Meme Kovambo, and the family who have made it possible for her to be here as we celebrate 36 years of our independence. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to State House this afternoon as we celebrate Namibia's 36 years of our independence. And that's why among us, we are seeing many of our veterans, as those are the people who made it possible for us to be here. Earlier today, at the stroke of the midnight, as Namibia entered the 21st March, I had the honor of addressing the nation. In that moment, I was reminded, as if it were yesterday, of that historical night at the Independence Stadium when we witnessed the Namibian flag being hosted as the South African colonial flag was lowered down. It was a moment that marked not only the end of one chapter, but the birth of a sovereign nation. On that day, our founding president, His Excellency, Comrade Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, declared that to the world, that Namibia was now free, that Africa's last colony has been liberated, and that the destiny of our country was now firm in our own hands. Those words were not merely a declaration, they were a promise that was promised that never again will the Namibian people be subjected to colonial rule, and that the future of this nation would be forever shaped by its own people. Today, as Namibia marks her 31st independence, 36 years of independence, we gather not only to celebrate our sovereignty, but also to reflect on the journey that has brought us here and the partnership that continue to shape our future. In many ways, Independence Day is our national new year, a moment to take stock, to renew our commitment, and to look ahead with purpose and confidence. Over the past days, I have received numerous messages of congratulations from heads of states and governments, as well as leaders of international organizations across the world. Those messages are a testimony to the enduring friendship Namibia has cultivated over the years. We deeply appreciate those gestures of goodwill, and I kindly request you, Your Excellencies, to convey our sincere gratitude to the leaders you represent in our country. I wish to extend a special welcome to my elder brother, our African statesman, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, who joined us on this remarkable day. He has decided to come celebrate with us our 36th independence celebration, as well as to join me and the Namibian people as we mark my first year in office. As he rightly said, he wanted very much to attend the inauguration after having received my invitation. Unfortunately, as he explained, he could not attend due to equal important continental responsibility. However, I'm very grateful and happy to see President Obasanjo as I'm now starting my second year in office. Truly, yesterday we had a very fruitful discussion. And I have to disclose this one. President Obasanjo informed me that when he took office as president of Nigeria, he made a commitment that before he leaves the office, he wants to create 50 Nigerian billionaires. 50 Nigerian billionaires. He said he failed. He was only able to make 48. So I'm here to learn how many Namibian billionaires I should make in my term in office. I told him the public-private forum that we have launched last year, and it's on that base that he say, I'll bring you some African business personalities to meet with your business people, and we see what will come from them. Having said that, President Obasanjo, I would like through you to extend our warm greetings to the people of Nigeria, a nation that stood firm with Namibia during our struggle for freedom. We all recall, Kangulosi will know this one, the word frontline states in Nigeria. Frontline states in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and we look forward to be with the Nigerian in our economic struggle. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate, we also remember the nations that gave shelter to our people. The ambassador mentioned here, Namibians, we know Ludima, a school where Namibian young people were trained in Congo-Brazzaville. The friends and the comrades who stood with us, and the brave men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice so that Namibia could be free. None of what we celebrate today could have been possible without the contribution and without the countries and individuals who stand by us, those who believe in our right to self-determination and freedom, and that stood firm, based also on their own experience. They understand what it means to be downtrodden. Men shared with us the little they had so that we too could one day stand as a free nation, free from oppression, free from economic exploitation, and free from social degradation, social exploitation. There is a saying that when the storm has passed, one must never forget those who stood in the rain with you. As a nation, we carry that memory with humility and gratitude. Like the elephant whose strength is matched by its memories, Namibia does not forget those who stood with us in the time of the struggle. In our region, We talk of the independent neighboring countries, namely Angola and Zambia, who suffered attack bombings by the South African colonial regime. In Africa, through the AU Liberation Committee or directly, most African countries have rendered the support to our struggle. In the Caribbean, our comrades from Cuba have to come and even share with us the trenches. We fought together with arms, and we will never forget that. In Europe, the socialist countries, under the leadership of the USSR, among other things, they provided us with military hardware, safe places for our children, and the training as well as educating our youth. While the Scandinavian countries contributed to transport and logistics. In Asia, China, India, and others were the pillar of our support from that part of the world. Our special appreciation goes to individuals and members of the anti-apartheid movements in Europe and America for having mobilized their communities to support our struggle under difficult circumstances. Therefore, Your Excellencies, members of diplomatic corps, your presence here today represents that solidarity which the Namibian people highly valued. Even when we decided to decentralize our independence celebration, our cabinet felt it necessary that we should also have the international community as one of our constituencies, hence this gathering today to talk to our friends and to thank them for the support and for having stood by us. We look forward to your countries and organizations to continue work with us on our road to economic independence. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 36 years, Namibia has built a strong foundation of peace, stability, and democratic governance. Yet, we are mindful that the work is not complete. The expectation of our people, especially our youth, call on us to ensure inclusive development, create opportunities, and ensure that the benefit of independence is shared by all. Our government remains committed to a people-centered development agenda, focusing on key priorities such as agriculture, sports, youth empowerment, education, health, creative industry, housing and land, and sanitation. Those efforts are supported by critical enablers, namely energy, mining, oil and gas, tourism, water, fisheries, transport and logistics, and all are aimed at building a resilient and inclusive economy. On the international front, Namibia remains guided by the principle of solidarity, peaceful coexistence, and respect for international law. It's in this line that we call any and all those involved in the conflict anywhere in the world to come back to the table engage one another in the interest of humanity. We remain ever mindful that Namibia is a child of international solidarity, born out of the collective support of nations and peoples who stood with us in our time of need. We therefore carry forward that same spirit in our engagement with the world, anchored in the principle of coexistence, mutual respect, and shared progress. We will continue to work within SADC, the African Union, the United Nations, and other international organizations to which we are members to promote peace, justice, and a fair global order. We also reaffirm our solidarity with the people of Cuba, Palestine, Western Sahara, and Sudan. Your Excellencies, members of diplomatic corps, Namibia value the partnership we have with your countries and your organizations. As we mark this important landmark, we look forward to deepen our cooperation in trade, investment, skill development, for us to achieve sustainable development for mutual benefit of our people. We would like to see a strong people-to-people conduct, as well as business-to-business partnership. Namibia is open for investment. And we would like to see joint ventures between your business personalities and Namibian personalities. We would like to see a strong Namibia private sector contributing to economic development of our country. And most importantly, to ensure that Namibia's natural resources benefit Namibians. Against that background, on behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia, once again, I thank you for your continued friendship and solidarities that I have no doubt you will continue to strengthen at all times. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, as I come to the conclusion of these remarks, may I kindly ask you, I hope the service people are doing their work. I know that water is a serious problem in this country, and we might not have enough water for champagne and other liquids that requires water, but let us share whatever is on the table so that you can join me as I propose a toast. I propose a toast to the good health of the heads of states and governments you represent and leaders of international organizations, to the continued prosperity of your nations, and to the enduring friendship between your countries, your organizations, and the Republic of Namibia, to their Excellencies, health.
The wind of freedom sweeping across Mama Africa. The wind of freedom sweeping across Mother Africa. Over there they say that.
You've just witnessed some scenes coming from the State House, Her Excellency, the President of Namibia, Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, speaking at the diplomatic luncheon taking place at State House in honor of Namibia's 36th independence anniversary. Now, the President, in her speech, her message, stressed the importance of not only maintaining but also strengthening great diplomatic ties, and also shared her gratitude towards the nations outside our borders who played a vital role in helping Namibia gain independence. The President also, of course, gave her official Independence Day speech earlier today, or shall I say late last night at midnight. If you did, unfortunately, miss that, as I'm sure many Namibian did, you can go on to our social media, as we did upload it there for you. And also just a reminder that if you don't find yourself in front of the television all day today, you can catch the proceedings of the celebration of our 36th independence anniversary on the go. We are, of course, streaming live, and then we have the MBC Plus app that we encourage you to make use of as well. Well, we're going to give you some sights and sounds from the Ohangwena region before we cross over to other parts of the country. Let's take a look at what's happening there.
The wind of change sweeping across the African continent. The wind of
Those are the festivities happening in the Ohangwena region at the Hilau Nafidi open space next to the open market. Of course, later on, we'll also be bringing you a message from James Sankwasa, the Minister of Urban and Rural Development. Now, many of our leaders across the country have, of course, shared their messages in honor of Namibia's 36th independence celebration. And at this juncture, we now cross over to the Irongo region, where the town is celebrating their independence at the Karibib Yusuf Stadium. And standing by is the governor of the Irongo region, Natalia Kwachoses, who delivered the keynote address from there.
Guests who have come together in large numbers just to celebrate this special day. The atmosphere is vibrant, filled with national pride, various traditional attires and cultural performances that are on display.
United in purpose, let us be the proud Irongo residents to welcome our guest speaker this morning. And before I do that, as a governor of this region,
I cannot hide my excitement. You have exceeded beyond imagination my expectation as far as the attendance this morning is concerned. I was expecting 5,000 residents of Erongo and about 1,000 from the other regions which we have invited. But this morning we have congregated in 5,000 times 2, so we are about 10,000 Namibians commemorating our peace, our stability, our freedom, our unity. Thank you once again, the people of Erongo region. All of you have played a very important role to have made this event the resounding success it is. Thank you very much. Omake to you all. Thank you very much. No one should stand. Why? Thank you very much for the respect and honor. I was supposed to direct my apologies. We were not supposed to stand. I was supposed to ask you to stand when our guest speaker was to come. But thank you very much. I know you are ready for your governor. You are ready for your governor. Thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you very much for having invited the Almighty who has protected this beautiful land of brave for 36 years of freedom, stability, peace and unity. Your devotion this morning was about love. Thank you, Pastor. Your message is appropriate and we are going to strive in Erongo region to love one another. Thank you very much for that devotion. I want to, from the onset, express our profound gratitude to Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of Republic of Namibia, the mother of this nation, for her wisdom, for having decentralized the 36th independence celebrations to all 14 regions. Thank you, Mother President, for the decentralizing, for your people to also feel and be part of our independence, of our stability, peace and unity. We salute you, Mother President. Thank you very much. All of you who spoke before me, the two girls from the private school, you have touched me. We have heard you very clearly. Your clarion call is well received. We are going to make sure to look after you. What is a country without young people? Indeed, you have demonstrated that you are indeed the leaders for today and for future. All those who spoke before me speaks and reiterated and then reaffirmed that indeed Namibia is looking into the prosperous future beyond 35 years of independence. Thank you to all of you who spoke before me, the veterans of the liberation struggle, Ombara. Thank you very much for that strong message that you have delivered this morning. You have done justice to this program the 36 years of independence in the Republic of Namibia. Thank you, our guest of honor, Honorable Cornelia Chilunga, the daughter of the swell, senior special advisor and head of upstream petroleum unit in the president for having accepted our invitation to be the guest of honor this morning. The salutation in terms of the protocol list has been eloquently established, and therefore I shall not bore you or repeat again, because the same list of the salutation is the one that I'm having, and exactly the keynote speaker will once again come and salute you. Therefore, understand that I am not going to salute you all, but I welcome each and every one to this occasion, which is a historical one in Erongo region. I am delighted really to welcome you to this very important gathering that marks a very important day of our history. Independence Day is both a celebration and a moment of reflection, as was said by the previous speakers. It calls upon all of us to honor the sacrifices endured for our freedom and to renew our commitment to building a united, prosperous, and inclusive Namibia. It is important to ask ourselves a question about what this day means for the Erongo residents. And as a governor of Erongo region, I want to re-emphasize here that the democracy we enjoy today cannot be taken for granted. It is incumbent upon all of us to maintain and safeguard this democracy, peace, stability. I am therefore happy that the governance, through peaceful and credible elections in late 2025, exactly on the 26th of November 2025, we have democratically elected the leadership of Erongo region. Congratulations, the leaders of Erongo region at the regional council level and at the local authority levels. Thank you very much. This achievement reflects the maturity of our democracy and the values upon which our nation was founded. As a region, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Namibians, residents of Erongo region, we are entering under my leadership as a governor of this region and as a collective, formidable force, a renewed phase of implementation and delivery of services to all our residents in Erongo region. In the coming days, we will review the Erongo Water Forum, because Erongo region is one of the regions that is water distressed. We have water scarcity. Therefore, as a region, I shall ensure that we are going to have a water dialogue in the coming 2 weeks in Erongo region under my leadership, to see how we can address sustainably the water challenges in our region. Equally, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Namibians, the Erongo Road Safety Forum will be reinforced to address preventable losses of life on our congested roads. of significance is the Erongo Development Trust. For instance, in the last 3 to 5 to 7 days, your governor has received on your behalf cash monetary donations from our stakeholders, including the head of state. We were financially supported by the central government with an amount of 250,000 Namibian dollars for this event. And 2 days ago, your governor went to receive on your behalf another 300,000 Namibian dollars from one of our fishing industries. Therefore, it is essential for this governor to review and to ensure that there is a Erongo Development Fund upon these monies will be deposited and accounted for. Because these monies are meant to assist the youth, to assist the women, to assist those who are in need, to also come in the mainstay of development. So we are going to ensure that the key projects, that the key programs in Erongo region are indeed revised, and therefore things are moving fast for the people in Erongo region that would need the support through these programs without fail. I have already availed about more than 2 million Namibian dollars, which the governor's office has received to promote fish consumption amongst our residents. Therefore, I've extended invitations to all 7 constituencies to participate in this program. I have 2 million Namibian dollars in the governor's governor's account. 2 million Namibian dollars, which is earmarked to support the fish consumption amongst young women and those who are interested in all 7 constituencies. I am looking at least 2 beneficiaries which can be assisted with impactful assistance. We are going to train you, we are going to buy you equipment so that this fish consumption in our region is indeed promoted. So having said this, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you a daughter of the Namibian soil, a daughter who has served this country in different portfolios with distinction, a daughter who has been entrusted the responsibility in the presidency to be a custodian of our petroleum unit in our Republic of Namibia from the office of the President. I would therefore like to say this leader whose career embodies dedication, resilience, and visionary service to our nation. Our keynote speaker, of course, she's a daughter of the Namibian soil, was born in Ogadila, Oshana region, and has risen through the ranks of public service with distinction. She has served Namibia, as I said earlier on, in to her groundbreaking role as the first woman Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy. Oh my God, for your keynote speaker, she was the first woman Deputy Minister responsible for Mines and Energy. Klap hande vir julle Deputy Minister, die eerste vrou leader, wat een member of parliament was, wat de Deputy Minister was for the Mines and Energy. When we speak about, when the governor cries about small miners in Erongo region cannot be illegal residents. She understands what the governor is talking about. When the governor is saying our small miners must start benefiting from the EBLs, your keynote speaker is a leader who understands the language of your governor. Omakeso, your keynote speaker. Her expertise and vision are vital as our country advances towards sustainable development and energy security. Beyond her roles in government, she has equally shared, she was the chairperson of the Namibia Energy Council, contributed to the Swabo Party Women's Council, and worked tirelessly in community welfare initiatives. Her career spans a reflection of a rare combination of healthcare, education, law, governance, and energy sector leadership, always with a strong commitment to gender equality and social progress. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you, the 10,000 of us here, please stand up, help me to welcome our keynote speaker who will deliver the message of our President, Honorable Cornelia
That was transpiring earlier from the Irongo region. We just heard the message that the governor of the region, Natalia Kwahoses, shared with the crowd and the individuals who came out to celebrate Namibia's 36th independence anniversary in the Irongo region. Oh, we've got some more messages from the leaders across our country. We now cross over to the Omaheke region, where the region celebrated their day in the town of Gababas at the Legare Stadium. Now let's take a listen to what the governor of that region, Pio Nganate, had to say.
Hendrik Sivede, our regional commander of the Namibian Police, the Commissioner of General and Correctional Services, represented by his member, Your Excellencies, member of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished veterans of the liberation struggle. I also want to recognize the presence of NECA in our midst, and especially the coordinator of MECA, Mr. Comrade Sapaka. Men and women in uniform, representative of social society organizations, representative of development partners, representatives of faith-based organizations, senior government officials, distinguished invited guests, distinguished members of the public, and of course, if I want to sleep peacefully the coming week, my wife, Helmi Nganate, you also recognized. And so all the spouses of all the different dignitaries you also recognized. And especially our women, since we just recently celebrated International Women's Day. Our mothers, you are recognized. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Before I begin, I ask us all to remember this. There was a time in this country when freedom was not a celebration. It was a mere dream. A dream carried by brave men and women who walked this land before us, who sacrificed what we endured, and who gave everything so that we could stand here today. Because of them, we are free. Because of them, we have a voice. Because of them, we have a future. Fellow Namibians, distinguished guests, and the people of our beloved Omaheke region, as the governor of the Omaheke region, I stand boldly before you today. Today we celebrate more than independence. We honor the courage, the sacrifice, and resilience that gave us our freedom. 36 years later, we stand on that foundation with pride, but also with responsibility. Omaheke, our cattle country, is a land of strength and endurance. But our greatest wealth is not only in our land, it is in our people, our youth, who carry dreams of a better tomorrow, our women, who continue to shape our communities, and every citizen who works daily to build this region. Independence must be felt in the lives of our people. It must mean opportunity, it must mean dignity and progress for all, no matter how far they are from the center. As we celebrate today, let us remember the freedom we enjoy today was paid for, and it now asks something from us. The future of Namibia is being built now by us, and it will not be built by chance. It will be built by commitment, by the choices we make, and by the work we are willing to do. As we stand here in the heart of the cattle country, we do so under a new and transformative mandate. Transformative mandate of inclusivity. I wish to take this moment to recognize and commend our President, Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, for her visionary leadership and her unwavering commitment to the people of Namibia. Her Excellency has moved beyond words to direct action, placing a profound emphasis on regional inclusivity. We are currently witnessing a historic shift in how we honor our sovereignty. Under her direction, the 36th independence anniversary is not confined to a single stadium or a single city. It is being celebrated simultaneously across all 14 regions of our republic. This is a very powerful political statement. It serves as a living reminder that this nation belongs to all of us, every region, every community, and every Namibian. By decentralizing these celebrations, the President has ensured that the flame of independence burns just as bright in Gobabis as it does in any other town or city. It reflects the scared spirit that independence belongs to every Namibian, in every corner of our land. And in this new era, no one is left out. No voice is silenced, and no region is secondary. We celebrate today as a republic of equals, united by one flag and one common destiny. As we pay homage to the reason why we're here, we must specifically remember the role of this great region. Omaheke played a pivotal role in Namibia's road to independence. We were the critical clandestine exit route for the leaders and fighters of the liberation struggle, fleeing colonial oppression into Botswana, onwards into exile. We remember the 1st of March 1960. It was right here in Omaheke that our founding father, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nyoma, began his journey into exile. He traveled from Windhoek to our eastern border near Beitepos, receiving the brave assistance of our local people to cross into Botswana. That single act of deviance initiated the global campaign for our freedom. We honor our traditional leaders, and I'm happy to see so many of them here. We remember Chief Hosea Kutako Memorial Museum and Homestead Shrine in Twases, which stands as a testament to the cooperation of local leaders who risked their lives to support this movement. To the people of the Kalahari constituency and Beitepos settlement, your history is the history of Namibia's history. The President refenced the founding moment in 1990, when the Namibian flag was first raised as a symbol of self-determination. Today, that flag flies over a peaceful and democratic country. But let us be clear, peace and stability are national achievements that must be protected and safeguarded at all times. Freedom requires us to look at one another as brothers and sisters. Our president has issued a call for peace, unity, and national identity. While our political views may differ in a democracy, they should be our identity as Namibians to always stand together above differences. We must explicitly and categorically reject and condemn the ugly faces of tribalism, racism, and regionalism. These are elements that tear nations apart and destroy progress in Omaheke. In Omaheke, we are a mosaic of cultures. We are Hereros, Damara, Nama, San, Setswana, Chuambo, Kavango, Sambesians, Afrikaner, and the list goes on. Our diversity is our strength and not our division. Independence must be felt in the lives of our people. It must mean opportunity. It must mean dignity and progress. As the president often reminds us, and I quote, "We are too few to be poor." This is a call to collective responsibility. Independence gives us the opportunity to shape our own destiny, but it requires every one of us to shoulder the responsibility. The future of Namibia is being built now by all of us. It will not be built by chance. It will be built by commitment, by the choices we make, and by the work we are willing to do. As our founding president, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma wisely said, "A people united striving to achieve common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious." Let this be our moment, not just to celebrate freedom, but to live it with purpose, so that one day, when those who come after us look back, they will say that we did not take our freedom for granted. We honored it, we protected it, and we built with it. Fellow Namibians, today, I also want to share with you the tangible progress we're making in Omaheke region to ensure self-determination translates into self-sufficiency. One of the primary goals have always been to curb the tragedy of malnutrition. I'm happy to report that through the Directorate of Health and all our partners, our efforts reflect in the numbers. We have seen a significant reduction in death due to severe acute malnutrition among children under the age of 5. The Hobabes District Hospital reports that we dropped from 15% in 2023-2024 to just 4% in 2025-2026. And still 4% is still life lost. Furthermore, in line with the SWAPO Party Manifesto Implementation Plan, the renovation of the operating theater at Hobabes District Hospital was certified complete on March 18, 2026. Omake for our government. People, you may clap hands. If you feel like clap hands, if there's something that we should celebrate, let's celebrate. Because many naysayers have said we are not ready to use state hospitals. And if we see this remarkable progress, we must hail our president and the 8th administration. And I'm happy our director of national planning is here, also to see all the planning behind all this work that they do pay off, and we are reaping the fruits. The Directorate of Health has also recruited 6 medical doctors and 52 nurses this year alone, and that's in Omaheke. Alongside 2 Cuban specialists in surgery and internal medicine. This is bringing high-quality healthcare to the doorsteps of our people. My office, through our malnutrition task force, have rolled out Genesis supplements and micronutrients to ensure that malnourished children are getting adequate nutrition. In education, Omaheke is on the upward trajectory. While we face challenges at the junior secondary level, our NNSC advanced subsidiary level has surged in national ranking from position number 8 to position number 5. And I think we deserve a round of applause. I'm sure the director is smiling from ear to ear, and so the deputy director and all educators. I want to specifically congratulate Epukiro Secondary School, which achieved a national ranking of position 4 in NSS CAS subjects. You are the benchmark of excellence, Epukiro. And you have proven to us, no matter where you find yourself, you can rise and be counted amongst the greats of this globe. On the 13th and 14th of March, we held groundbreaking ceremonies for 2 basic sport facilities in Oshinene and Ochombinde. Soon the work will commence with construction. This is the first of many, with the aim to have sports facility in each constituency. When our Commander-in-Chief say that the youth must receive priority, she means business, and business unusual. To our youth, vocational training is your engine of growth. Hobabe's vocational training has seen steadily growth in the enrollment and impactful community projects, such as the renovation of the industrial markets, the yellow market and the blue market as they are known, and hospital beds. Looking ahead, 2026 marks a phase of expansion with new hostels and recreational facilities. Hobabe's Vocational Training Center were the overall winners of last year's National TVET Inter Games. Hobabe's VTC will host the annual sporting event for all state-owned VTCs this April. Let us show the nation the hospitality of Omaheke. I'm also reliably informed that the Ministry of Works Transport will also have their annual sports event in Omaheke. Now somebody asked me, why everything Omaheke? I said everyone needs to have a taste of our beef and our hospitality. To redress the skewed land ownership of the past, the government has purchased 100 farms in our region since inception for resettlement purposes totaling over 487,000 hectares at a cost of 601 million. Land is the soul of our people, and we will continue to ensure that it is used productively to feed the nation. Director of National Planning Commission, I must also mention that Hobabes is overcrowded by the influx of former farm workers who are being laid off daily without being given options. And we are calling upon our brothers, the farm owners, to please help us build this country and retain peace by not laying off people and leaving them on the outskirts of Hobabes without any options. Our mission is to create opportunities. We are in the advanced stages of reopening the Omaheke Innovation Village, or the old space, a dedicated hub for entrepreneurs and youth to build their full potential. The Deputy Minister of Education, Honorable Dino Balotti, emphasized during his visit that this is a collective responsibility. I'm therefore calling on all political partners to come on board in order for us to transform the space and maximize its potential. I call on our business community to come on board. Let us give our young people a space where they can learn, where they can innovate, and where they can grow. Finally, and I'm sure every one of you is getting relaxed now, I'm thrilled to confirm that Miss Namibia 2026 and Miss Teen Namibia 2026 will be held right here in Hobabes on the 31st of July and the 1st of August, respectively. This is our moment to shine. It is our collective responsibility to ensure our region and our host town are ready. And let me say this, we are a cattle country, and I'm happy amongst us, Dr. Bwende is also here, who's also a stud farmer. There is no reason why the winner of Miss Namibia shouldn't walk away with a kraal of cows or a farm plot. I call on our farmers, business community, and our community members to donate towards this initiative. Fellow Namibians, Omaheke will rise. Namibia will rise. And together we will rise stronger, united and unstoppable. Long live the Republic of Namibia. Long live our President of the Republic of Namibia. Long live Omaheke region. One Namibia. Happy 36th Independence Anniversary Namibia. And I thank you all.
Welcome back. If you've only just joined us here on NBC One, you're a tad bit late, but not quite. We've got you covered with what's happening with the 36th Independence Day celebrations across the country. As we know, celebrations are happening across each region. And so far, the regions have been doing justice to the day, showing us all the celebrations and messages that have been coming across and the activities that are happening alongside this 36th Independence Day celebrations. Just before, we were seeing a message from the governor of the Omaheke region, Pio Nganate. And at this juncture, we cross over to the Oshikoto region, where the region celebrated the day in the Olukonda constituency. Let's take a listen to what the governor of that region, Saki Katindi, had to say.
But we also see the needs of our people. The need for water, the need for quality healthcare, the need for better education, and the need for meaningful economic opportunities. These are not signs of failure, they are calls to action. Fellow Namibians, the success of the 8th administration will not only be measured by policies, it will be measured by impact. A young person can find opportunity and purpose, and by whether our communities feel safe, dignified, and included. That's the true measure of leadership. And that's why unity is not optional. Unity is essential. We must strengthen collaboration between government and the private sector, as well as our traditional authorities. The government is leading with vision. The private sector must invest with purpose. Traditional leaders must guide with wisdom. When we move together, when we act together, and when we serve together, development becomes unstoppable. Let us therefore build our foundation on one principle: service delivery to the Namibian people. Let service delivery guide us. Let service delivery unite us. Let service delivery define us. Director of Ceremony, division delays development. Unity accelerates progress. When we are divided, our people suffer. When we are united, our people prosper. Let us rise above differences. Let us stand together as one people. Let us work together across all sectors, across communities, close generations. Let us build a region where opportunity is shared, where dignity is protected, where no one is left behind. At this moment, allow me to extend our sincere appreciation to all stakeholders, partners and individuals who have contributed to the success of this Independence Day celebration here in Oshikoto. Your generosity reflects the true spirit of nation building. We extend special gratitude to the Ministry of Environment for their unique and symbolic contribution. The donation of a giraffe for this event. This is more than a gesture. It is a symbol of unity, a symbol of shared responsibility, and a symbol of a nation that stands together. To the youth of Namibia, you are the future. You are the promise of this nation. The sacrifices of yesterday have created the opportunities of today. And it's your responsibility to build the Namibia of tomorrow. Stay focused. Stay disciplined. Believe in yourselves. You are the custodians of our heritage. You are the guardians of our values and the pillars of our communities. To our partners in private sector, your role is critical. Your investment creates opportunity. Your commitment builds the economy. Together we can build a Namibia that is prosperous, a Namibia that is inclusive, a Namibia that is resilient. Fellow Namibians, as we celebrate this day, let us not only remember our history, let us shape our future. Let us honor our heroes, not only with words, but with action. Let us build a Namibia where freedom is not only spoken of, but experienced by all. May we move forward as one people. My unity guides us. My service delivery defined us. And long live Your Excellency, Comrade President. Long live the Republic of Namibia. And long live our mighty Oshikoto region. I thank you.
Those were the sentiments of the governor from the Oshikoto region, Saki Kafindi, speaking to us there. Of course, we're still bringing you messages from across the country, from our governors and our leaders, etc. We now cross over to the Kavango West region, where the region celebrated their day at the Nkurunkuru Sports Stadium. The region was graced by the national speaker of the Speaker of the National Assembly, Sarah Kokongela Amadila, who was the keynote speaker. She was welcomed by the governor of the region, Verna Sinimbo. We did try to bring you that live earlier, but there was some interference. We managed to capture it off air, so let's take a look at what they had to say.
Very much, Director of Proceedings, Mr. Matthews Singambwe, Chief Regional Officer, Kavango West Regional Council. We emangruko we! We emangruko we! We wakonjeri manguruko wetu we! We warui wetu we! We ekwate sokori manguruko we! Honorable Doctor Sarah Kuongelwa Amadila, Speaker of the National Assembly, who's also our guest of honor this morning. Allow me to abide by the protocol that was well established by the Chief Regional Officer. Good morning, Morokeni. Today we gather here in Kurenkuru, Kavango West region, a region that carries deep historical meaning in the story of our liberation, to commemorate 36 years of Namibia's independence. We gather as custodians of a hard-won freedom, a heirs to a legacy forged through sacrifice, courage, and unwavering determination. Poturi nei na pankure nkuru, morigen la kawangoruha routokero, tuya dane ezua eri, dia karasi, kwa kara ezua rie simititi, riokudi woroka ezua rie manguruko rietu yonomvura noro tatu na ntazimwe, rie manguruko ria Namibia. Emanguruko orio twa kudiworoka ria wiza morwa Elizambero, upenda nokuskama jikiti. This region was not merely a geographical space during the struggle. It was a front line of resistance, a corridor of movement, and a place where many of our people endured untold suffering, subjected to the harsh realities of colonial oppression. Yet they stood firm in their resolve for freedom. The region zetu zimwe ozo zamona ndi ezizapita moita yokudisiga siga ozo zakera si vantu amo kwa nyanda, vantu amo kwa hepere monodorongo morwa epangero odio dakereko rio ukoloni. Nye kapiwa nenga nengere kwa skeme njikiti warwe mora wakere no stambo sokumangurura Namibia. As we celebrate, we also remember the history of our beloved country and of Kavango West region in particular. In 1886, foreign colonial powers, Portugal, who colonized Angola, and Germany, colonizers of Namibia, decided that the Kavango River would serve as a boundary between their spheres of influence. For the people of Kavango, the river was life, connecting communities, sustaining livelihood, yet it was turned into a line of division. 5 years later, by January 1891, the first German colonial official entered the Kavango region. The kingdoms of Ukwangari and Mbunza remained firmly under their kingdoms, governing themselves and resisted external domination. 12 years later, by 1903, confrontation has begun right here in Kavango. The Germans' expedition entered the region from Grootfontein and attacked the residents of Kavango West region settlements who were under the leadership of Hompa Himarwa, burning settlements and undermining traditional authority. Germans could not prolong or sustain their warfare because the region was remote, forested, and logistically difficult from central Namibia. During the same time, uprisings in the central parts of Namibia were also escalating, and Germans had to withdraw from Kavango to reinforce the deal with the uprising in the central parts of Namibia. Director of Proceedings, sir, under the South African illegal regime, among the strongest defenders of Kavango against the regime was Hompa Kanjimi Hawanga, a powerful leader of the Wakwangadi tribe. He resisted both colonial occupation and external control of South Africa, asi o ukonjeri o kwa varekera kono mpitisi detu do pampo ndiasi ohompa wetu hompa kanjimi hawanga ogugakere siake kwakere mpitisi ogugaskeme mokurwane sa epangero lyoka tongo ogugakere si age kapina pulisira epangero lya guseno nkondo do uhompa wao kwakere nomapenda makwao tavaskama vanakara nerwameno asi Namibia zetu kavango nazo zetu kapina tupulisira ukoloni vatuguse nonkondo detu. He was taken in 1924. He was taken from his homeland and taken to Grootfontein, far from his people. Nomburudina kamba tava ya mgusamo ipo vase supike nonkondo dendindi nompitisi wanto wapitisire wapirekara na hompa ndiasi nompitisiri ipo nonkondo dendi wadiguseko tava mdamna wamtware ko kutwa kutumbrasi ko Suwanda ndiko karufandena. There he was killed under unclear and suspicious circumstances. His people were denied closure. His kingdom was left weakened. This was not just a death. It was the removal of a power of an African leader. Through the Odendaal plan, Kavango became Kavango land, a homeland designed to marginalize and isolate, just like other Namibians. The people were persecuted, displaced, imprisoned, tortured, and killed. Asi mozonye plan wana kutumburasi Odendaal, Kavango nga vazitumburasi Kavango land, ndi Kavango land. Omakere si stambo, vaziguseko, zirikarere, vazihepeke, ano mosruoso wa Namibia o wakere nye mumkunda ogu, awe kwa sitente wastente. Tawa hepa, mahepe gogo siga, monodorongo, wamwe, neitwa kuyunga, wazumbanisa no mwenyo dao. No mwenyo dao, dipuizumke mombiji. Despite the danger, the people of Kavango West region supported plan combatants, feeding them, sheltering and guiding them. At a time when traditional leaders were expected to serve the apartheid system, Pompa Daniel Siten Tumpasi chose a different path. In October 1987, he traveled to London and met Dr. Sam Shafishuna, the leader of SWAPO in exile. May his soul continue to rest in eternal peace. He later met him again in Lusaka, Zambia in April 1989, just before our independence. These were not ordinary meetings. They were acts of fearless and risky effort of supporting the struggle to attain our independence. Where ompa wetu we? Where nompitisi detu we? Where mapenda getu we? When news of these meetings reached the apartheid regime, it reacted with hostility. His leadership was challenged and his life was in danger. His palace was targeted, but he stood firm. The region experienced militarization, arrest without trial, torture and killings. Kavango West region became what many described as a battlefield. Independence was not given to Namibians on a silver platter. It was fought for, paid for with blood, sweat, and tears of gallant sons and daughters of Namibia. Emanguru korietu kapiria wiza poruyaha, kapiria wiza no ureru, kwa chika honde, kwa purire wantu wanakara no stambo wanaska manjikiti, wahana woma, mahodi ga chikire, hondeza chikire, ezazuri ya chikire. Wana wazinyetu, wanatoko mene, asi Namibia izotupu kumanguruka. Nyesiri, Namibia za manguruka. Many sons and daughters of this soil joined the liberation struggle, and some never returned. Today we honor the gallant fighters, the innocent civilians who suffered, and all Namibians who contributed to the cause of self-determination. As we reflect on our painful past, we must equally celebrate how far we have come. From the ashes of colonial oppression, Namibia has emerged as a peaceful and stable democracy, governed by the rule of law and the constitutional order, and committed to unity, reconciliation, and inclusivity. Since independence, under the leadership of SWAPO-led government, Namibia has made commendable progress. Our country stands today as a beacon of peace, stability on the continent, a success story built on the resilience, discipline, and visionary leadership. As Kavango West region, we are proud contributors to this national journey. Our people are hardworking. Our youth are ambitious. Our communities are determined. Kavango West region is rising. And it is rising with a purpose. Yet, as we celebrate, we must also reflect. Independence is a continuous responsibility. It demands that we confront poverty, unemployment, and inequality with the same courage that our forefathers confronted colonialism. Because the true measure of independence lies not only in political freedom, but in economic empowerment, social justice, and inclusive development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, under the visionary leadership of our President, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, we are called upon to accelerate service delivery, strengthen food security, empower our youth, and create sustainable livelihood for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this achievement and reflect on our journey, we are deeply honored to be joined by a leader whose life stories mirrors the very struggle and progress we commemorate. Our chief guest and main speaker, Honorable Dr. Sarah Kuongelwa Amadila, is a distinguished servant of the Namibian people, a seasoned leader. Honorable Dr. Sarah Kuongelwa Amadila life story reflects very essence of the Namibian struggle and triumph. From her early years in exile, as a young freedom fighter, to her academic pursuits abroad, she has consistently demonstrated resilience, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the liberation and development of Namibia. She joined the liberation struggle at a young age in exile, rose through the ranks of public service, served as Namibia's first female Director General of the National Planning Commission, Namibia's first female Minister of Finance, Namibia's first female Prime Minister, Make. And now, Namibia's first female Speaker of the Namibia or National Assembly. Indeed, a female pioneer and leader of note. Her leadership has been instrumental in strengthening Namibia's economic management, advancing social protection, promoting gender equality, and driving inclusive development. In 2015, as Namibia's first female Prime Minister, she served with distinction for a decade, guiding the nation through critical reforms and challenging times, including COVID-19 period. As the first female Speaker of the National Assembly, continuing her legacy of service by promoting democratic governance, accountability, and legislative excellence. Muyungi kwetu gwana inagomnene, Ndokotora Sarah Kuongelwa Amadila. Ogwana karasi esanse koriendi kuna kutudiorokesa, nomvura ododa karasi wantu kwa kere, tawa konjere Namibia manguruke, muyungi kwetu kwa gzire, akakari akairipakere no wakonjeri manguruko, ponomvura do nona. Age, no nona kwa skeme, tatokomene tazi akadimbe sure ipo avre kuiza aya tware komeho epangero riendi nosurongo sendisa Namibia asi mgorika diogu age kwa kerasi ige director general di director kurona mwina mnombere wa batumburasi National Planning Commission goku hoverera takarahena ministera gweyo imariwa mo Namibia goku hoverera takarahena nkuru prime minister gepangero letu ya Namibia mgoyika di goku hoverera ngesi ige na mgoyika di goku hoverera na karasi ige mnaspundi gondango zana wenye kaptatu di kidako. As the first female speaker of the Namibian Assembly, continuing her legacy of service by promoting democratic governance, accountability, and legislative excellence, Honorable Dr. Kuongelwa represents the very ideals we celebrate today: sacrifice, perseverance, excellence, and service to the people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Sarah Kuongelwa Madila, to deliver the keynote address. I kindly request all to rise to join me in a warm and deserving round of applause as we welcome her to the podium. Honorable Speaker, tuskameni tutambure muyungi kwetu gomnene nomaru nkari nokusakerera.
Honorable Verna Sinibo, the Governor for the Kavango West region, for your kind introduction. Honorable Governor Sinimbo, Honorable Philip Ustenga, Chairperson of the Kavango West Regional Council, Mr. Matthews Singambwe, Director of Proceedings and Chief Regional Officer of Kavango West Regional Council, Honorable Regional Councillors present here, Your Worship Katanga Andreas Muhoka, Mayor of Mkurenkuru Town Council, and other local authority councillors present here, Otate Hompa Eugene Siwombe Kudumo, Ukwangali Traditional Authority Chief, Otate Hompa Alphonse Kaundu, the Chief of the Mbunza Traditional Authority, esteemed veterans of our liberation struggle, all senior public servants and government officials present here, representatives from political parties and from business and civil society organizations, distinguished invited guests, our respected community members, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. Before I commence my statement, I wish to say that Hompa Alphonse Kaundu from the Bunza Traditional Authority, I understand is celebrating his birthday today, and he is here with us. And I would like you to join me in wishing him a blessed birthday and many, many happy returns of his special day. Happy birthday, Chief. May we also extend birthday wishes, although belated, to Honorable Verna Sinibo of Kavango West, who celebrated her birthday on the 19th of March. Happy birthday, Governor. Compatriots, today I stand before you deeply honored to join the people of Kavango West region, and indeed all Namibians, in commemorating a defining chapter in our nation history, the anniversary of our national independence. 36 years ago, on a dusty stadium in Windhoek, the world watched as our independent democratic republic was born. But that birth was not easy. It came after a labor that was protracted and that cost the lives of thousands of our sons and daughters during the colonial resistance, in exile, in the trenches at the battlefront, and in the dungeons of occupation. Independence Day for Namibia does not only mark the moment we attained freedom, it commemorates the successful conclusion of a long, painful, and heroic struggle for liberation, a struggle waged at the highest price imaginable. As we commemorate Independence Day, therefore, we celebrate the bravery of the patriots who fought valiantly, first to defend our land against invasion, and after occupation, to rid our country of colonial subjugation and restore dignity to our people. These brave sons and daughters of Namibia placed their very lives on the line. Because of their unwavering courage, we are today a free nation, free from oppression, free to manage our own affairs, and free to determine our own destiny. As we commemorate this day, we honor those whose blood and toil brought forth our freedom. We pay homage to our founding fathers, whose vision laid the foundation of a robust governance framework anchored in peace, unity, and democracy. We honor all the liberation heroes and heroines whose sacrifices remain the bedrock upon which this republic stands. This year, our celebration carries a heavy heart. For the first time in 36 years, we commemorate this day without the man who lit the torch of liberation. We are without our founding father and the first president of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Sam Tshafishu Nujoma. I ask you to look to the sky. When you see our national flag, remember that it was Dr. Nujoma who rallied a nation behind that flag when it was just a dream. He taught us that the color red does not just represent our people, it represents the blood of the martyrs of our struggle. Today, we say to him, "Go well, revolutionary giant. Your long march is over. The freedom you secured for us is now in our hands." We also remember our second president, the late Dr. Hage Geingob, whom we lost 2 years ago. He was one of the architects of our constitution, the builder of the Namibian house. He taught us that after you win the war, you must win the peace through dialogue and inclusion. These Namibian political giants have joined the ancestors, but their spirits march with us today along the banks of the Kavango River and elsewhere in our land. 36 years after March 21, 1990, we are mindful of the fact that political freedom was only the first phase of the struggle. There remains a second and equally important mission to achieve self-reliance and true socio-economic liberation for every Namibian. That is the duty we owe to the heroes of our war of resistance and the national liberation struggle. That is the debt of gratitude we must repay through committed, purposeful action. As we reflect on the journey since independence, we must rededicate ourselves to the socio-economic transformation and a better quality of life for all citizens across every region, every constituency, and every household of our country. Fellow Namibians, it is both symbolic and significant that we gather here in Kavango West region, a land of immense potential, rich cultural heritage, and a people of tremendous resilience. This region represents inspiring examples of progress that give us reason to be proud and to march forward with confidence. But it also represents real development challenges that require focused and sustained interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, we now stand at a critical juncture. Vision 2030, the long-term blueprint to transform Namibia into a prosperous and industrialized nation, has only 4 years remaining. The 6th National Development Plan officially launched in July last year by our president, is the final strategic framework designed to take us to year 2030. Structured around 4 pillars of economic growth and resilience, human development, environmental sustainability, and good governance, NDP 6 is our nation's collective roadmap for the remainder of this decade. To get there, we must all pull our full weight. Government, the private sector, civil society, and every Namibian individual. This is not a journey only one sector can make alone. It demands partnership, shared purpose, and collective resolve. This means when government builds schools, families and communities must ensure that children attend and complete their education, that children are protected, and girls are encouraged to stay in school and not become victims of teenage pregnancies or early marriages. It requires that we embrace gender equality and fight gender-based violence, and we uphold the rights of all Namibians to live a life of dignity, free from poverty, violence, and socio-economic exclusion, with their full human potential developed. I must say that the current levels of gender-based violence and violence against children in our country are unacceptable. They amount to a violation of fundamental human rights. As a nation, we cannot progress while women and children live in fear. This scourge must be confronted with the full force of the law and with the full moral weight of our communities. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, the progress made in the agricultural sector here in Kavango West is encouraging. Interventions such as dryland crop production, seed systems development, horticulture support, and poultry production are improving food security and rural livelihoods. These efforts form part of a broader national strategy to transition agriculture from subsistence to commercially viable systems. The Musese Green Scheme has delivered remarkable results, generating $28.5 million Namibian dollars from 4,200 tons of maize, a testament to what coordinated investment and effective management can achieve. In 2024, the government invested approximately 7 million Namibian dollars into Sikondo Green Scheme for new tractors and implements, and all state-managed schemes are now operational across the country, with both winter and summer crops flourishing. We call on Musese and Sikondo to continue diversifying into other crops and vegetable production in order to grow the region's agricultural footprints further. Eyes are now turning to the Zone Green Scheme, which has secured 2,000 hectares and represent an enormous opportunity for this region. Our farmers must not only grow crops, they must own the markets. Ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure development remains a key enabler of economic growth and service delivery. We have made progress in the completion of schools, health centers, police infrastructures, electrification projects, and water supply systems across Kavango region or Kavango West region. Constituency offices have been established in Mankumbi, Tondoro, Tamagoro, and Mpungu, bringing government closer to the people. A government office park has been constructed in the region, and a rural development center at Rupara village in Musese constituency. On water access, progress was made with 77% of the population in the region now having access to safe drinking water. we must redouble our efforts to extend access to all the remaining residents through expanded water infrastructure. Telecommunication towers have been commissioned in the region in recent years, expanding digital connectivity and opening new avenues for education, commerce, and communication. Digital inclusion is not a luxury. It is a necessity that even our most remote communities must have access to. The construction of the Nkurenkuru Regional Hospital remains an urgent priority. Furthermore, road infrastructures continue to be a critical priority. The development of feeder roads connecting deep rural areas to national roads is not merely a convenience, it is the artery through which development flows. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, the education sector continues to play a central role in national development. The performance of Kavango West schools at the national level is commendable and reflects the dedication of our educators, learners, parents, and schools boards. The expansion of vocational education and training through the Nkurenkuru Vocational Training Center, which welcomed its first intake of 170 trainees this month, is worth applauding. Equipping young people with practical, market-relevant skills is not optional. It is imperative. Government builds the training facilities. Our youth must fill them with ambition, with diligence, and with purpose. Fellow Namibians, youth development remains a priority in our national agenda. The young people are our greatest resource. With a large and youthful population, this region has a demographic advantage that, properly harnessed through education, skills development, entrepreneurship, and innovation, can become an engine of transformation. The development of MSMEs is equally critical for inclusive economic growth and job creation. Efforts to support local businesses, improve access to finance, and facilitate the formalization of informal economic activities will build a more resilient and inclusive economy. We call on the formal private sector to complement government by embracing and mentoring emerging indigenous enterprises and to invest meaningfully in corporate social responsibility, not as charity, but as a strategic investment in shared prosperity. The cultural and creative industries hold tremendous untapped potential. Investing in artisan cooperatives, creative entrepreneurship, and cultural preservation will both honor our heritage and create new economic opportunities. Director of Proceedings, I will be remiss not to acknowledge an exciting development on the horizon for this region. The recent hydrocarbon discovery in the region presents a potentially transformative opportunity for the region and for our nation. Production testing is expected to commence at the site in this year. And if realized at scale, this discovery of oil could unlock new rounds of investment, infrastructure development, and local employment, particularly for our youth. Government will ensure that our natural resources, both here and elsewhere, benefit Namibians first. Ladies and gentlemen, sports continues to serve as a powerful platform for youth engagement, social cohesion, and the building of national identity. The investment in sports infrastructure, including this very facility at which we gather today, reflects our commitment to promoting healthy lifestyles, nurturing talent, and keeping our youth positively engaged. We are proud to hold this celebration in a space that represents investment in the future. The decentralization of services to the regions remain a cornerstone strategy for responsive and efficient service delivery. Strengthening the capacity of regional institutions ensures that government is not a distant entity, but a present and accountable partner in the daily lives of our communities. Fellow Namibians, as we reflect on all that has been achieved and all that remains to be done, let us be united in our determination. Many challenges still remain, but with common purpose, focus, and resilience, they can and will be overcome. We have overcome greater odds before. Let us march together in unity to transform our country into what we want it to be, a united, peaceful, and prosperous Namibia where no one feels left behind. Government will continue to honor its commitment to a sound governance framework and inclusive sustainable development. The freedom we celebrate today is not the end of the journey. It is the platform from which we must leap to greater heights. We owe that leap to the heroes whose sacrifices brought us this freedom, and we owe it to our children, to whom we must bequeath a bright and dignified future. It is within our means, it is within our reach. May the revolutionary spirit of our heroic forebearers, the departed and the living, continue to inspire us to persist in marching towards progress. May the memory of those who gave their lives for this freedom be eternally honored. May their souls continue to rest in peace. To the people gathered here today, let me speak directly to your identity. Kavango West was established to bring services closer to the people. From Pungu to Amagoro, from Tondoro to Nkurenkuru, this region is a breadbasket of our northern frontier. For centuries, this region has been a crossroad of culture and trade. Our wood carvers are famous the world over. Our traditional music fills the air, and our resilience fills our hearts. I come here with a message as a speaker of our National Assembly. Your challenges are the business of our parliament. When we achieved independence, we did not just change the flag. We placed a system of oppression with a system of rights replaced. Our constitution is the supreme law. It says that all the people of Namibia have the right to be heard, including yourself. I assure you that your elected representatives to parliament have the space to speak on your behalf when the budget is discussed and the needs are debated for our communities in our parliament. Our judiciary, independent of parliament and executive, ensure that when your rights are violated, you have a place to seek justice. This separation of power is the tripod upon which our peace stands. It is the reason we have had 36 years of stability, while many other countries have faltered. For 36 years, we have managed our politics well. Now we must manage our economy better. Our government has set a clear path. We are moving from a consuming nation to a producing nation. In agriculture, we must move beyond subsistence farming. We have water, land. We must scale up irrigation. Government programs are in place to support horticulture, so this region does not only feed itself, but also supplies the rest of the country. Let us turn our fields into factories for food. In the energy, you have heard about green hydrogen. The energy therefrom will power the entire country, and it will attract industries. We must prepare our youth with skills so that when investors come here, they hire Namibians, not foreigners. We must stop exporting raw materials and import expensive finished goods. Our timbers must become furnitures here. Our cattle should be processed into high-grade beef here. Our crops should be packaged here. This is how we create jobs. This is the economic freedom we seek. Independence is a collective project. Let us all optimize job creation. To the corporate sector and individual, complement our government to achieve the sustainable development we need. To the youth, learn a trade in whatever sector. to optimize the opportunities that are provided by our government. Stay away from crime and learn your history. Know how your freedom came. Read about Kasinga. Read about Quito Carnival. A person who does not know where they come from cannot know where they are going. To our women, you are the backbone. You raise the children. You till the land. You keep the home. We see you. We will continue to pass and implement laws that protect you from gender-based violence and give you access to land and credit and all other opportunities available to other citizens. To our traditional leaders, you are the custodians of our customs and traditions. Work with our government to ensure that land is allocated fairly, that our communities and investors respect our customs, and that our communities remain united and cohesive. To our veterans, we owe you a debt we can never fully repay. We must ensure that those who fought for this freedom will live out their last days in dignity. As we develop, we must safeguard our safety and security. There is no investment without security. There is no tourism without safety. I call on the community to work with the Namibian police, report crime. Let's look out for each other in our neighborhoods. Let's solve our disputes through traditional courts where possible and through the formal justice system where necessary. A peaceful country is a prosperous one. As I look at this gathering, I see the faces of a nation, the young, the old, the farmer, and the teacher. Let me leave you with this thought. 36 years ago, Namibia was the world's youngest democracy. Today, we are a respected middle-income country. But the journey is not over. The next 36 years must be about inclusive prosperity. It must be about ensuring that the child born here in a village in Kavango West has the same chance in life as the child born in Windhoek West. It must be about finishing the work of our founding fathers. Let us honor Dr. Nuyoma and Dr. Geinkop by being the best Namibians we can be. Let us work hard. Let us stay united. Let us reject division and tribalism. Let us build one Namibia, one nation. Let the spirit of 1990 remain alive, burning bright in the hearts of the people of Kavango West and the entire Namibia. God bless our president. God bless the veterans of our liberation struggle. God bless the people of this great region. God bless the Republic of Namibia and all its people. Happy 36th Independence celebration. I thank you.
Please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Namibia elected its first female president in 2024 as Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah stepped into office in March of the following year. This rare portrait looks at her journey, exploring her resilience, struggle, and the vision shaping a nation's future. Watch the story of a woman who shattered the glass ceiling and inspired a continent. She not only changed the status quo, she gave hope to a young nation.
I now belong to all Namibians, and I have to take care of all Namibians.
Dr. Netumbo, a leader beyond politics, courtesy of MultiChoice Namibia.
Welcome back, Namibia at 36. Indeed, just before the break, we brought you a message from the Speaker of the National Assembly coming to us from the Kavango West region. His speech was very thorough and detailed and really speaking very holistically to different sectors and you know, Namibians, covering the youth, speaking to the export industry, even, you know, directly to corporate as well. So really a very holistic message, speaking to every Namibian today. As I mentioned earlier, of course, we are covering everything that's happening today live, not only here on NBC, but you can also catch us on our social media pages. So if you're on the go and you want to keep up with what's happening, you can watch that on our social media pages, and of course keep up to date on WhatsApp as well on the NBC Digital News Channel 2. From Kavango West to Kavango East, we now go to where the region celebrated their day at the Rundu Sports Stadium. Governor of the region, Amnyera Hambuka, addressed the community. Let's take a look.
Program Directors, Honorable Stephanus Nonge, Chairperson of Kavango East Regional Council, and Councillor of Rundu Urban Constituencies, and all regional councillors present. His Worship Andreas Jikerwa, Mayor of Rundu Town, Honorable Vincent Inatuwana Kana, Chairperson of the Vundu Village Council, all local authorities and village councillors present, Hompa Sophia Mnjembwe Kanyetu of Vashambu Traditional Authority, Fumu Ervin Mbambo Munika of Hambokushu Traditional Authority. He has delegated his representative. All distinguished traditional leaders, Oliveira Francisco Gelmer, the Consul General of Angola in Rundu, members of parliament and former members of parliament present, Comrade Mushinga Otilia Shinduvi, Swapo Party Regional Coordinator, Mrs. Lutugela Nangura, CRO, Kavango East Regional Council, all heads of other political parties present, Commissioner Andreas Aingura, Regional Commander, Namibian Police, the Commanding Officer of the Namibian Defense Force, Commissioner Eliakim Shikongo, Namibian Correctional Services, faith-based leaders, my dear wife, Mrs. Hambuka, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, fellow Namibian. Good morning, Morokeni, Hamoroke, Morokenu. Today, we gathered not simply to mark a date on the calendar, but to remember a turning point in our collective story. On the 21st March 1990, Namibia did not only become independent on paper, our people reclaimed their voice, their land, and their future. That moment continued to echo in various schools we built, every clinic we open, every road we extend to the most remote settlement in our region. As we stand here in Rundu, at the heart of Kavango East, we do so on land that carries both pain and pride. Our elders still remember the days when movement was restricted, when families were separated by war, and when young men and women quietly left their homes to join the liberation struggle. Some never returned. Their names are not always written in books, but they live in our families, in our villages, and in the silence of the graves we visit each year. We pay tribute to the giants of our struggle leaders, such as Dr. Sem Safishuna Nuyoma, Andimba Toivo ya Toivo, Ifike Punye Pohamba, and many others, who carried the hopes of the nation during these darkest years. Their steadfast resolve, a remarkable bravery, untimely secured the freedom, peace, stability, and unity that all Namibians enjoy today. We also honored the ordinary villagers who fed the fighters, shared them the displaced, and endures the consequences of a war they did not start. Our region was a front line. The Kavango River, which today nourished our crops and connect our communities, once carried the tension of conflicts along its banks. Yet our people remained steadfast. They protected their culture, their language, and their dignity, even when they had very little else. Independence, therefore, means something very personal to our region. It means that a Namibian child can go to school without fear. It means that farmers can cultivate their land knowing that the harvest belongs to them. It means that our traditional authority from the Hambukushu, Diriku, Shambyu community can guide their people in peace and with full recognition under the laws of our sovereignty, Namibia. Fellow Namibian, the year's commemoration carries special significance as all 14 regions of Namibia are celebrating this day simultaneously in line with the directive of Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. This decision reminds us that independence belongs equally to every village, every settlement, and every household across Namibia. We commemorate this day under the national theme, Beyond 35, for a prosperous future. The theme challenges us to look past the achievements of the last 35 years and to focus with clarity on what kind of nation we are building for the next 35. It calls on government, the business community, traditional leaders, and citizens alike to move from celebrating freedom to using that freedom to generate shared prosperity for all. Over the years, Namibia has grown into a stable and vibrant republic, supported by steadily strengthening institutions and systems whose mandate and authority are derived from and remains accountable to the Namibian people. Since independence, our region has witnessed significant infrastructure development, from the expansion of the road network linking Rundu to our constituencies, to the construction of schools, clinics, and administrative facilities. The 8th administration has continued to invest in these areas, recognizing that infrastructure is the backbone of economic growth and social service delivery. While we are celebrating, we must also reflect honestly on the journey that still lies ahead. Independence gave us political freedom. However, development requires continuous effort. In our region, we continue to face challenges in water provision, youth unemployment, proper housing, and infrastructures that must keep pace with a growing population. These challenges reminds us that freedom must be protected not only with words, but with a functioning system and responsible governance. Our task now is to ensure that independence translates into improved living conditions for every family, from the urban neighborhoods of Rundu to the remote cattle post along the river and deep into the forest. When we speak about freedom, it must include access to quality education, reliable health care, and economic opportunities that allows our young people to remain in the region and build their futures here at home. Urban development is also becoming a critical issue for Kavango East. As Rundu continues to grow, we must plan deliberately for industrial zones, serviced land, and the establishment of agro-processing and manufacturing hubs. A well-planned urban center is not only about housing, it's about creating an environment where businesses can thrive and where young people can find meaningful employment. I am encouraged by the initiatives currently taking shape in Kavango East, agricultural projects aimed at empowering communities, the expansion of vocational training opportunities, the National Youth Development Fund rollout by the 8th administration, catch for work opportunity, and rehabilitation of roads. These are all points to a region that is moving forward. These are practically steps that change the daily lives of our people. To our youth gathered here today, independence is now your inheritance. You did march in exile. You did not march in exile, but you carry the responsibility to protect what others fought for. Protect it by staying at school, by resisting crimes and substance abuse, and by using your energy to build rather than to destroy. The future of Kavango East will be determined more by the choices you make in your classrooms, your communities, and your workplace. To our traditional leaders, we thank you for preserving the cultural fabric that gives our people identity and direction. Your guidance ensures that as we modernize, we do not lose the value of respect, solidarity, and communal responsibility that sustain our ancestors through difficult times. To our security forces, the Namibian Defense Force, the Namibian Police, and the Namibian Correctional Service, we acknowledge your role in safeguarding the peace we often take for granted. Independence would mean little if our citizens lived in fear. Your presence here today during this march past is not only ceremonial, it is a reminder of your ongoing commitment to the safety of our nation. Fellow Namibian, let us also remember that independence is not a finished chapter. It is a living responsibility. Each time we report corruption, each time we pay for municipal services, each time we participate peacefully in democratic process, we strengthen the foundation laid in 1990. Freedom without discipline weakens a nation. Freedom with a responsibility builds one. As a governor, I remain committed to work with all stakeholders, government institutions, traditional authorities, churches, the private sectors, and community organizations to ensure that Kavango East region does not lag behind in national development. Our region has a vast agricultural potential, a young and energetic population, and a strategy position along international border. With proper planning and unity, these are not challenges but opportunities. We must also continue to strengthen our international and across-border relations. Kavango East shares cultural, economic, and historical ties with neighboring regions and countries. Today, as we watched our uniformed forces march past, listen to songs of choirs and cultural groups, and share meals and one community, let us do so with gratitude and purpose. Gratitude for those who sacrificed their youth and their lives so that we could stand here freely today. Purpose to ensure that their sacrifice were not in vain. Let this Independence Day not end with the tents are taken down and the music stops. Let us continue in the way we treat one another, in how and where to manage public resources, and how we raise the next generation of Namibia. Fellow Namibian, we have prepared for this day with a spirit of unity, from cleaning of this stadium to the participation of our schools, churches, cultural groups, and security forces. This celebration is the result of many hands working together. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to our local authorities, regional councillors, the business community, and all partners who contributed resources and time to make today possible. On behalf of the regional government of Kavango East Region, I wish you all a meaningful and peaceful Independence Day. May we continue to honor the past, save the present, and prepare wisely for the future. I wish to leave you with the words of our President, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. I quote, "Our future is bright. If we continue to walk this journey together as Namibians, our Independence Day, therefore, not only a celebration of our past, but also a call to recommit ourselves to building a better future with one heart and one mind." Let me repeat again that quotation. Our future is bright if we continue to walk this journey together as Namibians. Our Independence Day is therefore not only a celebration of our past, but also a call to recommit ourselves to building a better future with one heart and one mind. End of quote. With these few words, I wish all Namibians a happy 36th Independence Day. May God bless the Republic of Namibia.
That was the Kavango East Governor Hamunyera Hambokia giving his Independence Day message from the region. I just want to remind our viewers that our news team has produced a special bulletin in honor of the 36th Independence Day celebrations, and that will be coming up at 1700 hours. You don't want to miss that. We now cross over to the Otjozondjuba region, where the region celebrated their day at the Mokati Stadium. Governor of the region, Julius Tramusep, gave his speech to the community over there. Let's have a look at that too.
I want to honor our men and women in uniform, our service chiefs, the commander of artillery bases here in Ochiwarongo, our able Commissioner of Police, Philip Indengwa, all the uniform staff members that are here, all the captains of the industries, traditional leaders and church leaders, and more specifically, our veterans of the liberation struggle of Namibia. Those that were at the battlefield, inside the country, outside the country. Great heroes like Nathaniel, who was hanged upside down, put in the ocean, recover consciousness, and said, the struggle for the liberation struggle of this country will continue, no matter what. Even if I die, I still stand firm. We respect the heroes and the heroines of our struggle. It started at Umgulumbashe. It ended up at Kwitogwanavale when MiG-2.8 gave an order that there will be a line between the victory and loss. And that is how Mount Echo came as a result. The liberation of this country did not come on a silver platter. Distinguished invited guests, members of the media, good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gathered in the proud town of Otjiwarongo to commemorate the independence of our beloved nation. Namibia is a milestone that stands as a testimony to resilience, sacrifice, and unwavering determination. Our independence was not achieved overnight, nor was it handed to us on a silver platter. It was a result of a long and a bitter and a painful struggle in which our Namibians paid the ultimate price under the oppressive rule of apartheid colonialism, the system of racism that was imposed by South Africa. In a court case in South Africa, after the verdict was handed down, Herman Nandimbo-Ndaitwah said, the struggle of the liberation of this country will be long and bitter, unquote. As we celebrate today, we must remain mindful that the freedom we enjoy came at a great cost. We honor the courage and the sacrifices of the early torch bearers of resistance, such as Mantumea Domifayo, Impumuya Shilongo, Hosea Kutako, Samuel Maharero, Jacob Marenga, Hendrik Vetpwe, Fred Aresep, and many others of thy generation who laid foundation of our liberation of this country. Give a round of applause for our Captain Fred Aresep in these mountains of Otjiwarongo. A real hero that resisted the colonial rule. We further pay tribute to the gallant sons and daughters of Namibia who carried the struggle under the leadership of our founding president, Dr. Sam Sabishuna Nujoma, the father of our nation. Alongside him stood courageous leaders, such as Nathaniel Mahuriri, Hendrik Vetpwe, Moses Darweb, Peter Nanjemba, Dino Amambo, Denja Ashipala, Kaniusis Henelesi, Theo Ben Kurirap, Hidiba Mutenya, Kagurugave Mugunda, Rigumi Gandanga, Pedrus Putuse Apolles, Lazarus Guideb, Manfred Uham, Hans Boes, Esechal Uirap, and many others who fought inside and outside our borders. to secure the freedom we now enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate freedom and independence of Namibia today, we must also acknowledge the persistent economic and social challenges that confront our people. Independence brought political freedom. It is now our collective responsibility to translate that freedom into economic prosperity, social justice, inclusive development for all Namibians. As our founding president, President Nyoma, reminds us in his writings, the liberation struggle was necessary, a path towards dignity, self-determination, and nationhood. It is therefore incumbent upon us to safeguard these hard-won gains. President Sam Nyoma once said his famous quote, "The people united for the common cause of all sectors of our society will always emerge victorious." Give our president a hand of applause.
Julius Amusep, the governor of the Otjozondjupa region. From the Otjozondjupa region, we cross over to Okahao in the Omasati region, where the region celebrated the day at the Okahao Expo Center. Now, the region's keynote speakers of the day was the Minister of Finance, Erika Shafuda, as well as the Governor, Emmanuel Shilongo, who spoke to the region. And this is what he had to say in his speech.
Honorable Daniel Megameno Ilele, the chairperson of Omasati Regional Council, Honorable Linda Mwale, Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, His Worship, the Mayor of Okahao, Ranja Aihe Deipanda Yambo, the Mayor of our beautiful town of Okahao. Papandura tateguru tutambulira mongera ko ungie tu patokirwa na ngeshefa na shoyo haleluya. Honorable Leonard Shikulo, Regional Councillor for Okahao constituency and Member of Parliament, all regional councillors present here today and the local authority councillors with your respective mayors of different towns and villages, Commissioner Ismail Mason, Regional Commander Nampor Omasati Region, Commander Setson Gustav Lekundi, representing Air Marshal Martin Kamburu Pinyas, Tatekuru Johannes Mpia, the King of Okajela Traditional Authority, other esteemed head of Traditional Authority present here today, veterans of the liberation struggle, Dr. Saki Kayone, Swapo Party Regional Coordinator for Omasati Region, my senior doctor there, Head of Security Clusters, members of business fraternities. I have seen many of you, Tate Kurutona, Otak Panduro Makundo Etu Yaza, Kompopi Wetu, Onene Meumore Paramendo Wetu, Pandora Tate Kuru Makatiketo, Nanangeshefa Mulimo Katiketo, Tate Kamba, Noti Mayana Geshefa Mulimo. Honorable Elvinus Enjala, former governor, my senior brother. Bruno Edu, retirees, and Murimo Ipundi, Evuruko, Membero Waga, Membero of Ayoro Kafana, media representative or media practitioners, my dear wife, Madam Sarah Shikongo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Director of ceremony, today across 14 regions of our beloved country, we gathered in unity to celebrate the most defining day in our nation's history, our independence. Allow me to express profound gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, for granting us the honor of celebrating Independence Day, 21 March 2026, across the country today in order to allow the broader participation by Namibians. On the 21st of March 1990, Namibia emerged as a sovereign state, free from colonial roots, and began its journey of self-determination. This day is not only a commemoration of freedom, but also a solemn reminder of the sacrifice made by the brave men and women who gave their lives so that Namibia could be free forever. Therefore, patriotism, courage, and ultimate sacrifice remain the foundation upon which our democracy stands. Since independence, Namibia has made a remarkable stride in building a democratic, peaceful, respecting society. Our government has worked tirelessly to ensure that development reached every corner of these nations, including Umsati region, which continue to benefit from decentralization and the visionary leadership of Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, our president. Director of ceremony, the time is now for us to emulate the courage and unity of our forefathers who fought tirelessly to bring about the independence we enjoy today. Just as they stood together to break the chain of colonialism, we must stand united to fight the hardest fight of our generation, the fight for economic independence. It is our duty to fight against poverty, to uplift every Namibian, and to ensure that the fruits of freedom are shared by all. Unity gave us political independence. Unity will now give us economic prosperity. As we strive for economic independence and prosperity for all, we must also confront the social ills that threaten the very fabric of our society. The time has come for us to stand firm against alcohol and drug abuse, which robs our youth of their potential and weaken our communities. We must fight against gender-based violence, which destroys families and undermines the dignity of our people. Our youth must be guided to choose discipline over distractions, education over ignorance, and peace over violence. Only by eradicating these social evils can we build a Namibia that is truly united, prosperous, and just for every citizen. Director of ceremony, before I now came to the main task that brought me to the podium, I want to, and the media also allow me to be in my local language. Ondala mupiti kenge ndipule nokulombwela omwenda wetu wesiku kutya indazi nokusomotora mano mokati ketu muno omuna enjaivo itae konjero manguruko opea hiro wina opoe wetu viburuki feni kutya kashalo shipu nongeni otara tilo nifokamito ngana inandi alamu ze mometenda ndara ke mufika makuru ne yange veterans of the liberation struggle na konjeri manguru kwa tusheni parweni kuja okonjebo opa una diplomate opa politika na kesheni parongifeni fikameni akuru ne yange oposhwa na shimu mwende no una na mwende kuja mwomuli mwende antura ko ni mwende moka honde na pa ni mwende moka honde
beautiful sounds coming from the crowd there at the Omusati region as they were celebrating Namibia's 36th independence anniversary. The next speaker up, also from the Omusati region, is the Minister of Finance, Erica Shafura. Let's hear what she had to say earlier today.
The governor of the great Omusati region, Tatekulu, the king of Oshitunda, Sanganjera, Tatekulu, Johannes Mpia, Honorable Daniel Nente, chairperson of the Omusati Regional Council, His Worship Mayor of the Okahao town, that is Tate Ranja Iyambo, all regional councillors and local authority councillors, heads of traditional authorities, the veterans of the liberation struggle. You have heard their voices, strong voices, members of the business fraternity. Let me then stand on the protocol that was already established. And I say, very good morning. Very good morning and happy birthday, Namibia. Let us all say, happy birthday, Namibia. Thank you so much. I have brought with me the greetings, the independence greetings from Her Excellency, our President, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, who said I should convey her independence greetings to the Omusati region citizens. I have also to mention that Her Excellency delivered the message of independence in the context of 36 years of independence. She did that around 12 o'clock midnight. And I urge the Honorable Governor of this great region and all regional councils and local authorities to download or to get a copy of that statement, so that statement is shared with all and all our people in this great region. At the onset, I wish to express my profound gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of our Republic, that's the Republic of Namibia, for allowing all of us to celebrate our independence in a very historic and unique manner. That is, to celebrate this independence simultaneously across all the 14 regions, and if I can extend, across all 121 constituencies and villages and so forth. This is really done, and I quote from her statement, to enable our people to appreciate and value our independence, our own country, and work in unison for the well-being of all. I close the quote. And this celebration is under the theme, Beyond 25, Forward for a Prosperous Future. That tells us too many good things. This is a testament of our unity as a nation, as we gather to honor the brave sons and daughters of our soil who sacrificed so much for the freedom and independence that we now cherish. We are equally celebrating this independence because of peace and stability that our country has preserved since independence. Therefore, it warrants us, all of us, to honor those ones who sacrificed their lives for our independence. Their blood should continue to water our freedom and independence, and we will continue to honor their legacy. Director of Ceremonies, as we reflect on our history of 36 years and before that, we acknowledge that our freedom did not come easily. Some people even say it did not come on a silver plate. It was fought for by our forefathers and leaders, such as Captain Henry Bergo, Samuel Maharero, Mandume Atenfayo, Ibu Yachirong, and Haida Mikana, among others. Their courageous struggle paved the way for the future generations. We remember, and we have been reminded by Mkwanira, to really honor our icon, the historical icon, our doctor, His Excellency, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, the founding president and father of our nation, of Namibia's nation. We even say the father of the Namibian Revolution. We equally wish to remember Tatekuru Yatoibo, or Toibo Yatoibo, one of the founders of the SWAPO party, or SWAPO, SWAPO, and others who have also contributed to the independence of our country. Their names are a lot, and they are enshrined in our national history. May their soul continue to rest in eternal peace. The road towards the achievement of our hard-won independence was indeed long and bitter, as was said by Tatekuru Yatoibo. However, the plan, as you can still see them there, and those ones who have sacrificed their lives, they took it upon themselves to wage that struggle, whatever it was possible. And today we are free, and today we are rejoicing, and today we are enjoying peace and political stability, thanks to their efforts. Director of Ceremonies, while we celebrate our independence, we recognize that the struggle for economic emancipation remains ongoing. This challenge demands the unity and determination that characterized our fight to liberate Namibia from the yoke of colonialism. It is therefore crucial that we protect and safeguard the peace and stability we taste today. For it is a foundation for growth and prosperity. Without peace, like you have already mentioned, there cannot be development. Since our independence in 1990, the Namibian government has dedicated itself to eradicating poverty, inequality, hunger, and diseases, like our president used to say, let us fight hunger, let us fight diseases. Our government continues to invest in education, in healthcare, in infrastructure, water access, food production, and many more. I would like to share some recent government initiatives, and I have elaborated them in my budget speech that I delivered on the 26th of February 2025. For the youth, for we know that if our youth are not catered for, there will be no peace. And therefore, among many initiatives that the government has adopted is the development of the National Development Fund that is aimed to empower our youth. And when we say our youth, we talk about the youth whose age is extended from 18 years to 45 years. Therefore, an allocation of 257 million has been earmarked to empower our youth across the 14 regions and the 21 constituencies. This then means the youth in Oxaki region should make sure that they grab this opportunity to apply to the National Youth Development Fund that is administered by the Agricultural Bank of Namibia, the Environmental Investment Fund, and the Development Bank of Namibia, so that then they can also employ others and that grow their businesses and also contribute to the taxation system. I wish also to indicate that as government, we have also initiated a very great initiative because we believe that human capital development is one of the critical pillars that will take this country to the future. Like they've said, beyond 25, forward for a prosperous future. Therefore, a significant amount in the context of the budget, we have added 2.8 billion to ensure that our children access tertiary education, both at public and private institutions. So yes, give your government, the great government, our government, a round of applause. We equally have continued to expand the allocation to social safety nets to benefit our most vulnerable people, our elderly, our children, and so forth. And all these are budgeted for in the budget. We equally would want to invest in the agriculture, for we know food security is paramount in our national development plan. And for that, we have also made considerable allocations to water and electricity. In Omsati region specifically, we have made efforts to expand the Edunda irrigation project that is designed to turn the economy of this region and beyond this region into a sustainable food hub. Likewise, the construction of a feedlot that will accommodate about 1,000 heads of cattle is also being constructed at Edunda. There are so many other projects that are happening in this region, and we take note and we acknowledge that some of them have taken long to be completed. It's not that we have forgotten about them. We say we are coming, and when we say we are coming, and together with the capable and able governor of Omsati region, you will see the difference. Yes, very good. Thank you so much. I wish again to echo the sentiment on education and training that plans are underway to develop Owongo Rural Development Center and Nakayale Vocational Training Center. The two institutions will train the youth to acquire different skills. In an effort to steer the youth away from negative influences, it is pleasing to note, and I say this because the Honorable Governor of such region had said it to me with commitment, in that the office of the governor has successfully held 2 groundbreaking ceremonies for the construction of basic sport facilities. And I want to pause it just a little bit to say, the construction of basic sport facilities is one of the critical components of the 7 pillars that are in NDP 6, and therefore, Governor, congratulations for having initiated this groundbreaking at Otamazi and Onesi constituencies. When we say we want to see dust, but it's dust that takes the project from point A to the conclusion. And Honorable Governor would also want to measure the impact of the construction of these 2 sports facilities in terms of the number of employment that is going to be created during the construction of these 2 basic sport facilities. And this is just the beginning. Other sport facilities will also follow. Director of Ceremonies. In addition to these achievements, it is truly disheartening to hear, and it was also said by the previous speakers, to hear persistent social issues plaguing this region. The prevalence of gender-based violence perpetrated by both men and women. This is not good. It is just not good. And we have really addressed these issues. Equally, it is also alarming to hear that there is raising of alcohol and substance abuse, particularly among the youth in the region. These are concerning matters. And as leaders, we need to put our heads together. We need to strategize really to tackle these evils head on. These acts reflect a troubling moral decay among some individuals in this region. Therefore, we have to address these and report them to the law enforcement. That is why we have in our mix the commander, that the person. Let us help him so that then we curb all these evils that are emerging in our region. In conclusion, let us celebrate our Independence Day in unity and solidarity, while looking forward to the improvements in the living standards of our people. Let the spirit of togetherness and love bind us together while paying homage to the immense sacrifices made by the brave sons and daughters of our soil. I want also to end by quoting my favorite quote from Her Excellency's message that was delivered 12 o'clock in the morning or midnight, that he said midnight. I quote, "Our future is bright if we continue to walk the journey together as Namibians." Our Independence Day is therefore not only a celebration of our past achievements, but also a call to commit ourselves to building a better future with one heart, one mind. I like it. That's the end of the quote. Let us therefore continue to be guided by the principles of unity, liberty, and justice. Long life the Omsat region, long life the Republic of Namibia. I thank you all for your attention, and let us celebrate the 36th independence of our beautiful Namibia. I thank you so much.
That was the Minister of Finance speaking to us there from the Omasati region, Okahau to be specific, Madam Erica Shafuda. Just before her, the governor of the region also gave his message to Namibians and to the community within that region. That was Mr. Emmanuel Shikongo. We now cross over to the Ohangwena region, where the region celebrated their day at the Halau Nafidi Open Space that is next to the open market. The region's keynote speaker was the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, James Sankwasa, as well as the governor gave a message as well, Diana Kadiva. And let's hear what they had to say in their respective messages.
Tobias Haineko and Halau Nafidi, well known as Camilla, who was the political commissar of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia and the town named after the town where we are today. These individuals whose sacrifices and unwavering commitment inspired generations to fight for our nation's freedom. These brave souls along with countless others, bled for our rights, their courage echoing through the corridors of history. Their hopes, dreams, and aspirations were intertwined with the ultimate goal of liberation. We honor their memory, are grateful for their bravery, and we express our deepest admiration to the families and the true embodiment of resilience and strength in our fight for freedom. Furthermore, we must recognize national giants of our liberation struggle, figures like Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Comrade Toivo Yatoivo, Samuel Maharero, Moses Garweb, Greenwell Matongo, Hompa Sintentu Mpasi, Marco Hausiku, Kakurukade Mungunda, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Meme Libertine Amadila, and Captain Hendrik Vedboy, to mention but a few. We too pay homage to the veterans of the Namibian national liberation struggle, whose names are too many to mention, but too important not to acknowledge. Their selflessness and vision galvanize our nation in our darkest hours, illuminating a path towards freedom that we so cherish today. They led with valor, their legacies serving as a guiding light for all of us. The above heroes and heroines, directors of ceremonies, amongst others, remain those who, with unparalleled courage and determination, fought against the forces of oppression. It is their sweat and blood that has watered the roots of our nation, allowing it to flourish in the soil of freedom and justice. Today, we remember them, salute their commitment, and celebrate their legacy. Today, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect deeply on this great history, let us bow our heads in honor of our heroes and heroines. They are not just names in our history books. They are the lifeblood of our national spirit. Each individual who took up arms and supported the struggle during the three-pronged strategies, naming military, diplomatic, and internal mobilization, deserves the deepest respect and remembrance. Director of Ceremonies, as we reflect on our liberation journey, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the people and government of Angola. I single out this beautiful country with warm people, not only because it is my birthplace, but because it is a country that we share immediate borders on the northern side of the region. Your lands, in particular, the Kunene province, became a vital pathway for the Namibian liberation struggle, offering sanctuary and support in our quest for independence. Today, we continue to enjoy sound bilateral relations, forging economic development for both our people, more so in the border town of Oshikango. Ladies and gentlemen, Angola shaped my generation's character, our spirit, our unwavering determination to endure the struggles as offsprings of the liberation struggle. The lessons learned amidst the trials faced in this remarkable country molded our resolve, instilling within us a sense of duty towards our cause. We remain forever indebted to Angola and her people for the shelter provided during the struggle, for the shared aspirations of freedom, and for the bonds formed in the crucible of adversity. Through your solidarity, we found strength, and together we march towards our final victory, a luta continua e vittoria è certa. Director of Ceremonies, as we celebrate this significant day, we also turn our gaze towards the future, to the youth of Ohangwena region and Namibia as a whole. We challenge you to appreciate and embrace this glorious history that we are part of. It is crucial that you document these stories of sacrifice, bravery, and victory for generations that are yet to come. Make it a living testament that honors those who labored for our freedom and fosters pride in our identity as Namibians. Engage critically with our past and understand the struggles that paved the way for your present.
This proverb encapsulates the reason why we revere this historical day in our nation's calendar. Although the stream of independence has flowed for 36 years, we shall never forget its origin. We shall never forget our struggle. We shall never forget the sons and daughters that made it possible. Director of Proceedings, when the stream of independence flows, it encounters challenges of rocky socio-economic development, where some of such challenges are hard and others are soft. It encounters shrubs and trees of varying types, thick reeds and other debris along the way. But that does not stop it from flowing. It keeps us supplying water to many communities along the way, and finally getting to its destination where it must eventually deliver the required water. As the stream of independence keeps flowing, we in government and various leadership positions should indeed encounter socio-economic challenges, good open criticism and deliberate negative criticism coming from the prophets of doom. It's indeed a shame to the prophets of doom who sees and believe that nothing has and is being done in developing this country, a beautiful Republic of Namibia. We shall equally meet those whose eyes are not able to see and cherish the fruits of independence in Namibia. Yes, it is said that nobody is as blind as those who cannot see. As a country and government, we should listen to positive criticism, but should not be distracted by the blind negative criticism of those whose idea is ill-forgotten and ill-gotten. It's not a secret that our fight for independence won us many hands, many friends, whose invaluable support helped sustain our struggle and our resolve for independence during the most daunting moments of wanting our freedom. However, we are constantly being criticized by those who choose to be blind. Those born after independence, attainment of independence, might endeavor to learn from our past experience, where the mere color of our skin was a crime, where our various languages and place of origin were used to separate us into various ethnic groups, ethnic governments. Director of Proceeding, what is independence and why did Southwest Africa have to get independence? I'm asking this question because those we refer to as born free, those born after independence, might not appreciate the current Namibia because they never lived in Southwest Africa. We need to understand the meaning and why we needed independence. In Southwest Africa, we were fragmented into various ethnic and language groups occupying many lands within one land. We had many lands within one land. The Southwest Africa we lived in which is not known to those born after independence, had Bantustan or homelands. First as Kavangoland, Capriviland, Ovamboland, Damaraland, Heroland, Namaland, Kaukoland, Botswana and Luhobos as separate lands within one land, Namibia. Within these many lands, we were taught not to mix and recognize ourselves as one, but as separate people from different lands. Fellow Namibians, dear comrades, that's where we transformed from to become a Republic of Namibia. We fought against such divide and rule tactics of apartheid and emerged victorious. Because it was every citizen's resolve to do away with such tactics. We fought for unity as citizens of one country. We are now therefore very proud to be one Namibia, one nation. We should therefore avoid tactics and mindsets of creating one Namibia, many nations. When we gathered in Windhoek 36 years ago, we witnessed the final lowering of the apartheid flag for the last time and the raising of our national flag for the first time. It marked the transition from the old Southwest Africa to the new Namibia. But what was which we also had to avoid from Southwest Africa to be brought into the new Namibia? One and the only one, we needed to transform from the old tactics of Bantustan separation of the same citizens into various governments and to various ethnic groups. We need to understand that independence was not merely a political victory, but the restoration of the inalienable human rights and the dignity of our people, created by our own omnipotent God. For this, we must thank ourselves that God was with us. The journey to our total economic anniversaries do not only offer us an opportunity to reflect on where we have come from, but what we have managed to achieve in the last 36 years. They also offer us an opportunity to take stock and reflect on where we had come from and where we are today, and where we are heading to in the years to come. Identify the challenges associated with the development journey, because the future is not where we are going, but the future is the place we are creating today. The struggle for independence was bitter, as I said earlier. We have a duty, therefore, to appreciate the sacrifice of those who sacrificed in one way or another. Some carried guns, some provided food, some provided shelter, but they all contributed to the struggle and the liberation of this country. We are now today liberated. And when we are liberated, we must now appreciate that as much as the struggle was going on, waged, the regions, the places that were along the borders of Angola and Zambia had experienced the most hardship and the toil of the liberation struggle. And Angola is among that region. So, residents of Angola have all the reasons to celebrate this independence. Because by so doing, celebrating it in unity, we are respecting the spirits of those that departed, but remains with us in spirit. As a Namibian citizen, I was born in the Zenica Privy, now Zambezi region. I worked in the state in Ovamboland, now the four Oshana, Ohangwena, Musati, Oshkoto regions, and worked in Namaland, now Hadap and Karas. But I'm now residing in the Commerce. Therefore, I've crisscrossed this country. I have identified in my small mind and my small ways a few challenges related but not limited to one: tribalism. and our inclination to return to apartheid tendencies of Caprivi, of Vambaland, Namaland, you name the lands, and cherish such monstrous tendencies and practices, which we need to avoid in independent Namibia. Strange enough, we have some people in leadership positions in all spheres of life who still believe the only way to survive, the only way to get to the top is to be a tribalistic person. We cannot be known as Opanyamas, as Mbalantus, as Sambius, as Lozis, if we have to build Namibia. For Namibia to be born and realized as a country, the various tribes must die. I want to repeat. For Namibia to be born a nation that everybody loves and loves to live in, all tribal tendencies must die. I appreciate the fact that as human beings, God created strange things. When the children of Israel suffered in Egypt from slavery that we in Namibia suffered from, God directed Moses to go and talk to the Pharaoh, saying, for 40 my son Shakeshuna Mioma, go to Bota, tell him to let my Namibian people go, so that they can save me and save themselves well. After that command was done, today you hear people grumbling. There is nothing happening in Namibia. There is no change in Namibia. The same way the Israelites grumbled, but Moses did not listen. So I'm glad that our departed heroes did not listen. And ahead we must forge in their footsteps. Our freedom must not become freedom. Because we want to entertain the tactics of apartheid, which are not conducive, not relevant to an independent Republic of Namibia. The late Dr. Sugar Okadivo of Nigeria once said, if you are emotionally attracted and attached to your tribe, your religion or political learning, to the point that truth and justice become secondary considerations in your life, your education is useless. Your exposure in life is equally useless. If you cannot reason beyond personal sentiments of tribal affiliation and nepotism, you are a liability to mankind, not an asset to this country. So let us all strive to be assets, not liabilities. Let every Namibian holding a political or management leadership position examine himself or herself by simply asking, am I a liability? Am I an asset to this country? If you realize you are not an asset, please change it to become an asset. Because liabilities are clearly an account to be paid for. As a nation we have made significant strides. Please let's guard against those who want to bring us back to tribalism, back to old historical apartheid tactics.
Well, just before the break, those were the sentiments of Minister James Mkwasa coming from the Ohangwena region. And before him, we heard the sentiments of the governor of that region, that is Diana Kadivahamtumwa. We also crossed over a little bit earlier to the Irongo region, where we heard the governor of that region, Natalia Kwaho, says, give us her message. But now we bring you a message of the keynote speaker of the day from the Irongo region, who was Cornelia Shilunga. She is the special advisor to the president and head of petroleum unit, upstream petroleum unit. And this is what she had to say.
Thank you very much for the floor. I would like to thank the directors of the proceedings, Honorable Inesia Brandt, and your worship, Councillor David van Wyk. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform, Honorable Inge Zamani Kamwi. Honorable Evelyn Navases-Tayele, Deputy Minister of Urban and Rural Development. Honorable Alpheus Naruseb, Honorable Derek Klassen, Members of Parliament. Honorable Lazarus Kanelombe, the Chairperson of the Irongo Regional Council and Karibeb Constituency Councillor, all the mayors that are present here today, Honorable Regional and Local Authority Councillors, Rear Admiral Randy Konteb, the Navy Commander, Dr. Mupenseni Ntelamo, the Chief Regional Officer of Irongo Regional Council, Chief Manasseh the Raiwa of the Ombara, the Raiwa Traditional Authority, Elder Risto Kapenda, the veterans of the liberation struggle, Comrade Daniel Mura, the SWAPO Party Regional Coordinator, Managing Directors, Chief Executive Officers, Captains of industries that are present here today, Deputy Commissioner Erastus Ikuyu, Acting Regional Police Commander, Mrs. Karen Ziegel, a business personality, government representatives, Mr. Fimane Kenny Petrus, representing the youth, Pastor Manfred Governor, Father Paulus Tomanga of the Roman Catholic Church, the community of Karibeb, and that of the whole Irongo region, members of the media, listeners that are with us through the live platform, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Happy Independence Day. First and foremost, Honorable Governor, I would like to register my profound gratitude as I feel very honored and privileged to be invited as a keynote for this very important event, marking the independence of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Governor, with the whole leadership of Erongo region and the community at large, I would really like to register my appreciation. Thank you for the trust. You can only invite somebody to come and deliver this message if you have trust in such a person. I therefore really appreciate the invitation extended to myself. Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, delivered the 36th Independence Anniversary message during midnight. Therefore, my task is to ensure that the same message is delivered to the community of Erongo region as is. I therefore going to read the message of the President as she has narrated it during those hours of the midnight. Fellow Namibians, on the 26th of March, 36 years ago, our founding president, father of the Namibian nation, and leader of the Namibian Revolution, His Excellency, Comrade Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, declared Namibia's independence, and I quote, "In conclusion, I move in the name of our people to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent." On that historical day in 1990, the Namibian nation, joined by the international community, witnessed the collapse of the apartheid racist South Africa regime and the triumphant hoisting of the Namibian flag, a banner that must forever fly proudly across our land. Therefore, today, we gather in different parts of our beloved Namibia, the land of the brave, as a proud and free people celebrating the 36th anniversary of Namibia's independence. 36 years ago, our nation emerged for a long struggle into the dawn of liberty. The Namibian flag was raised for the first time, symbolizing our resolute aspirations for self-determination. Fellow Namibians, on that historic day, the eyes of the world were fixed upon the Independence Stadium in Windhoek. It was there that our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, received the instruments of power from the United Nations Secretary General, Javier Pérez de Cuellar, making a point that the Namibian people and the international community had not recognized the apartheid South African rule over Namibia and marking the end of colonial apartheid rule and the birth of a sovereign Namibia. Many of us still remember the powerful moment of the 21st March 1990 at midnight, when the Namibian flag was raised for the first time, marking our hard-won independence after a protracted struggle. For others, especially our young people, that moment lives through the stories of parents, teachers, and elders, because many of you were not yet born or were too young to remember our nation's first steps as a free and independent republic. In the words of Comrade Ndimba one of the founding members of the SWAPO party, who said, and I quote, "The struggle will be long and bitter, but I also know that my people will wage that struggle, whatever the cost." Those words continue to guide us today and remind us that the freedom we enjoy today has not come easy. Fellow Namibians, our independence was hard-won. Numerous valiant sons and daughters endured incarceration, adversity, and the ultimate sacrifice so that Namibia could attain liberty. Today we pay homage to those heroes and heroines whose unwavering bravery and selflessness made our independence a reality. Indeed, their blood waters the freedom we cherish today. There was a time when some wondered whether Namibia would ever see the dawn of freedom. It must also be noted that some of those who fought for that freedom did not live to witness that historic day. But because of the courage, determination, and unwavering belief of those who led the struggle, and of the many Namibians who never gave up on the dream of freedom, we stand here today as a proud and independent nation. This year's commemoration carries a special significance. It is being celebrated simultaneously across all the 14 regions of our country. This is done to enable our people to appreciate and value our independence, our country, and work in unison for the well-being of all. Across our towns, villages, and regional capitals, Namibians are gathering at the same time to celebrate this important day together. This reflects the very spirit of our nation, that independence belongs to every Namibian in every corner of our land. Fellow Namibians, this year we commemorate our independence under the theme, Beyond 36, for a prosperous future. The theme calls us to not only celebrate the achievements of the past 36 years, but also to actively shape the future we are building together. Our freedom has given us the opportunity to shape our destiny. From today onward, we each shoulder the responsibility to use that freedom to build a Namibia that is prosperous, inclusive, and united for generations to come. As we celebrate this important milestone, we must also appreciate the peace and stability that Namibia has preserved since independence. That is the peace we must protect and safeguard at all times. Peace and stability are national achievements. We must protect and strengthen it for the future generations. Fellow Namibians, at a time when many parts of the world are facing conflict, geopolitical tensions, and uncertainty, Namibia remains a country where dialogue, democracy, and the rule of law guide our national life. Independence Day reminds us that while we might hold different political views and beliefs, our identity as Namibians must always stand above our differences. On this day, we come together as one people. This day belongs to all Namibians. Fellow Namibians, while we celebrate our progress, let us all look ahead with honesty and resolve to overcome the challenges that remain. Many of our citizens continue to face poverty and inequality. Many families are still seeking meaningful employment, decent housing, and access to basic services that allow them to live with dignity. As I often say, we are too few to be poor. These challenges call for collective action and shared responsibility. Building a prosperous Namibia requires all of us, the government, the private sector, civil society, and citizens to work together. The most meaningful way we can safeguard our hard-won independence is through deliberate social, economic, and psychological transformation. At the same time, it would be unfair not to acknowledge the progress our nation has made since independence. Over the past decades, Namibia has built strong democratic institutions, expanded infrastructure, and strengthened its human capital. Our education system continues to advance and transform. Today, Namibia cultivates and graduates its own medical professionals, a prospect unimaginable at dawn of independence. Our young professionals, entrepreneurs, and innovators are contributing to the development of our country. Fellow Namibians, as we continue this journey of nation building, we must also confront one of the greatest threats to our collective progress, which is the evil of corruption. In my inaugural address, I stated clearly that corruption is not simply a crime against the state. It's a betrayal of the people you are to serve and could be comparable to treason. When resources intended to improve the lives of our citizens are diverted for personal gain, it becomes an injustice to every Namibian who depends on them for better schools, health care, housing, and opportunities. Therefore, those entrusted with public responsibility must serve with honesty, discipline, and integrity. If they do otherwise, they must be held accountable. On the other side, it is saddening to see tribalism, racism, and regionalism increasing, showing their ugly faces in our nation. These elements are very dangerous. They tear nations apart, they destroy our countries, and must be avoided at all costs. I fully agree that we have to appreciate our national character. However, using it for individual or political gain is very dangerous and destructive. As a nation and leaders, we must avoid our emotions to be led by tribalism, regionalism, and all that comes with it. Fellow Namibians, when I assumed office on the 21st of March, 2025, under the 8th administration, we committed to reducing poverty, inequality, and unemployment in our country. The 8th administration is determined to advancing national priorities in line with the 6th National Development Plan, NDP6, with agriculture remaining priority number 1. While not forgetting our elderly, young people, and the youth, who continue to be central in our development agenda. Subsequently, in the first year of this administration, the government has introduced the National Youth Development Fund, strengthened the internship program to empower our young people. In the education sector, the government has also introduced subsidized tertiary education through free registration and tuition fees, while strengthening vocational training and early childhood development. In infrastructure development, the expansion of roads, energy facilities, and other key infrastructures that connect communities and support economic growth continues to receive attention. For the 2026-2027 financial year, the government continues to pay attention to the social sector, including healthcare, education, and programs that support the well-being of our citizens across all the 14 regions. While we face competing national priorities, we remain determined to ensure social support system continue to protect our most vulnerable and adapt to meet the future needs. Our economy remains resilient with projected growth of 3.1% in 2026, while maintaining macroeconomic stability and low inflation. However, the global environment is becoming increasingly uncertain, with tensions and conflicts worldwide. Of great concern now is the largest-scale war between the US, Israel, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. These factors could negatively impact our economy. The government will continue to monitor the situation and develop strategies to take us through the storm if and when it comes. Fellow Namibians, guided by our Constitution, Namibia will continue to stand for peace, dialogue, and cooperation among nations. We therefore appeal to all parties in any conflict to exercise restraint and engage in dialogue for the good of humanity. Climate change is another phenomenon that, if unchecked, can reverse our gains and hinder progress at the required pace. It is therefore critical that the international community and individual member states, guided by the principle of common but different responsibilities, play their roles. There is an urgent need to protect our environment so that it can take care of us. In Namibia, we continue to develop programs for both mitigation and adaptation through the Energy Mix Project and invest in smart agriculture, among others. Fellow Namibians, while the government plays its role, true national progress can only be achieved when citizens and the government work together. Let us move forward together as one Namibia, one nation, united in purpose, confident in our future, and committed to building a prosperous Namibia for all. Our future is bright if we continue to work this journey together as Namibians. Our Independence Day is therefore not only a celebration of our past, but also a call to recommit ourselves to building a better future with one heart and one mind. I wish you all a happy 36th Independence Day. Long live the Republic of Namibia, unity, liberty, justice. That was the message of Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, and I thank you.
Please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Namibia elected its first female president in 2024 as Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah stepped into office in March of the following year. This rare portrait looks at her journey, exploring her resilience, struggle, and the vision shaping a nation's future. Watch the story of a woman who shattered the glass ceiling and inspired a continent. She not only changed the status quo, she gave hope to a young nation.
I now belong to all Namibians, and I have to take care of all Namibians.
Dr. Netumbo, a leader beyond politics, courtesy of MultiChoice Namibia.
Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has made inspiring progress in transforming its public healthcare system, from expanding hospitals and clinics to training dedicated healthcare professionals. The country has steadily worked to bring quality medical services closer to its people. This journey reflects a nation determined to build a healthier, more inclusive future for all.
It's important for us to reflect on the past, to reflect on where we come from, where we are, and where we are going. So, over the past 36 years, the health sector has recorded major outcomes, major achievements, and I wish to dwell on at least 5 of them. One, its improvement in access to healthcare services. In the social sector, if one can just look at the context of it, so access to social services has been and remains a primary objective, especially at independence. We needed, given Namibia's historical past, it's important, and it was an important objective to ensure that there is increased access to social services, and the health sector is no exception. We have noted that if you look at the access indicator, and in the health sector, we look at the Universal Health Coverage Index, which is a composite index that talks to the level of access of the citizens and the inhabitants of the country. At independence in 1990s, we were standing at about 39% of the population that has access to health services in the country. Today, we are proud to say that we have recorded, as of 2024, our access indicator, Universal Health Coverage Index, stands at 64%. That is almost twice the level we were at in 1990s, and it talks to the efforts that we have made in order for us to ensure that that services are brought and expanded to the majority of the Namibians. That indicator, if you place it in the regional and the global context, it places Namibia among the upper echelons and among the nations that have good access to health services globally and in the African region.
One that we need to mention is the great improvement in the HIV/AIDS response, and the country's actually done very well. At the moment, I think we stand at the UNAIDS 95, 95, 95, and what it means is that 95% of people that are living with HIV know their status, 95% are on medication, and 95 is immune suppressed, which means their viral loads are low as a result of adequate control of medication. I think the other one, as I've mentioned before, is the primary care, development of primary care. And I know our minister has been intentional about it, and we've seen many primary care clinics that have opened. We've seen strengthening of district hospitals. We will most probably, when we discuss later, what are still the shortfalls that we need maybe to mention. But I think there's been great strides that have been made in the past couple of years. Another one which I cannot omit is the opening of the UNAM School of Medicine in 2010.
Up to now, and as we stand, we do have the pharmaceutical sector with supplies being procured directly from suppliers, with there being no more middlemen included in the process of procurement. Now, if that was the reason why shortages occurred, I could never say and I can't say. However, the ministry has obviously and has shown dedication to improving shortages and those challenges that do exist and have existed, and are doing as much as they can to address it. And collectively, we're also playing our part as healthcare practitioners and staff members to ensure that we try and have adequate control of stock, adequate ordering, and adequate numbers to ensure that every facility that is within every town, region, or the country has sufficient medication. And we can only be grateful for the fact that we are doing our best to ensure that that gets addressed.
The ministry just rolled out its 5-year strategy plan, and the key theme on the strategy plan is world-class health for all. And that is the overall vision that as a sector are working towards to. And the center of action is for us to move from planning, too much planning, to action and implementation. So it's focusing to ensure that we bring about accelerated delivery of health services to all Namibians across the country in core dimensions.
The journey of transformation in healthcare remains a powerful reminder of what can be achieved through unity, dedication, and hope for a healthier future.
Well, if you've just joined us, we're still coming to you live here from NBC at Studio 2 here in Cullinan Street, bringing you everything related to the 36th independence celebrations across the country. You were just watching an insert there on the progress of the healthcare sector here in Namibia. Namibia at 36, beyond 35 for prosperous future. That is the theme under which we are celebrating Namibia's 36th independence anniversary. And just before the break, we heard from Madam Cornelia Shilunga, keynote speaker at the Rongo region, and she's special advisor to the president as well as the head of the upstream petroleum unit. She reminded Namibians that it is our personal and collective duty to build a Namibia that is prosperous, and also to appreciate the peace and stability of this lovely country which we all enjoy. She termed it a national achievement. At this juncture, we cross over to the Oshana region, where the governor, Hofni Pinge, and his region celebrated their day at the Oshakati Independent Stadium. The region was graced also by the Prime Minister of Namibia, that is Mr. Elijah Ngurare, who was the keynote speaker of the day. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matatias. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for today's historic occasion. Our keynote speaker is a distinct son of the soil, born on the 28th of October, 1970 in Kurenkuru, Kavango West, whose life journey reflects a deep commitment to service, excellence, and the advancement of our nation. He is a man of remarkable academic achievements, having obtained a Bachelor of Science from the Central State University in the United States of America, a Master of Law in International Water Law and Policy from the University of Dundee in Scotland, and a Doctor of Philosophy of Environmental Law from the National University of Ireland. Throughout his distinguished career, he has served Namibia with dedication across various strategic portfolios, from his early role as a personal assistant in government to serving as the secretary of the Super Party Youth League, and later rising through key technical and leadership positions in the water sector, including Director of Water Supply and Sanitation Coordination and Deputy Executive Director in the Department of Water Affairs. His career reflects both depth of expertise and unwavering patriotism. His leadership extends beyond public service into corporate governance, where he has served as chairman of NAMDEB, contributing or as well as board member of prominent institutions, contributing to Namibia's economical development and strategic direction. In recognition of this vast experience, visionary leadership, and commitment to national development, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, appointed him to Parliament and entrusted him with the high office of Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia. Program Director, today we are honored to be addressed by the leader who is embodying resilience, intellect, and service, a leader who continues to play a role in shaping Namibia's developmental trajectory and strengthening government in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please humbly request you to raise while I'm inviting the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Eria Ngurale, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, to the podium and address us.
Commanding Officer in charge of 263 Infantry Battalion, Oshakati Military Base, Reverend Tara Shalefu, thank you for that powerful prayer. Ambassador Nandago, Chairperson of Public Service Commission, Ambassador Clemens Kashupura, former Governor of Oshana Region, Maimbushe Elia Erimari, former Governor of Oshana Region, Ms. Teopolina Hamtumwa, Chief Regional Officer of Oshana Regional Council, Chief Executive Officers of Oshakati, Ongwediva, and Ondangwa Town, Chief Herman Diliman Ipumbu Tatekulu, Chief of Ukwambi and Chairperson of the 8th Northern Traditional Authorities, and thank you for that powerful message, and as well as the message which I will take to Her Excellency. Comrade Martha Eulu, Regional Coordinator of the Namibian National Liberation Veterans Association, and all our veterans that are here, and let's give them a round of applause. Former leaders of Oshana that have graced this momentous occasion, our esteemed business people that are here, I met them yesterday, and I have seen some of them here. Yesterday we were with Tate Shapumba, Dr. Chico, and others, and I see Dr. Shirimera here and others. Let's give our business people a round of applause. Mr. Absalom Itamalo, Chairperson of Oshana Regional Youth Forum, my dear wife, Meme Ngurare, that is there, and all local authorities were directed to do what they can, because through that jobs will be created and many will be empowered. And therefore, in singling out Oshakati, I want Oshana to take that credit, not only Oshakati, and the mayor deserves to smile because you are the leader and also the other councillors. When it comes to formalization of informal settlement, Oshakati stands out as one of that town council that has ensured that local economic empowerment is felt. They have given and allocated plots not only to one or to two, but they have made it to many so that the cake is shared equitably. And therefore, Shakati deserves a round of applause. There are also other areas where Ongwediva and Ondangwa is doing a good job. I know that Ongwediva very soon is going to become the tourist centers in Namibia. And it is going north and going south because east and west is constrained. But they are doing a good job because I have conflict of interest. I was living in Ongwediva. Tupenine make. So the leadership of those town councils through the governor, we salute them. I also acknowledge yesterday when we were interacting with the business communities, there were many small, medium business people. Some were older with me, and some were creative industry, content creators, some were YouTubers, some were many other things. But what impressed me most, and the positive impression that I leave from Oshana, many of the start-up businesses are owned by the girl child. Let's give the girl child a round of applause. And there was also one boy child representing the boy child. So let's give a boy child a round of applause. I further wish to acknowledge central government's investment in Oshana region. The Development Bank of Namibia has financed projects worth 978 million in Oshana in the last financial year. The Agricultural Bank of Namibia has financed over 43 communal farmers in Oshana, valued at 8.7 million. Ompunja Clinic has been upgraded to a healthcare center at a cost of 4 million. It now provides 24-hour services, including maternal care and a stationed medical doctor. On water, 7 earth dams were dug in Oshana at the cost of close to 10 million over the same period. Kanyemba Amtenya pipeline was rehabilitated. Service infrastructure at Eheke and Ukwangula settlements was carried out. Last year, 32 classrooms were built at various schools, such as Ekuku Primary School, Joseph Mbangula Primary School, Onguta Primary School, Ondangwa Senior Secondary School, Kanyolo Primary School, and many others. A gravel road between Onansi and Ondiyala has been completed at a cost of 1.4 million. These are but some of the many achievements we have recorded over the years. Yes, challenges remain, such as inadequate water infrastructure for agricultural purposes and limited provisions of affordable houses. On this point, I would like to thank our traditional leaders here from Mohangwena, Oshkoto, Oshana, and Omsati for availing land as we have requested them. We sent a team that came, and that is to make sure that we are able to replicate what we have done in Oshombinde constituency of Omaheke region, where we have put up an agricultural project with the participation and support of traditional authority. And young people, including those with agricultural graduates but unemployed, they are the ones who are taking the lead forward. And we will want to do the same in all traditional authorities' land that we have been allocated. So let's give our traditional authorities a round of applause. And we also want to emphasize that government has decided to extend the Etaka Canal to reach Lake Oponona and to put concrete in that canal so that water is able to flow seamlessly to reach Lake Oponona and also benefit those nearby in terms of food production. This will certainly boost irrigation and livestock farming in southern parts of Oshana. More capital projects and development programs will be implemented to stimulate economic growth and job creation. Furthermore, Food for Cash and Food for Work programs are back. Let us make sure every household, particularly those in abject poverty, daily benefit from these government interventions. And to the youth of Oshana region, to the young people of Oshana region, to the young business people of Oshana region, Her Excellency the President introduced 2 historic interventions for your direct benefit. Subsidized tertiary education and the National Youth Development Fund. On education, the year 2026 marks the first time in the history of our country when students started university without paying registration and tuition fees. Non-tuition fees such as accommodation, is accessible through NASFAF, and we are working around the clock to make sure that non-tuition fees is also enabled so that students do not have to suffer in carrying out their obligation of studying. The National Youth Development Fund, which I had the honor to launch in Hobabis, Omaheke, is a bold initiative to set up and to provide financial and technical support to young entrepreneurs through collateral-free loans. Last year, the first rollout was allocated to the tune of 257 million. In the next financial year, which begins next month, the fund will receive 500 million every year over the next 5 years. I want, therefore, to make a passionate appeal to all the youth in Namibia and also the youth here in Oshana region. Make use of this fund. Approach your nearest regional office to apply and start your businesses now. And as I was talking to the business community yesterday, especially the young people, including those older with me and content creator and YouTube and others, when you have demonstrated that you have the passion, the talent and expertise to run a business, this is your window in terms of seed capital. Approach the National Development Fund for assistance. And I know, as Governor has assured me yesterday, that 4 million has been spent in Oshana, and there are beneficiaries to this fund. And yesterday, some of them were standing and giving testimony that indeed they have benefited from the National Youth Development Fund. Let's give those young people a round of applause. And because in Oshana, there are many former Youth League leaders, including the governor, I want to say the following. When we were to launch this fund in Omaheke, I was given a speech to read, and I had not had the chance to see it properly because I had just landed. And in the speech, I noticed it said, the youth must pay collateral. And then I put the speech aside, I went to read what was in my head. And what was in my head is because when we were in the Youth League, we were advocating for youth empowerment. And it was not to say that the youth must have collateral, because we know there are many young people who do not have even a chicken to their name. And therefore, when you ask them collateral and all these other things, it inhibits them from benefiting. And the president has agreed that it must be collateral free. And the young people, therefore, this is your opportunity to shine. This is your opportunity to create more jobs. What we have been told that in the past few months, over 700 jobs so far have been created by beneficiaries of the Youth Fund. So young people of Oshana, the challenge is on your court. Make use of it and create opportunities. And as I have said many times before, young people must be given a chance. It is just like parents. When your child must ride a bicycle for the first time, they will fall. But in order for them to become expert cyclists, they must stumble. But once they rise, they will indeed become expert cyclists. So therefore, when young people make honest mistake, we as elders, let's continue to support them. And that is the appeal we want to make to them. And therefore, I repeat, apply, apply, apply to make your dreams come true and realize your full potential. Yesterday, there was one from HP campus, a student leader from HP campus, said, I am SRC in the SRC. How can I benefit if I were to start a business? And we said to the young person, approach the National Youth Development Fund. Why am I emphasizing this? There are many here who were young, including community ambassadors that are here. There were a time that they were young. The Youth League, many that are here. There was a time that we were young. We wanted money, we wanted funds. Currently, what has been spent is only about 50 million, which means over 200 million is still available. So it's no longer an issue of not having money. President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah is walking the talk. And because she's walking the talk, let's make sure that she succeeds in what she has been given as a mandate by the Namibian people. Apply, young people, apply. And there was also a concern in Parliament by other honorable members, as well as graduates of the Youth League, who said that the initial cut-off was 35 years old. And we went to Her Excellency to plead with her so that the age can be increased to 45. And the president has agreed. So 45 below, and therefore you can also qualify to National Youth Development Fund. The youth, upper youth, inatuhafa. Yes. Finally, we can benefit. Honorable Governor, esteemed residents of Oshana region, as I conclude, okuhumitha oshirongo komeho, otakuyelekwa neputudho lyokanona. Namibia okwavalwa mu masiko 21 amalitsa. Momvo eyovi limwe omathere omu